In the 48th year of Konoha, the night sky was covered with dark clouds. The figure of the nine-tailed demon fox exploded over the Konoha village, in the clan territory of the Hyuga clan. Under the order of the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi, the Hyuga clan ninjas rushed out of their respective residences and left. At the same time, deep in the clan territory, there was a different scene. Bang! The tranquility was broken. A Hyuga ninja rushed in a panic and said breathlessly, "Master Zongqing, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is running wild. Master Hayashi sent me to serve as your guard." The clan elder Hyuga Zongqing heard the words, glanced at the other party, and said angrily, "Idiot, your duty is to protect the main family, not to waste time here with me. As a member of the branch family, you put the main family in crisis. If something happens to the main family, you can't afford it even if you pay with your life." The next second, he heard the other party respond, "Ah, that's right, that's the smell, the rotten Hyuga." As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed. Swish, puff, while blood spurted out. Hyuga Zongqing's neck was instantly pierced by a shuriken. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief and fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck. Under the moonlight, he saw the other party's face clearly. Hyuga Shinya, an inconspicuous branch ninja in normal times. In his impression, although the other party has certain talents in the clan, his strength is mediocre, and he is just a newly promoted chunin. Unexpectedly, he suddenly rebelled today. "You, why?" Hyuga Zongqing covered his neck, blood seeped from his fingers, and his voice was hoarse. Shinya stood up and smiled. The veins on both sides of his temples protruded, as if he had opened his white eyes. "Why? Of course it's for those eyes you are ordered to protect. Elder Zongqing, you are in charge of the key to the clan's secret chamber, right?" Zongqing's eyes widened. This is a clan secret. How did the other party know it? The next moment, his hands were nailed to the ground by two shuriken, unable to move. Shengmi's movements were incredibly fast. He raised his palms, covered with light blue chakra, and hit Zongqing. Soft fist. Shengmi's moves were extremely accurate with the blessing of the Byakugan, and instantly sealed Zongqing's chakra points. Hinata Zongqing's face turned pale instantly. This kind of soft fist skill, it is definitely not something that an ordinary chunin can use. Shengmi actually hid his strength. His strength is at least at the Jonin level. Then, let's start. After controlling the other party, Shengmi chuckled, formed a seal with one hand, and silently recited in his heart. System start. Reverse the Byakugan bloodline limit. Reverse one's own bloodline limit, Byakugan. The corresponding bloodline limit has been converted into one's own chakra. Under Zongqing's shocked gaze, the Byakugan in Shinya's pupils gradually dissipated and finally degenerated into a pair of ordinary people's eyes. At the same time, Shinya's aura rose sharply. "You!" A gurgling sound came from Hyuga Zongqing's throat, and he could hardly control himself because of the horror. "Okay, please go to hell." Shengmi pierced the opponent's heart without hesitation. With a muffled groan, Zongqing's body fell completely powerless, and there was no breath anymore. The moment his heart stopped beating, the caged bird curse seal engraved on his forehead was activated. The white eyes in Zongqing's pupils quickly degenerated, and finally became the eyes of an ordinary person like Shengmi. After knowing that he was no match for his opponent, Hyuga Zongqing's only goal was to die quickly. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, he had the caged bird curse seal engraved on his forehead. After his death, the curse seal would automatically trigger and destroy the white eyes. At least, before he died, he protected the glory of the Hyuga clan and did not let the white eyes fall into the hands of the enemy. Confirmed the kill, obtained blood limit, white eyes. The blood limit obtained has been raised to the same level based on the host's current strength. The system's prompt sounded in Shengmi's mind, just like it was like time was going back. The next moment, patches of white reappeared in Shengmi's pupils. The Byakugan reappeared. Shengmi's system can obtain the bloodline limit of others by depriving them of their lives. Naturally, it can also reverse the existing bloodline limit, actively give up the ability, and convert it into its own chakra. If Hyuga Sosuke saw this scene, he would definitely pass on the information at the risk of his life. This is Shengmi's fundamental purpose. The Nine Tails Rebellion tonight is the opportunity he has been waiting for a long time. Feeling the vision of the Byakugan returning to his body, Shengmi took off his forehead protector, threw it on the ground, and picked up a mirror in the room. Looking at his smooth forehead, He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the Byakugan that was regained would not automatically be attached with the curse of the bird in the cage. At this moment, I have truly gained freedom. Ha 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 ha. After a while, the room was empty and calm was restored. The only thing left was a stunned corpse with its belt taken away. In the secret chamber of the Hyuga clan, all the deceased members of the Hyuga clan would have their eyes dug out and stored in the secret chamber. For the Hyuga clan, which is a famous family in Konoha, the Byakugan is the foundation of their existence. The secret chamber is usually maintained by the sealing technique that only the clan can master, and the key to the secret chamber is in the hands of the clan elders. However, it is no longer a problem for Shinya now. Solve. Shungmi held the passage scroll found from Hyuga's Soki-eye in his hand and formed a seal with his other hand. With Shungmi's voice, the seal on the door of the secret chamber was lifted, and inside was a Japanese-style room. In the center of the room, the tablets of the ancestors of the Hyuga clan were enshrined. On the shelves around, the Byakugan of all the deceased members of the Hyuga clan were stored. All of this is now in the hands of Shungmi. Shungmi smiled and took out the seal scroll that had been prepared long ago. If you want to use the cage bird curse seal to control the lives of your clan members, you should think that one day you will suffer the consequences. Others are willing to be dogged for the clan, but Shungmi is not willing to. Since you're leaving Konoha, you should dig up the ancestral graves of the Hyuga clan first. The center of the Nine-Tails Rebellion. In an alley near the battlefield, several Hyuga clan ninjas had just retreated from the front line. Their attacks had no effect on the Nine-Tails, and instead they lost several clan members because of their rash attack. Damn it, this is not a solution at all, Hyuga Hayashi said with gritted teeth. Just then, a figure jumped over the roof next to him. Hayashi glanced at him and shouted in surprise. Shinya, why are you here? Isn't your mission to protect the clan land? Shinya stopped and smiled at Hayashi and several of his fellow tribesmen, with a relaxed tone as if he was talking about the weather. Oh, that, because I defected. What? Shinya's words shocked several Hyuga tribesmen. Shinya thought about them and nodded, and continued. No more, I have something to do. By the way, Hayashi, I like Niji very much. If you have time, teach him well. I think he has the talent to be a ninja. After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Several other Hyuga tribesmen were still digesting Shinya's words, and Hayashi's face became extremely pale. He clearly saw that there was nothing on Shinya's forehead without a forehead protector. The cage bird curse seal engraved on the forehead of the branch family members also means that their life and death are completely controlled by the main family. However, on Shinya's forehead, the caged bird curse seal representing the branch family disappeared. Where's his curse seal? Hyuga Hizashi muttered to himself, with an ominous premonition in his heart. The sky of the Hyuga clan is probably about to change. Chapter 2. The Eye of Sin in the Hyuga clan's territory. The remnants of the Nine-Tails destruction had yet to reach this place. All members of the Hyuga clan were mobilized, ready to evacuate amidst the chaos. In the courtyard, the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, was encircled by several ninjas of the clan. The figure of the Nine-Tails remained obscured from view, but the distant sounds of devastation could be faintly heard. Hizashi pondered deeply and could no longer restrain himself, rising to step outside. However, as he took his first step, a branch family Jainin knelt before him. Lord Hizashi, please do not leave this place. You must not come to harm. Hizashi retorted fiercely, Fool, the Nine-Tails rampages, and as the leader of the Hyuga clan, how can I remain safely here? What will the other families in the village think of us? Lord Hinata is already representing the Hyuga clan on the front lines. At such a time, you must not put yourself in danger. The Jainin stood resolute, unwilling to yield. Not only that, but the surrounding ninjas also knelt down in unison. Seeing this, Hyuga Hizashi finally relented, shaking his hand in resignation and returning inside. Open the gates of the clan, allow the villagers to seek refuge, and send someone to inform Lord Hokage of the situation here, Hizashi commanded. Yes, a ninja immediately took his leave. At that moment, a Hyuga ninja rushed in, panic-stricken. Lord Hizashi, a grave situation has arisen. We have discovered the body of Lord Zoching, and it appears that the secret vault has been breached. What did you say? Hizashi felt as if struck by lightning, his world spinning around him. The secret vault housed the Byakugan passed down by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan. If the vault were to be robbed, the clan's most cherished bloodline limit would inevitably be exposed to the world. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, debris flew, and dust filled the air. No. A heart-wrenching cry pierced through the chaos. In the center of the street, a 4 or 5-year-old girl sat on the ground, her pupils trembling violently. She watched in horror as a massive boulder struck her mother, crushing half of her body. In her final moments, the woman exerted all her strength to push her daughter out of harm's way. Uchiha Hazuki lay on the ground, most of her body buried beneath the rubble. Blood seeping from her mouth as she weakly uttered to her daughter, "Izumi, run." Yet, as the furious roars of the Nine Tails echoed from afar, the ground shook once more. Flying debris whistled through the air, and a massive stone hurtled toward them in the woman's desperate gaze. 8 trigrams air palm. A figure flashed in, striking out with a hand. Boom. The stone shattered instantly, some fragments dissolving into dust. Without pause, the newcomer scooped up the little girl and leaped to a safe area, finally setting her down. "It's too dangerous to stay here, kid." He looked down at her. "What's your name?" Just a fleeting glance caused him to pause. The girl's tear-filled, jet black eyes began to swirl, shifting to red. Ultimately, they were entirely saturated with crimson, revealing a shape resembling a black tomo. "Uchiha. Izumi." She trembled, her gaze fixed on her mother's direction. Did her sorrow awaken her eyes? Truly, she was an Uchiha born from regret. He chuckled softly, unfastening the large scroll he had recently acquired from his back and handing it to Izumi. "Please hold on to this for me. I'll see if your mother can be saved." Instinctively, Izumi clutched the scroll, its height almost matching her own. She looked up in confusion. "What is this?" "The Book of Sealing," he said casually. "Just something I pilfered." With that he vanished, appearing before Uchiha Hazuki. A swift glance at her injuries led him to a grim conclusion. There was no saving her. Her breath was faint, yet a spark of life remained. But her abdomen was utterly crushed, and her chest bore a gaping wound. Even the most skilled medical ninja would be powerless against such injuries. "Given the circumstances, do you wish for me to grant you release?" he inquired. Uchiha Hazuki's unfocused eyes momentarily sharpened, a faint smile struggling to form on her lips as she silently mouthed, "Thank you." This expression was both gratitude for saving Izumi and a farewell plea. He nodded, one hand reaching for her neck while the other covered her eyes. A mere gesture. Acquired bloodline limit. Sharingan. The acquired bloodline limit has been adjusted to match the host's current strength. To obtain the Sharingan before leaving Konoha was indeed an unexpected boon. During this time, Izumi stood rooted in place, clutching the Book of Sealing, her gaze fixed on the scene as he tended to her mother's final moments. She seemed petrified, unable to move. Only when he returned to her side did Izumi finally shed tears as if awakening from a dream. A hand reached out, ruffling her hair. "You have beautiful eyes," he remarked softly. "Don't let your mother's sacrifice be in vain." Izumi bit her lip, nodding vigorously. He turned his head, scanning the adjacent alleyway. "Come out. You can't truly believe you can hide from the Byakugan, can you?" From the shadows of the alley, a boy of similar age to Izumi stepped forward. Uchiha Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Since his arrival, he had been closely observed. Yet the constraints of his cage had prevented any interaction. Now that the shackles were broken, there was no longer any need for caution. He smiled and beckoned Itachi to come closer, but Itachi merely regarded him coldly, remaining unmoving. Unfazed, he nudged Izumi forward a few steps. "I have matters to attend to, so please ensure she returns home safely. Also, take this to your elders." He retrieved a small box from his pocket and tossed it to Itachi. Izumi, unable to resist his strength, stumbled a few steps forward. Itachi instinctively caught her shoulder, but his gaze was drawn to the wooden box he had caught. As he opened the lid, a pair of pale eyes lay quietly on the velvet lining, surrounded by a network of tiny blood vessels. The Byakugan. Chapter 3. Byakugan vs. Chidori. The moment Itachi beheld the Byakugan, his pupils dilated sharply, and his fingers trembled slightly. He abruptly raised his head, and his gaze towards Simi transformed instantly. Despite his youth, Simi possessed a maturity far beyond that of his peers. He understood precisely what the appearance of those eyes in his possession signified. Yet, Simi had turned to the side, expressing annoyance. "Is it too much to ask for a little discretion? Just let me go." The wind grew tense as several figures descended silently. Umbu ninjas approached from the rooftops, their gazes cold as steel beneath their masks. The leader, a silver-haired man, wore no mask. A cloth obscured the lower half of his face, and a torn headband revealed only his right eye, with a short blade gleaming ominously in the moonlight. "Kakashi." Itachi murmured the name instinctively, positioning Izumi protectively behind him. Simi, surprised to see Kakashi, thought that the young ninjas in the village should have been consolidated and evacuated as per the orders of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Simi smiled. "Kakashi, instead of guarding Kushina Izumaki, you came to intercept me? I presume her child has been born by now?" Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. "How do you know? Is the Nine Tails rampage connected to you?" "Not at all. I am merely a rogue ninja seeking to escape amidst the chaos, and I happen to take something." Kakashi's eyes turned icy. "The village nurtured you. Why betray it? How dare you pose such a question before me? You ought to consult someone from the Hyuga clan. You are not worthy." "What do you mean?" "It seems this newcomer to the Umbu has yet to witness the darker side of Konoha." Simi lifted his gaze, observing the Nine Tails roaring in the distance. "After tonight, those old men hiding in the shadows will finally reveal themselves." Kakashi unsheathed his blade slightly. "What are you talking about?" "Let me clarify." Simi retracted his gaze. "Minato Namikaze will die, Kushina will die, and the Konoha you cherish will be left in utter ruin." "Utter nonsense." Kakashi interrupted sharply. "You are surrounded. Do not resist. Surrender quietly and await your fate. Given our past friendship, I do not wish to kill you." A nearby Umbu ninja scoffed. "Stubborn fool. He is merely a chunin. Apprehend him." Kakashi's expression shifted, and he attempted to call out to his comrades, but it was too late. Before he could finish his warning, two glimmering blades shot forth from behind Simi. The two Umbu ninjas had stealthily approached, drawing their daggers and aiming directly at Simi, completely disregarding Itachi and Izumi in their path. Itachi's pupils constricted, and he swiftly reached for his concealed ninja tool pouch. Under the pressure of the crisis, Itachi's reaction was inevitably a beat too slow. He had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Even a genius requires time to grow. However, before Itachi could retrieve his shuriken, Simi's voice resonated behind him, 8 trigrams empty palm. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the violent chakra transformed into an invisible shockwave that surged forth. The two attacking Umbu ninjas were propelled backward at a speed greater than they had approached, crashing through the wall behind them, their bodies vanishing amidst the shattering debris. Be cautious. He has concealed his powers. Kakashi's warning barely echoed as the remaining Umbu ninjas simultaneously launched their assault. The glint of blades flashed as they encircled Simi from various angles, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Simi merely chuckled, engaging in close combat with Byakugan. How commendable. His form suddenly blurred, leaving behind only an afterimage. Not good. One Umbu ninja exclaimed, but it was already too late. Simi appeared beside him like a phantom, his right hand splayed open, chakra coalescing into the form of a blue lion's head. Do a lioness fist. The lion's roar tore through the air at an incredible angle, crashing heavily into the Umbu ninja's chest. Before contact was made, the chakra erupted with tremendous force. The ninja was flung over 10 meters, unable to even emit a scream, akin to a kite severed from its string. Before the remaining Umbu ninjas could adjust their formation, Simi's palms surged towards them as if they were locked onto their targets. Under the Byakugan's gaze, nothing could evade his sight. Simi's hands, enveloped in turbulent chakra, moved with fluid grace. Each strike seemed meticulously calculated, accurately targeting the vital points of his opponents. Crack. The sounds of successive strikes merged into a cacophony of thunderous echoes. When Simi finally stood firm, all the attacking Umbu ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. The entire ordeal had unfolded in less than 3 seconds. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his sleeves and turned to face the lone standing Kakashi. Now, do you still intend to stop me? Or would you prefer to test your strength personally? In response, Kakashi's hand crackled with brilliant lightning. The electricity surged, coalescing in his palm, emitting a sound akin to 1,000 birds crying in unison, illuminating the night around them. Kakashi had drawn up his forehead protector, revealing his own deep crimson Sharingan. Instinctively, Kakashi unleashed his most potent jutsu. Even with the Sharingan, he could barely discern the afterimages of Simi's previous flurry of attacks. Kakashi was bewildered by the rapid escalation of Simi's power. He understood one thing. Simi might now surpass him in strength. Chidori. With a sharp, thunderous crack, Kakashi transformed into a blue streak, charging towards Simi. I must admit, I have underestimated Chidori. However, as if he had anticipated Kakashi's every move, Simi's calm laughter echoed back. Let me show you the extent of this evolved eye. With the Sharingan, Kakashi could perceive Simi's actions during the Chidori's advance. Thus, the strategy was clear, prevent him from closing the distance. Unperturbed, Simi assumed a gentle fist stance, his hands tracing a perfect arc before his chest. With a low shout, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his palms, forming a visible fan-shaped shockwave. 8 trigrams empty palm. Overwhelm. Boom. The air twisted and contorted under the immense pressure, as the shockwave swept across the ground, erasing a layer of earth and enveloping Kakashi in its wake. The lightning in Kakashi's hand disintegrated upon contact with the shockwave, crumbling in less than half a second. In sheer horror, he was flung backward. Crash. The buildings behind him collapsed under the force of the shockwave, debris soaring into the air before crashing down. As the dust settled, the once familiar street lay in ruins, Kakashi and Appo's form buried beneath the rubble, lost from sight. Moments later, an eerie silence returned. Behind Simi, Itachi stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the devastation wrought by a single strike. What an unfathomable power! Simi lowered his stance, turning to lightly tap Izumi's forehead. We shall meet again. With that, he glanced at Itachi. Do not forget what I entrusted to you. Before his words could fully register, his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind the two bewildered Uchiha youth. In the distance, the colossal form of the Nine Tails gradually dissipated, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the villagers. Hokage-sama, the fourth has intervened. Amidst the ruins, a dust-covered hand emerged from the debris. Kakashi struggled to crawl out, his mask soaked in blood. Hinata, Saint Mia. Upon uttering these words, Kakashi could no longer sustain himself. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. The Turmoil of Konoha. Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha Fugaku listened in astonishment to his son's report. What did you say? He truly left a pair of Byakugan with you? Itachi responded, yes, father. He presented the wooden box left by Hinata Seiya to Fugaku, with a complex expression. Fugaku accepted it, and upon opening, his countenance shifted through various shades. By now, it was the early hours of the following day. The aftershocks of the Nine Tails incident had yet to subside, and the prominent clans of Konoha were still grappling with the unexpected upheaval. Since their safe return the previous night, Itachi and Izumi had been placed under strict supervision by the Uchiha clan. Once Fugaku concluded the clan's affairs, He eagerly inquired about his son's experiences from the night prior. As the clan leader, Fugaku was more informed than most ordinary individuals. He was already aware of the events that transpired. Hinata Seiya, an inconspicuous nin from the Hyuga clan, had suddenly betrayed the village and stolen the sealing scroll. Two aspects of this revelation left Fugaku particularly astounded. First, Hinata Seiya single-handedly defeated an Umbu squad led by Kakashi Hitaki, and did so with ease. The Umbu comprised the village's elite ninjas, including the prodigy Kakashi, who had achieved the rank of Nin at the tender age of 12. Yet, according to Itachi's account, Seiya vanquished them without exerting any effort. The fact that Seiya was even younger than Kakashi made this all the more alarming. The thought sent chills down Fugaku's spine. A formidable powerhouse at such a young age, given his potential, Seiya could undoubtedly become a significant threat to Konoha. Coupled with the theft of the sealing scroll, one could scarcely imagine how many days of peace remained for the village if left unaddressed. The second matter of concern was the pair of Byakugan left to Itachi. The origin of these eyes was a matter Fugaku dared not ponder deeply. However, as the leader of the esteemed Uchiha clan, he understood all too well the implications. This was a blatant setup. It was widely known that only the Sharingan and the power of the Uzumaki clan could effectively control the Nine Tails. The Uzumaki clan had long since declined. The chaos of the Nine Tails incident had already placed the Uchiha clan in a precarious position. Now, with the addition of these Byakugan, if the Uchiha clan failed to handle this matter adeptly, they could very well invite disaster upon themselves. Hinata Seiya's betrayal. Why did he only target the Umbu and spare the Uchiha? What? You say he couldn't bring himself to harm children? Then how do you explain this pair of Byakugan? Fugaku dared not delve further into these thoughts, but an unspoken resolution began to form within him. This was both a crisis for the Uchiha clan and an opportunity. Itachi, pretend you saw nothing of this. I will manage everything. Do you understand? Itachi affirmed. Yes. Footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a call. Lord Fugaku, the third Hokage has summoned all clan leaders, including yourself, to the Hokage Tower immediately. Fugaku took a deep breath. Understood. Please inform the third Hokage that I shall arrive shortly. Yes. The footsteps retreated. Fugaku nodded gravely at Itachi and rose heavily to leave. Itachi respectfully watched his father depart, maintaining impeccable decorum. Just as Fugaku reached the door, he turned and asked, by the way, what is the name of the girl who was with you last night? Itachi replied, Uchiha Izumi. Her mother had married and changed her surname but recently returned to the clan. Fugaku inquired further, you say she is your age? Has she opened her eyes? Itachi confirmed. Indeed, I have seen it with my own eyes. Fugaku stated, I understand. If possible, spend more time with her. Inside the Hokage Tower, the conference room felt somewhat cramped. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the center, flanked by Shimura Danzo, the de facto elder of the village. The two Hokage advisors, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, were also present. Fugaku was the last to arrive. All the other clan leaders had already gathered. Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, Namanaka Inoichi, and Waihai Kurenai, along with the visibly distressed Hyuga Hayashi, were present. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the meeting. The casualty report from last night's Nine Tails incident has been compiled and is before you all. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, paid the ultimate price, sealing the Nine Tails in order to protect the village. In light of this, I have decided to resume the position of Hokage. A decision that has been communicated to the Daime and received their approval. No one questioned this decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already established sufficient authority during his previous tenure, and his stepping down was merely to allow Minato to take the helm. Now, besides Hiruzen, there was truly no other candidate worthy of consideration. Hiruzen continued. Reports have come in that, due to the Nine Tails incident, both Iwagakure and Kumogakure have begun to make moves. In this trying time, Konoha needs the strength of each of you. We must unite to overcome this crisis. The purpose of gathering you today is to discuss our forthcoming strategies. However, before that, there is another matter that requires reporting. Hayashi, would you kindly elaborate? Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, with a somber expression, stated, last night, Elder Hyuga Soke was killed. Upon investigation, the perpetrator was identified as Hinata Seiya. The name Seiya elicited puzzled expressions among the attendees. Most had never heard of him before. Danzo interjected. This individual took advantage of the chaos to steal the sealing scroll, defeated the Umbu squad led by Kakashi, and then fled the village. His strength should not be underestimated. I have ordered Root to pursue him. Danzo's words sparked a wave of gasps. What? He defeated Kakashi? The sealing scroll was stolen? Why had we never heard of this name before? Hayashi and Appo's face darkened as he explained, this was a lapse on my part as clan leader. Until now, Hinata Seiya had only displayed the strength of a nin, and I never anticipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured him, this is not your fault, Hayashi. This individual harbors ambitions and has likely been hiding in the shadows for a long time. Narashikaka queried, he was able to defeat Kakashi. How old is he? Hayashi replied, 12 years old. The room fell silent, many faces displaying shock. Kakashi was a renowned prodigy in Konoha. Having become a Nin at the age of 12, and as Minato's disciple, he had recently distinguished himself in the Third Shinobi World War. Yet he had now been bested by a lesser-known individual who was even younger than he. Who was this person? Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, presenting a wooden box. Hokage-sama. Last night, Hinata Seiya launched an assault on the Uchiha clan territory. I engaged him in a fierce battle and ultimately seized this from him. Fugaku opened the box, revealing a pristine white eyeball within. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter with a Beto S. Byakugan. The eyes within the wooden box were undoubtedly familiar to all present, particularly to Hayashi, who, upon witnessing this scene, was utterly unable to contain himself. He rose from his seat, exclaiming, "This is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. How could it be in your possession?" Fugaku responded, "Did I not already mention that last night, Hyuga Seiya?" He had not finished his statement when a cold snort interrupted him. Danzo, with an impassive expression, remarked, "I fear all of this may merely be the words of the Uchiha clan leader in denial. Last night, apart from you, no one else was present. What truly transpired is known solely to the Uchiha leader." Fugaku and Appo's face darkened with ire. "Danzo, what do you mean by this? Are you accusing me of murdering a member of the Hyuga clan and stealing the Byakugan?" Danzo replied, "I certainly do not imply that. The one who seized the Byakugan is indeed Hyuga Seiya. However, how this I ended up in the hands of the Uchiha clan remains a mystery to us. Furthermore, the sudden rampage of the Ninetales is also shrouded in uncertainty. It may very well be connected to Hyuga Seiya." While Danzo ostensibly spoke of Seiya, his insinuations pointed squarely at the Uchiha. Following Danzo's words, all eyes turned toward Fugaku. It is well known that the Sharingan can control the Ninetales. Danzo, are you suggesting that the Ninetales rampage was instigated by the Sharingan? I did not say that, but who knows the truth better than the Uchiha? Fugaku was about to retort in anger when Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened. Danzo, do not casually cast suspicion on our comrades. In the face of the Ninetales chaos, the Uchiha clan has also suffered greatly. I do not perceive it that way, Danzo coldly interjected, choosing not to elaborate further. Hayashi then queried, "Why is there only one eye? Where is the other?" Fugaku, with a grim countenance, replied, "I know not where the other eye is. Perhaps it has already been taken by Hyuga Seiya. It is my inadequacy that allowed him to escape." Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "Enough with the unnecessary words. Until we have concrete evidence, we must not doubt our comrades, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. I have decided to designate Hyuga Seiya as a rogue ninja of the S rank and initiate his pursuit. As for reassuring our clan members, that task falls to you, Hayashi. The Hyuga clan contributed significantly to suppressing the Ninetales last night. Everyone has witnessed this, and naturally, this Byakugan will be returned to the Hyuga clan. You have no objections. Do you, Fugaku?" Both Hayashi and Fugaku nodded in agreement. Hiruzen's words set the tone for the meeting. Designating Seiya as an S-rank rogue ninja reflects Konoha's seriousness regarding Seiya and acknowledges that his strength has indeed surpassed everyone's expectations. Ordinary Umbu teams can no longer pose a threat to Seiya. A more strategic approach is necessary. In the midst of Konoha's turmoil, it is currently impossible to allocate suitable personnel to pursue Seiya, yet a stance must be made. The two advisors, Narashikaku and Midogate, exchanged knowing glances. Placing all the blame on Seiya while exonerating the Hyuga clan was precisely the advice they offered. At this critical juncture, Konoha requires the strength of the Hyuga clan. The enemies are numerous, both external and internal, including the Uchiha clan, who possess the Sharingan. Danzo regarded Fugaku with a silent smirk. Regardless of whether this incident with the Ninetales was instigated by the Uchiha, it presented an excellent opportunity to weaken their influence. This burden fell from the sky. Even if the Uchiha were reluctant, they must bear it obediently. The meeting concluded. Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the clan leader Hayashi and his bodyguard, had been waiting outside the Hokage building. Upon seeing Hayashi emerge, Hisashi hurriedly approached. Before he could inquire, Hayashi spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "I never anticipated that our clan would produce an S-rank rogue ninja. Since the establishment of Konoha, many rogue ninjas have emerged. Yet the name Hyuga had never been among them. This was largely due to the fact that the main house of the Hyuga clan served as Konoha's staunchest supporters, while the branch family's fate was tightly controlled by the main house. With Seiya's actions, the prestige of the Hyuga name had been irrevocably tarnished. How could such an incident occur during his tenure as clan leader? Hisashi's mood was anything but pleasant. What shocked him further was that the cursed seal of the caged bird was conspicuously absent from Seiya's forehead. Hisashi was perplexed as to how Seiya had managed to remove the seal. Should this method become public knowledge, over time, the Hyuga clan could cease to exist. Hisashi exclaimed, "An S-rank rogue ninja? But Seiya." Hayashi shot him a glance. "I am aware of your close relationship. What, do you wish to plead for him?" Hisashi quickly swallowed the words he had yet to articulate. "I dare not." Hisashi was genuinely astonished. He could not reconcile the image of the once constant nuisance in the clan with the current Seiya. Conversely, if even Hisashi, who held a prominent position within the clan, could not discern Seiya's true intentions, it was unlikely that others would be prepared for it. As they walked, Hayashi stated, "The selection of those tasked with capturing him must include members from the clan. Aside from the Umbu, only the Byakugan can contend with the Byakugan. I leave this matter in your hands." Hisashi replied, "Understood." Hayashi continued, "You know what to do once you find him, correct?" On this question, Hisashi hesitated to respond. Hayashi seemed indifferent to his brother's thoughts, speaking in a low voice, "Kill him." Under no circumstances can the secret of the caged bird be allowed to leak. I will not permit one who has insulted the Hyuga bloodline to continue living. Hizashi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and could only respond, yes. In a hidden cave in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, Seiya sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Around his eyes, veins bulged. Maintaining the activation of the Byakugan. The Byakugan is the most potent ocular ability in the shinobi world, unmatched in its prowess. X-ray vision, long-range sight, all-encompassing perspective, and the ability to observe chakra flow. Each of these abilities would make any sensory ninja from other villages envious. It was through this Byakugan that the Hyuga clan and Konoha mutually thrived, contributing to the latter's renowned status as the foremost shinobi village. The unique gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan must be paired with the Byakugan to unleash its full potential. Thus, it can be said that any ninja from the Hyuga clan, bolstered by the Byakugan, provided they are not utterly lazy, would at least attain the rank of Chunin upon adulthood. Due to its formidable power, the Hyuga clan must utilize the caged bird seal to strictly control the Byakugan, prohibiting its dissemination. After slaying Hyuga Hayashi, Seiya's Byakugan had long since broken free from the constraints of the branch family, evolving to a level surpassing even that of the main house, along with mastering all the secret techniques previously exclusive to the main house. Even Seiya had not anticipated such a transformation. Yet, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. During his battle with Kakashi, he independently comprehended the advanced variation of the 8 trigrams air palm, the crushing mountain, the dual lion fist, a high-level taijutsu originally belonging to the main house. No longer astonished Seiya. As he carefully attuned to the capabilities of his Byakugan, a subtle smile crept across his lips. His Byakugan seemed to perceive even more intricate details, such as the chakra flow beyond the human body. Seiya suspected this was due to his innate talent as a sensory ninja, although still faint. If he could master this ability, it might very well become the key to breaking the deadlock. Why is it that every time it comes to this moment, there are always those who come to disturb the peace? Shangmi opened his eyes and, through the vision of his wide eyes, beheld a figure rapidly approaching from a distance. Upon recognizing the appearance of the newcomer, Shangmi was taken aback. Clad in a dark robe, the figure wore a mask adorned with orange, yellow, and black patterns. Could it be Obito? Chapter 6, Kamui. Wielding an orange mask, Uchiha Obito traversed the shadows of the trees alone. The wind rustled the leaves, yet it could not muffle the turmoil within his heart. His plan to destroy Konoha had ended in failure. He had believed that his Kamui's phasing ability would allow him to subdue Minato Namikaze, but to his astonishment, his opponent had discerned his flaw in a mere skirmish. The instantaneous speed of the Flying Thunder God technique was even swifter than his space-time transfer. Ultimately, he was forced to abandon the Nine Tails and retreat in disgrace. Not strong enough. Obito clenched his fist, the Sharingan beneath his mask gleaming with a crimson light. Rin, I shall create a world that includes you. Wait for me to fully master this power. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly as a dark figure emerged from the earth. Obito halted, his voice cold. Black Zetsu? What is it? Black Zetsu's voice was low and urgent. Someone is coming, Obito. Obito's pupils contracted. Had his whereabouts been exposed? Before he could inquire further, Black Zetsu swiftly merged into his body. In the next instant, a white figure landed gracefully before him, clad in white robes, with long black hair billowing in the wind. The newcomer bore a serene expression. Most striking were those pure white eyes, Byakugan. He wore no forehead protector, and his smooth forehead bore no curse mark of the caged bird. With his hands clasped behind him, he exuded a calm demeanor that unnerved Obito. This chakra. Obito's heart jolted. Although the individual appeared youthful, he emanated an invisible pressure. What bewildered him further was the inexplicable familiarity of the figure's visage. A name nearly escaped his lips, only to be swallowed back. Impossible. The young prodigy of the Hyuga clan, yet his strength is unfathomable. Who is he? Seimi smiled faintly. Where are you headed, Uchiha Madara? Obito trembled violently, his expression beneath the mask contorting into a snarl. How do you know that name? Before the words had left his mouth, his figure flickered like a specter and appeared before Saint Mi, chains clattering in his grasp as he lunged from the left, a shuriken aimed directly at the throat. No matter where you learned that name, Obito's voice was icy. You shall die today. His speed was blinding, leaving no time for response. Just as he believed his opponent had been struck dumb with fear, the corners of Saint Mi and Appo's mouth curved into a dangerous smirk. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, and Obito found himself hurtled backward like a marionette with severed strings. He crashed into 3 stout oak trees before finally landing heavily in a thicket. Twigs and leaves mingled with soil, sending debris flying into the air. Be careful. His power is formidable. Black Zetsu's voice echoed in Obito's ears, spitting out blood. He propped himself up with trembling arms. It was then he realized that Saint Mi had merely raised a single palm, that casual gesture containing such terrifying strength. A member of the Hyuga clan. Obito rasped, Who are you? Saint Mi maintained his composed smile. You've forgotten me after just a few years? But I suppose it's understandable. We were never close. Perhaps, Saint Mi continued, I should call you by your true name? Uchiha Obito? That statement pierced Obito's psyche like a sharpened blade. His body shuddered violently, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning frantically. You seek death. Obito erupted, chakra boiling within him. He leapt into the air, hands weaving seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Dozens of blazing fireballs erupted from Obito's mouth, hurtling like meteors towards Saint Mi. The flames illuminated the entire forest, casting distorted shadows in their wake, imbued with an ominous force. Saint Mi darted through the rain of fire, his movements so swift they seemed to leave afterimages. The initial waves of fireballs were effortlessly evaded, while the final fireball barreling towards him was dispersed with a single, nonchalant swipe of his hand, sparks scattering in all directions. Kamui. At that moment, Obito's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Saint Mi in the air. His hands, entwined with iron chains, sought Saint Mi's vital points, and the Sharingan peering through the mask had silently shifted its form. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Bang. Saint Mi pivoted, unleashing a palm strike. This time the power of the 8 trigrams palm was even greater than before. Yet the violent shockwave of chakra surged through Obito's phasing form, obliterating a small area behind him. It's over. Obito smirked coldly, extending his hands towards Saint Mi. This was the unique ability of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Kamui, allowing him to phase through matter and evade attacks. If he made contact, he could send his opponent directly to another dimension, against foes unfamiliar with his power. He was nearly invincible. Only top-tier shinobi like Minato Namikaze could recognize Kamui's weaknesses in the midst of battle. Just as Obito's hands were about to wrap around Saint Mi's neck, his body transitioned from phasing to solid. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Saint Mi's voice was barely audible. In the next moment, a dazzling blue chakra sphere erupted from him, creating a violent whirlwind that stripped the ground bare. Obito had no time to react. He was engulfed in this tempest of chakra. Boom. Towering trees splintered under the might of return heaven, with shavings and fallen leaves swirling chaotically in the air. When the chakra storm subsided, the once dense forest had transformed into a circular clearing, with Obito lying at the edge, his mask marred by intricate cracks. He staggered to his feet from the rubble, his single eye beneath the mask burning with fury. Chapter 7. Total Suppression. Who are you? Obito's gaze swept across the desolate forest, reduced to mere rubble. In a radius of approximately 20 meters, not a single blade of grass remained, and the ground displayed an eerie circular depression. The technique mentioned by Seiya was not unfamiliar to him. Yet it bore no resemblance to the Kaiten he had witnessed the Hyuga clan utilize on the battlefield. In Obito's understanding, Kaiten was a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, only accessible to certain formidable practitioners. This technique relied on the clan's profound knowledge of human acupuncture points, channeling chakra from these points to create an impenetrable defense. However, the Kaiten employed by Seiya was not merely defensive, its power rivaled that of some large-scale destructive jutsu. Seiya was quite pleased with his strike. Indeed, as he had surmised, his upgraded Byakugan revealed unprecedented potential, surpassing even the limits of the Hyuga clan as he understood them. Emerging gracefully from the swirling dust, his white attire remained immaculate. He raised his palm, chakra swirling at his fingertips. You see, Uchiha, you simply refuse to let others finish their sentences, Seiya remarked. But it seems you truly do not remember me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hyuga Seiya, and by now, I should have been designated as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for the chaos you unleashed with the Nine Tails, I might never have found the opportunity to escape the control of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Seiya? Obito's voice suddenly rose, incredulous at the mention of that lower-ranking branch member. His fingers twitched involuntarily. Indeed, he recalled such an unremarkable youth. Yet, he could not reconcile the individual from his memories with the formidable figure before him. People change, Seiya smiled, just as you now flaunt your ancestor's name to deceive others. I am not here to fight. I wish to have a conversation with you. Shut up. Obito bellowed, launching 3 shuriken through the air. Seizing the moment Seiya sidestepped to evade, he completed his hand signs. Fire release, exploding wind dance. Simultaneously, his pupils constricted again. A bizarre spatial vortex and a blazing fire dragon both erupted forth. As the distorted air whirled, the fiery vortex roared, scorching the earth in its wake. Trees ignited and splintered under the intense heat, embers raining down like a deluge on the ruins. Seiya remained motionless, his palms drawing a perfect arc before his chest. 8 trigrams. Empty wall. A transparent chakra barrier materialized instantaneously, diverting the fire vortex, which collided with the barrier, splitting into 2 waves of flame that swept outward. The heat surged, tousling his long hair and illuminating his eerily calm Byakugan, although it only momentarily obstructed the attack. It was sufficient for Seiya. Futile, his voice pierced through the inferno. I have already seen through your technique. He stepped forward, the ground fracturing beneath him. Now, it is my turn. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the barrier he had conjured shattered. As the impact of the 8 trigrams and oppos, thrust surged forth. The fire vortex Obito expelled was cleaved through, creating a path. Seiya pressed forward. Obito, do you wonder why I dare to directly expose your identity and approach you so boldly? What? Obito gasped, taken aback by Seiya's speed, which exceeded his expectations by several folds. It is simply because I am stronger than you. His palm, enveloped in blue chakra, coalesced, aiming toward Obito. In a moment of desperation, Obito activated his Kamui's intangibility to evade the assault, simultaneously reaching out towards Seiya once more. Yet, at that instant, Seiya halted, a light laugh escaping his lips as he retreated. I see now. I understand. When you activate that intangibility, your chakra undergoes this peculiar transformation. However, when you attempt to strike, you must revert to corporeal form. In Seiya's Byakugan vision, Obito's body had become transparent, rendered nearly void. While most individuals would still have a slow flow of chakra within them, Obito's chakra flow had ceased entirely. Thanks to his Byakugan, Seiya could discern whether Obito had activated his Kamui or not. Obito's eyes, concealed behind his mask, widened in shock. Seiya had indeed deciphered his ability. It seems you are not the type to heed my words. We shall converse later. With a playful demeanor, Seiya assumed a standard stance for gentle fist techniques, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. In the next moment, Seiya and Appo's S-form tensed. An 8 trigrams pattern subtly emerging beneath his feet. Alarm bells rang in Obito and Appo's mind as he activated intangibility once more. However, Seiya suddenly smiled, swiftly changing his stance and forming 2 seals, transforming his palm into a fist and striking the ground. I was deceiving you. The best counter to your ability is simply to keep my distance. Earth release, earthstone flow. The ground quaked violently. Countless fragments of stone hurtling toward Obito like a torrential downpour. The earth cracked, trees toppled incessantly. Unlike typical earth release techniques, Seiya's jutsu had an extensive range. Faced with Obito's intangibility, sustained area attacks were the optimal response beyond sheer speed. Obito, compelled to maintain his intangibility while retreating, found his movement speed severely diminished. With nowhere left to flee, he gritted his teeth and leaped into the air. Got you. Seiya's Byakugan locked onto the airborne Obito, his right palm thrusting upward. This strike was as swift as lightning yet eerily silent. Bang! Obito was struck by an invisible shockwave, a corner of his mask shattering as he fell away in terror. Is that the 8 trigrams empty palm? He exclaimed incredulously. Seiya approached slowly. You may call it 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Piercing cloud. Like the sliding mountain technique. This was a move Seiya developed after acquiring the new Byakugan, compressing chakra into a penetrating shockwave. Compared to the expansive sliding mountain, this technique boasted a greater range, lesser noise, and superior penetrative power. I will not approach you. I intend to see how long your intangibility can last. Seiya chuckled softly, unleashing a series of 8 trigrams, empty palms toward Obito. Boom, boom, boom. The range of 8 trigrams, empty palm, piercing cloud was extensive. And with the enhancement of his Byakugan, Seiya had tightly locked onto Obito. The latter could only rely on his intangibility to narrowly evade in Seiya's presence. Almost every second. In 8 trigrams, empty palm pierced through his form. Should Obito revert from intangibility, he would be sent flying in an instant. Obito, do not engage him. Use your ability to escape. Black Zetsu shouted urgently in Obito's ear. Yet, Obito did not respond, his expression dark and grim. At this moment, he had just activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his strength nowhere near that of the future ninja world war. He had yet to fully master would release, relying solely on instinct. Confronted with Seiya's relentless onslaught, he consoled himself that he could not find an opportunity to use Kamui to flee. Or rather, he was unwilling to leave. As the instigator of the Nine Tails and Appo's chaos, Obito had just revived the resolve of a formidable individual through his control of the beast, refusing to allow himself to back down. He was no longer the Obito Uchiha of old. He aimed to prove to this decayed world that the path he had chosen would not allow anyone to stand in his way. Chapter 8, Cooperation if this continues. My chakra will, thought Obito. Maintaining the intangible state of Kamui for an extended period was causing his chakra to deplete rapidly. Coupled with the chakra consumed during the battle against Minato, and while controlling the Nine Tails, Obito's chakra was diminishing at an alarming rate. Suddenly, he sensed a decrease in the frequency of Seiya and Appo's attacks. A flicker of joy surged through him. At last, had the speed of his chakra and Appo's operation fallen behind? Now was the moment. Obito's form twisted in place, and the next instant, he appeared behind the seemingly oblivious Seiya. Ah, you really are naive. He heard Seiya's light laughter resonate. Reversal. Obito watched in despair as another vortex of chakra erupted from Seiya, pulling him in and sending him uncontrollably further away. Damn it. Amidst the chaos, Obito was struck down like a rag doll, collapsing onto the ground. Blood pooled in his throat, and his mind was in turmoil. He could not comprehend how Seiya had discerned the patterns of his intangibility. While his intangibility could offer protection, it could not be sustained indefinitely, to retaliate. He must find an opportunity to solidify. Furthermore, there was a mandatory interval of at least 1 second before he could re-enter the intangible state. It was in this fleeting second that Seiya seized the opportunity. His Sharingan whirled frantically, striving to decipher Seiya's movements. However, while his eyes could perceive, his body could not keep pace. Obito was taken aback, realizing the abnormality of his own physique. How could this be? His chakra flow had become erratic, plagued by insurmountable obstructions. Have you finally realized? Seiya spoke slowly. This is Gentle Fist. Your chakra points have been struck by me. Obito was incredulous. From a distance, Seiya wielded the 8 trigrams air palm, and in close combat, he employed reversal. Although the reasons eluded him, Seiya, having unraveled the secret of intangibility, would not engage in close combat. With the aid of the Byakugan, his observational prowess surpassed that of Obito's Sharingan. There was no escape, and he could neither strike back nor defend. How was he to fight? Obito, Kagaya, who was embedded within him, urged anxiously. You are no match for him. Find an opportunity to use Kamui and retreat. Watching Obito being pummeled, Kagaya could only feel helpless. For her plans, Obito was a crucial piece on the board. She could not afford to see him come to harm. You need not say it. I am aware. Obito roared, casting a resentful glance at Seiya. I will remember this day, Hyuga Seiya. Just as he intended to use Kamui to escape, he heard Seiya casually remark, you wish to create a world with Rin. Do you not? Upon hearing this, Obito froze as if struck by lightning. The Sharingan behind his mask constricted intensely. Fixated on the composed figure of the white-clad ninja before him, his internal shock beyond words. He was certain that no one knew he had been saved by Uchiha Madara. Kagaya and Black Zetsu would never betray him. If that were the case, how did Seiya know? Seiya crossed his arms, his white robe gently swaying. What I know is inconsequential. What matters is that we currently have no conflicting interests and could even collaborate. Now, shall we converse earnestly? Collaborate? Obito's voice rose sharply. What do you desire? Like you, Seiya said with a slight smile, to create a new world. Obito's heart, once racing with excitement at the mention of Rin, was doused with cold water, bringing him back to calmness. How did you come to know my identity? These eyes, Seiya gestured to his own eyes, can perceive many things. As for the name Uchiha Madara, he paused, I learned it from the deceased Minato and Kushina. Obito, skeptical, asked, Minato is dead? Indeed, Seiya replied flatly. As though discussing the weather. He and Uzumaki Kushina sealed the Nine Tails before their demise, which is precisely the outcome you desired, is it not? Obito fell silent. His expression shifting behind the mask. After a moment, he spoke again. Why do you wish to target Konoha? To be precise, I simply loathe the current Konoha, Seiya stated. It was tolerable until they offended me. I am not one to easily forget slights, since words cannot alter the situation. I shall use actions to demonstrate to the elders of the Hyuga clan that they deserve death more than anyone else. Obito countered, as far as I know. The Hyuga clan is unwaveringly loyal to Konoha. Loyalty? Seiya scoffed. You mean the kind of loyalty that hinges on one's life being in another's hands? Noticing Obito's confusion, Seiya continued, have you heard the tale of the caged bird? The children of the Hyuga branch family are marked with this cursed seal from a young age. A mere thought from the main family can render them miserable, and I just happened to seize the sole opportunity to escape. It was the first time Obito learned of the internal divisions within the Hyuga clan, which clarified his previous doubts. Why were the members of the Hyuga clan so fiercely loyal to their family and held the clan leader in such reverence? Sometimes, this reverence exceeded what was fitting. So, you seek revenge against those who imprisoned you? Obito finally inquired. Seiya did not respond directly, only offering a meaningful smile. This rationale was sound. And even the suspicious Obito could find no flaws in it. Hearing Seiya's words, Black Zetsu, who resided within Obito, exclaimed with excitement, what he says is true. There is indeed a distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Quickly, agreed to his proposal, Obito. This person is powerful and could serve as the perfect ally for our plans. Chapter 9. Echo's Toby remained silent, his expression inscrutable beneath the mask. Suddenly, Sai raised his hand, pointing towards Toby's form. It appears there exists another entity within you. Do you require my assistance in extracting it? Upon hearing this, Korezetsu immediately fell silent, refraining from any further actions. Toby responded softly, there is no need. If what you say is true, there is indeed no reason for us to continue fighting. However, he shifted his tone, inquiring about the potential collaboration. What else can you offer me? A slight smile graced Sai and Appo's lips as he produced a sealing scroll with one hand and swiftly began to weave hand signs. A puff of white smoke enveloped him, revealing a tome of sealing techniques alongside several sealed wooden boxes. He then retrieved one box and slowly opened it, revealing a perfectly preserved Byakugan within. I wonder if this is sufficient weight? Toby's pupils dilated in surprise. The sealing tome? And a Byakugan? This exceeds my expectations. He rasped, what have you done? I merely excavated the ancestral graves of the Hyuga clan, Sai replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Toby erupted into a low, gravelly laugh. Your resolve is truly unexpected. So, Sai arched an eyebrow slightly. Noticing this, Toby ceased his hesitation and nodded gently. Of course. Welcome to the fold, bird of the Hyuga clan. Sai smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he stowed away the sealing tome and Byakugan. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out. Toby, slightly taken aback, did not anticipate Sai's calm demeanor after their agreement. This solidified his belief that Sai was not a spy sent by Konoha. No village would willingly use such valuable assets as bait. Once you're prepared, come find me in the Land of Mist, Toby instructed. The Land of Blood Mist? Very well. Sai left with a cryptic remark, his figure gradually disappearing into the trees. Once Sai departed, Korezetsu immediately emerged from Toby's body. This man cannot be left alive. Toby scoffed coldly. I am aware. But until our plan reaches fruition, he still holds value. He is a blade with nowhere left to go. Soon after, Toby also vacated the forest, leaving behind the remnants of battle, shattered trees, cracked earth, charred grass, and tattered cloth fluttering in the breeze. The area returned to silence, as if the fierce conflict had never occurred. Konoha. As Uchiha Fugaku opened the door to his home, it was already late at night. The hallway light illuminated his weary face, deepening the wrinkles that lined his brow. I'm home, he uttered in a hoarse voice. As though uttering those words had drained him of all energy, Uchiha Makoto hurried over, her slender fingers taking the damp outer robe from her husband. You've worked hard. Was today uneventful? Fugaka shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That old fox, Danzo. He swallowed the words before they escaped, not wishing to burden his wife with excessive worry. In recent days, Konoha and Appos, as higher-ups had convened repeatedly to address various issues exposed by the Ninetales incident. Beyond the aftermath and maintenance of the village's infrastructure, there was also the need to console comrades who had perished during the attack, particularly the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Izumaki. These ceremonies were intended for the living, as well as for the Uchiha clan. Reflecting on this, Fugaku's expression darkened further. On the day of the Ninetales incident, the eyes of the beast had unmistakably revealed a pair of Sharingan. Many had witnessed this fact, and the Uchiha clan could not shake the suspicion. As the clan leader, Fugaku understood well that the rampage of the Ninetales was not the doing of his clan. At the very least, among the information he possessed, no Uchiha members capable of controlling the beast had been implicated. Yet, the rest of Konoha remained unconvinced. In the past few days, the chorus of suspicion against the Uchiha had reached an unprecedented crescendo, culminating in substantial pressure bearing down on Fugaku's shoulders. In the recently concluded meeting, Danzo proposed relocating the Uchiha clan to the village and Appos' outskirts, an area already laid to waste by the Ninetales. Danzo claimed that as a prominent clan in Konoha, the Uchiha should set an example by participating in the reconstruction of the ruins. However, it was well understood that this was a guise for overt surveillance of the Uchiha. Makoto gently grasped her husband's hand, feeling the chill emanating from his palm. You should rest now. I've brewed your favorite tea. Just then, a wail echoed from the nursery. Makoto's expression softened. Sasuke is awake. She hurried to the nursery, returning shortly with the swaddled infant. Little Sasuke, with his bright black eyes, ceased his cries upon seeing his father, reaching out with tiny hands and babbling excitedly. Fugaku's stern visage finally softened as he reached out to gently caress his son's delicate cheek. This little guy has grown a bit. As this tender moment unfolded, a respectful knock sounded from outside. Leader, Shursui has arrived. Fugaku's demeanor sharpened, passing the child back to his wife. Let him in. The door swung open to reveal a curly-haired youth standing respectfully at the threshold. He appeared to be in his mid-teens, with striking features that belied his age, radiating an unusual maturity. I apologize for the intrusion, Lord Fugaku, Lady Makoto. His voice was gentle and courteous, and a glimmer of warmth appeared in his eyes upon seeing little Sasuke. Ah, Shursui has come, Makoto greeted with a smile. Would you care to try my new pastries? It seems Itachi has taken quite a liking to practicing shuriken with you. You've been quite the trooper. Shursui's rarely seen youthful smile emerged. I too enjoy spending time with Itachi, but today, his gaze shifted to Fugaku, his expression growing grave. Makoto understood and nodded. You two discuss business. I'll take Sasuke to feed him. She gently patted the infant in her arms, soothingly cooing. Shall we go find your brother to play? Itachi should be back today. After Makoto departed, Fugaku's voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. Shursui, I'll be brief. I have a matter to entrust to you. Shursui nodded respectfully, awaiting Fugaku's next words. Fugaku retrieved an ancient purple sandalwood box from within, placing it solemnly on the table. The box bore the Uchiha clan emblem, glimmering ominously in the candlelight. Fugaku's expression was heavy as he continued. You are the young man I hold in the highest regard within our clan. I wish for you to represent me, avoiding the prying eyes of the village's umbu, to establish contact with the outside world and seek support for our clan. This is the leverage I can offer. Shursui accepted the box with both hands. As he lifted the lid, his usually calm eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a pure white eye, its intricate patterns clearly visible. The Byakugan. What is this? Shursui's voice quivered slightly. Lord Fugaku, this. Anticipating Shursui's shock, Fugaku gazed out the window, speaking slowly. You are a piece on a chessboard. Regardless of who the opponent may be, I have a premonition that in the future, you might say the entire Uchiha clan. Shursui inhaled deeply, gently closing the box with utmost care. Are you entrusting me with this? It is all in your hands. Fugaku interjected, lowering his voice further. Seek out those who still harbor goodwill towards our Uchiha. Outside, dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Shursui remained silent for a moment before nodding softly, cradling the box carefully against his chest. Fugaku suddenly grasped Shursui's shoulder. Remember, this matter must remain unknown even to Itachi. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. As a father, he did not wish for his son to carry too heavy a burden. Shursui nodded solemnly, and as he turned to leave, the sounds of Sasuke's delighted laughter and Makoto's gentle humming echoed from the nursery. Chapter 10. The Pursuit inside the ward of Konoha Hospital. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white sheets. Kakashi reclined on the hospital bed, his left eye bandaged while his right eye wearily observed a stout figure in a green jumpsuit, who was energetically performing handstands and leaps around the room. Kakashi, it is precisely your laxity that led to your downfall, exclaimed Might Guy, as he continued his acrobatics. Once you recover, we shall engage in vigorous training of youth together. Not a chance, Kakashi responded lazily. In the room stood Yuhi Kurenai, Saratobi Asuma, and Nara Shikamaru, all friends from Kakashi's generation. Upon hearing of Kakashi's injury, they had come to pay their respects. Asuma, arms crossed and brow furrowed, inquired, "Is it true that Hyuga is that formidable?" "Indeed, he is exceptionally strong," Kakashi replied, his gaze drifting to the window. He had concealed his true power, and with just one technique, he had countered Kakashi's Chidori. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone recognized the potency of Chidori, a lightning-based jutsu Kakashi had devised, which had once decimated numerous foes on the battlefield. Now, this prodigious talent they revered had been bested by a younger, obscure member of the Hyuga clan. "It must have been underestimation on your part, Kakashi." Asuma attempted to lighten the mood, yet his astonishment was unmistakable. In ninja combat, information is paramount. It is only natural to be caught off guard by someone concealing their abilities. Kakashi chuckled softly. "I should actually express my gratitude that he showed restraint. Otherwise, you would all be mourning my absence." Guy finally concluded his handstands and, flipping upright, gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his bright white teeth gleaming. "Regardless, when next we encounter him, just unleash your punches, right? Your speed should be on par with mine." Kakashi looked at Guy with resignation. "In terms of taijutsu alone, under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to close the distance." He employed a technique I had never witnessed before, the 8 trigrams empty palm, capable of dispersing chakra with immense destructive potential. This revelation left everyone in shock once more. Shikamaru, chewing on his senbon, appeared surprisingly sage for his youth, stroking his chin, to think he could innovate the gentle fist technique? Clearly, our intelligence was flawed. A genius of the Hyuga clan, Asuma sighed, if he were to mature, he could become a significant asset to the village. What a pity that he chose to defect. Throughout this exchange, Kurenai remained silent, standing by the window, her gaze cast downward, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Kakashi noted her distress, but, after a fleeting glance, turned his attention away, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Asuma. Few were aware of the connection between Kurenai and Kakashi. Having witnessed it on the battlefield was one of the rare exceptions. Among them, Kurenai and Appo's emotions were undoubtedly the most intricate. Outside the ward, a nurse wheeled a cart of medicine past, the wheels making a soft sound against the floor. The leaves rustled outside, and a few sparrows flitted about on the branches. Ultimately, Kakashi broke the silence. "You all must exercise caution on your upcoming missions, should you encounter him. It is best to avoid direct confrontation." Guy, undeterred, retorted, "Youth is about facing challenges head-on. Kakashi, once you're healed, we shall hunt him down together. Let our youth burn brightly." Inside the Hyuga clan's council hall, flickering candlelight cast shadows of the gathered members upon the walls. Hyuga Hayashi sat prominently at the head of the table. "Esteemed members, we have convened today to address a matter of great significance concerning the honor of the Hyuga clan." His gaze traversed the assembly, finally resting upon a scroll in his hand. "Upon investigation, it has been determined that Hyuga, he inhaled deeply, has slain Elder Soke and defected from the village. He is now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. I personally handled the preparations for Elder Soke and Appo's remains." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in chaos, with many activating their Byakugan in agitation, leading to a state of disarray. Hayashi, equally unsettled, had intentionally concealed the loss of the clan's Byakugan and the theft from the secret vault. Should this information leak? Who knows what threats might arise against the Hyuga clan? He had only disclosed this matter to Saratobi Izashi. Standing, Hayashi declared, "From this day forth, a special capture unit will be formed, under the full command of Izashi." His gaze swept over the assembly. "All clan members are prohibited from leaving the premises unless assigned tasks by the Hokage. The pursuit of Hyuga shall be our utmost priority. Izashi has the authority to select team members. Anyone named by him must comply." The clan members responded in unison, and in a corner, several elders of the Hyuga clan nodded in agreement. Hayashi had undoubtedly assumed the mantle of a capable leader, and none dared oppose his directives. At that moment, the atmosphere was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps as a panting Hyuga ninja burst into the hall. "Report. Urgent intelligence." Hizashi, seated beside Hayashi, swiftly intercepted the newcomer. "What brings such haste?" "News from the Ninja Eagle. An urgent message." The messenger presented a sealed letter with trembling hands. Hizashi accepted the missive and, after a brief glance, his face paled. He turned to Hayashi, "Brother." Hayashi unfolded the letter, his eyes racing across the text, initially maintaining composure. He could no longer suppress his outrage upon reaching the conclusion. Hyuga. In a fit of fury, he smashed the tea table before him. To dare to humiliate the Hyuga clan in such a manner. Several elders hurried forward, one retrieving the fallen letter. It read, "I shall return for the remaining Byakugan." Hyuga arrogant. The eldest elder thundered, "Hizashi." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hizashi turned to the assembly, "Everyone, leave at once." The clan members quickly exited the hall in silence. Faint echoes of Hayashi's enraged roar lingered behind them. Sunlight bathed the walls of the Hyuga compound. Yet the day felt eerily cold. Chapter 11. Return to Konoha. As the assembly concluded, members of the Hyuga clan departed the council hall in small groups. In the clan's corridors, the sound of footsteps intertwined with hushed discussions, nearly every conversation revolving around the name Hyuga, Hyuga Decuman, Hyuga Tetsu, Hyuga Hireman, Hyuga Irika. and Hyuga Natsu walked side by side in the corridor. Compared to other families in Konoha, the Hyuga clan maintained a rather insular existence. Typically, clan members resided within the clan grounds, with the branch families encircling the main house, forming a protective embrace. The young adults, of similar ages and living nearby, naturally gravitated toward one another. Tekuman glanced up at the brightly lit main house at the center of the clan grounds, where the esteemed Lord Hisashi was evidently still in deliberation with the elders. Why didn't Lord Hisashi choose me? Tetsu suddenly slammed his fist against a pillar, knuckles whitening. I will make that traitor see me pay. Tekuman placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Calm down. Did you not see that Lord Hisashi selected only elite jonin? He gestured towards the gathering capture team in the distance, noting that not even chunin were deemed worthy to participate, let alone as lowly genin. Tetsu huffed in frustration, refraining from retorting. Hiruman sighed, saying, Tekuman, you wouldn't understand. Tetsu and I are the same generation as Simi. We grew up together. If anyone is in disbelief, it would be us. The others fell silent, recognizing that Tetsu, Hiruman, and Simi shared a close bond. Simi's betrayal was most shocking to them, bringing up the rear. Hyuga Natsu, the only girl among them, kept her head down, her pale, bare feet leaving faint imprints on the wooden floor. Today, she was particularly quiet, her signature gentle smile absent. Natsu, Hyuga Irika suddenly turned. You haven't spoken a word today. Natsu looked up abruptly, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She halted, her feet instinctively entwining. I just don't pressure her. Tekuman interrupted. Who doesn't know that Natsu has always had feelings for Simi? This statement rendered everyone once again silent. The only sound in the corridor was the rustling of the wind through the bamboo grove. Natsu's cheeks flushed, then paled quickly. Tetsu scoffed, saying, at this point, you wouldn't still have feelings for that traitor, would you? No. Natsu raised her voice suddenly, then lowered her head. I was just selected as Lady Hinata's personal maid a few days ago. I was just thinking about things. Her voice trailed off. Only then did they notice her attire, markedly different from her usual training garb. Tetsu exclaimed in surprise. Really? Natsu, you're so lucky to be caring for Lady Hinata from the main house. Lord Hisashi must trust you greatly. Natsu forced a smile. Yes. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her gaze drifting afar. The earlier tension dissipated, and the young Hyuga members quickly shifted the topic to excited discussions about the upcoming heir to the main family, recently named Hinata. According to tradition, this little princess would undoubtedly become the clan leader in the future. I wonder when Lady Hinata will be born. She will surely be remarkable, Tetsu exclaimed. The bloodline of the main house, Irika nodded in agreement, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary talent. Tekuman cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Speaking of which, why did Simi do this? He clearly enough. Tetsu interrupted vehemently. A traitor is a traitor. No justification is needed. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. The capture team had assembled, with Hyuga Hisashi addressing them. The activated Byakugan of the Jonin stood out prominently. Let us go. Hiruman tugged at Tetsu's sleeve, reminding him that there was morning training the next day. Natsu listened absently to their chatter, her gaze drifting over the high walls of the clan grounds towards the Hokage rock. Flocks of birds circled around the rock, soaring freely in the sky. How did the birds, having escaped their cages, manage to do so? She pondered silently, wondering if he would reminisce about the days spent in confinement. Natsu sighed softly, the image of Simi resurfacing in her mind. The one who always quietly stayed at the training grounds, the one who would silently help her when she fell. For reasons unknown, she felt an undeniable sense that, between Simi and the clan, it was never Simi who was in the wrong. Moments later, Hyuga Hisashi led the meticulously chosen pursuit team to the village gate. The support team dispatched by the Umbu had already been waiting there for quite some time. Intelligence indicated that he was last seen in the southeastern forest. The Umbu captain handed over a scroll. This is the detailed route map. Hisashi took the scroll, quickly scanning its contents before tucking it away. Until the last moment, he couldn't help but glance back at the outline of Konoha. Is Lord Hisashi worried about clan affairs? A concerned Hyuga Jonin inquired. Rest assured, we will capture that traitor swiftly. It would be the best report to Lord Hisashi. Hisashi responded casually, yet the doubts in his heart only deepened. Why did Simi suddenly send that letter? It seemed to serve no purpose other than to provoke the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, in a familiar dango shop in Konoha, Mitarashi Anko pushed the door open. The purple-haired kunoichi surveyed her surroundings, reflecting on the shop that had survived the Nine Tails crisis. Life devoid of dango, what joy remains? Though her words were rather ill-timed, she was grateful that her beloved shop still stood. Anko. The owner greeted warmly, your friend has been waiting for you, and even ordered for you. Anko paused. Someone is treating me? She furrowed her brow in suspicion. Who? Following the owner's guidance, Anko made her way to a small private room at the back of the shop. As she pushed the door open, a familiar voice froze her in place. Anko. You're here. Instinctively, Anko drew a kunai, staring in disbelief at the person in the room. Hyuga Simi. How dare you come back? Simi remained unperturbed, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Of course, because I know you want to betray me. Anko held the kunai against Simi's throat but hesitated to strike. Her voice trembled slightly. Do you realize the entire Konoha is hunting you down? The Umbu and the Hyuga clan have dispatched pursuit teams. I know, Simi replied calmly. pushing another skewer of dango toward Anko. That and Appos. That's why I need your help. Anko fixed her gaze on Semi's eyes, searching for any signs of deceit. But those once gentle Byakugan now appeared unfathomable. Have you lost your mind? Anko lowered her voice. Why should I help you? Semi did not answer, merely consuming another skewer of dango, savoring the taste. Chapter 12. Orochimaru within the quaint dango shop. Izuki and Semi sat across from one another. The sliding paper door of their private room was firmly shut, shielding them from the clamor of the outside world. The trio of colorful dango on the table emitted a cloying sweetness, yet it failed to entice Azuki's appetite. What exactly do you intend to do? Azuki's fingers tightened around the hem of her clothing, oblivious to the tension. How did you breach Konoha's barrier? Semi gently swirled his teacup, the liquid rippling within. Do not be so anxious. I recall our relationship was rather amicable. No? He set the cup down, a familiar smile gracing his lips. As for the barrier, do you truly believe such things could hinder me? Azuki's breath quickened. Their relationship transcended mere friendship during their time at the Ninja Academy. They were inseparable companions. After graduation, she had the fortune of being taken under the wing of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, forming a team with Hinata Tetsu. Meanwhile, Semi, as a sensory ninja, was dispatched to the front lines. In that war, Semi ultimately rose to the rank of Chunin through his valor. Following the war, Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Semi returned to his family, while she continued her training with Orochimaru. Memories surged like an overwhelming tide. Yet Azuki's countenance grew increasingly somber. Semi's nonchalant demeanor ignited a fierce desire to strike him. After all her efforts to catch up with his path, why had he abruptly chosen the path of a rogue ninja? You. Azuki's voice trembled, a lump lodged in her throat, suffocating her. She bore an abundance of words to convey, yet upon seeing Semi, they vanished into silence. Semi retrieved a specially crafted glass container from his cloak, within which floated a pair of pristine Byakugan. Please deliver this to Lord Orochimaru. He pushed the container toward Azuki. Consider it a gift. After uttering this, he rose and approached the door. Azuki did not turn around, her voice hoarse. Is this your purpose for returning? Why betray the village? Semi paused. I have never betrayed the village. I simply refuse to entrust my life to those who can snatch it away at will. You wouldn't understand. You do not bear the Hyuga name. At his words, Azuki froze. She was acutely aware. Setting Semi aside, her other teammate, Hinata Tetsu, was also of the Hyuga clan. Azuki vividly recalled the moment they became teammates, when Tetsu proudly displayed the caged bird seal upon his forehead. Yet Semi's forehead remained as smooth as ever. Let us cease reminiscing. My time is limited. Should I linger, the Umbu will soon pursue me. Semi slid open the paper door. I ordered your favorite. Do not let it go to waste. Semi. Azuki abruptly turned, only to gaze upon the empty corridor. A sense of loss enveloped her as she silently stored the container, her eyes now reflecting desolation. In a secluded grove on the outskirts of Konoha, Orochimaru slowly emerged. As one of the renowned Sannin, he possessed ample confidence that this was not a trap. No one dared to assault him near Konoha. Not even his former mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru spoke coldly into the air. You truly are unafraid of me alerting the Umbu to brazenly betray the village yet return. Do you not hold the title of Sannin in esteem? Semi stepped forth from behind a tree, a faint smile playing upon his lips. I never anticipated that Lord Orochimaru would be so concerned with such trivial renown. Under the gaze of the Byakugan, nothing remained concealed. Orochimaru had come alone, which was precisely why Semi dared to appear so openly. Nonetheless, Semi maintained an unprecedented level of caution, his stance poised for an immediate counterattack. Orochimaru was known for his myriad hidden cards. One could never predict what unknown jutsu he might unveil. Yet Semi was equally confident that Orochimaru would indeed show himself. The bait he had provided was alluring enough. As a leading figure in the scientific realm of the ninja world, Orochimaru had always coveted the unique bloodlines of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. However, due to their shared allegiance to Konoha, he had never found the opportunity to act. In Orochimaru's eyes, comradeship paled in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge. Now that Semi had personally delivered a pair of Byakugan, Orochimaru naturally coveted it. This gesture of goodwill bore significant weight. Semi understood that the individual before him, despite being one of the three legendary ninjas, had gradually distanced himself from Konoha. Orochimaru sought to advance on the path of scientific exploration, delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu. His notorious human experiments would eventually render him unwelcome in Konoha. Soon, Orochimaru would be compelled to leave the village due to his secret human experimentation lab being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Semi wished to collaborate with Orochimaru, now was the opportune moment. Orochimaru scrutinized the youth before him with keen interest. I accept the Byakugan, however. What do you seek in return for returning at such great peril? Collaboration, Semi replied succinctly. Collaboration? Orochimaru let out a derisive chuckle, in terms of audacity. You are indeed the most courageous child I have encountered. Pray, share your thoughts. My patience is limited. Semi leisurely produced a specially crafted container from his garments and gently opened it. Bathed in moonlight, a pair of crimson Sharingan lay within the cultivation solution, exuding an otherworldly glow. Orochimaru and Appos' pupils dilated, his breath involuntarily quickening. He grasped Semi and Appos' intentions almost instantaneously. He licked his lips, excitement tinged with restraint. The Sharingan. You are more avaricious than I had anticipated, child of the Hyuga. Without Uchiha blood, attempting to wield the Sharingan is a fool's errand. There is no need for Lord Orochimaru to concern himself with that. Seimi closed the container. I require the transplantation of one eye. The other shall serve as compensation. What say you? A brief silence enveloped the grove. The night breeze rustled through the leaves. Suddenly, Orochimaru erupted into a deep, resonant laughter. His golden slit pupils fixated on Seimi. Intriguing, truly intriguing. It appears the Hyuga clan has produced a remarkable individual. However, why should I acquiesce to your request? Seimi remained unflinching. Lord Orochimaru is likely in need of experimental materials, particularly those related to bloodline limits. Furthermore, you would not wish for the third Hokage to discover your clandestine experiments in the underground lab, would you? Orochimaru and Appo's smile faltered momentarily. Then morphed into something more sinister. It seems you are well informed. Likewise, Seimi responded. Chapter 13. Unaccepted by the times the conditions you have presented are indeed to my liking, Orochimaru remarked with a light chuckle. But the question arises, what makes you think I will assist you? Seimi crossed his arms, a smile playing upon his lips. Because I know, Lord Orochimaru, what you truly desire. Oh? Orochimaru raised an intrigued eyebrow. I can not only grant you the Byakugan, Seimi slowly lifted his hands into an intricate starting position, but I can also aid you in unraveling the secrets of the bloodline limits. His hands intertwined before his chest, forming a symbol reminiscent of the Bagua, and then gently pushed outward. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the chakra within Seimi's palms gradually condensing, ultimately coalescing into a swirling blue orb of light. Seimi's movements were deliberately slow, yet Orochimaru's pupils abruptly constricted, instinctively sensing danger. Bagua palm, return to heaven, revised. In an instant, a violent shockwave of chakra erupted from Seimi's palms, surging forward. Boom. Orochimaru's upper body was instantly shredded, the shockwave continuing unabated, leveling the trees behind him for dozens of meters. Towering trees were uprooted, and the ground was carved into a deep chasm. Moments later, Orochimaru's lower half slowly collapsed, transforming into the body of a white snake. A fully intact Orochimaru emerged from behind a tree, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Had I not prepared a substitute in advance, you might have truly killed me. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of coldness. Seimi retracted his stance, his smile unwavering. If you could still be struck after my warning, then you would not be worthy of the title and Appo's, 3 ninjas, and Appo's, Lord Orochimaru. Flatterer, Orochimaru scoffed. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to Seimi's hands. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he would find it hard to believe that the Hyuga clan could develop such destructive ninjutsu. This was a new technique that Seimi had devised during his recent studies of the Byakugan. The principle was fundamentally the return to heaven technique, but with the addition of a transformation. At the moment just before releasing the technique from all body chakra points, he forcibly guided the internal chakra flow to be released solely from the hand's chakra points. Compared to the Bagua palm, mountain crushing, this technique required more preparation time. However, due to the direct release of chakra, its destructive power was greater and its range broader. Had it not been for the incongruity of the style, Seimi had originally intended to name this technique the Kamehameha. The Byakugan can only unleash its full potential in my hands. It is not arrogance. The Hyuga clan has decayed entirely, Seimi stated slowly. The Hyuga clan remains entrenched in the glory of the past, feeding off the legacies left by their predecessors. While hoping the situation will endure indefinitely, Orochimaru quietly scrutinized the youth before him, a flicker of unconscious admiration flashing in his golden slit pupils. Moments later, he turned and walked deeper into the dense forest. Follow me, Orochimaru said without looking back. Do not forget your promise. Within a hidden base of Orochimaru, on a cold metallic examination table, Seimi gradually opened his right eye. His left eye was wrapped in a pristine bandage, faint traces of blood seeping through. The right eye remained the original Byakugan. As for Seimi and Appo's left eye, it had been replaced with the eye of Uchiha Hazuki, which he had acquired during the Nine Tails incident. The other Sharingan of Uchiha Hazuki was, as agreed, left for Orochimaru's study. All right, you may rise, Orochimaru instructed, standing beside the examination table while toying with a test tube containing a pale green liquid. Seimi propped himself up, feeling a sharp pain from his left eye. He gently touched the bandage, a slight smile gracing his lips. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, the surgery was a success. Spare me the flattery. Orochimaru placed the test tube into a metal rack. With your capabilities, even if I do not assist you, you could find others to help you change eyes. I'm not referring to changing eyes. Seimi surveyed the laboratory, his gaze sweeping over the intricate instruments. I did not expect that Lord Orochimaru had already established such a base in the land of rice. They were not presently in Konoha, but rather within the borders of the land of rice, north of the land of fire where Konoha lay. Seimi was aware that Orochimaru would eventually infiltrate the land of rice following his defection from Konoha, beginning to abduct people from across the shinobi world to bolster his base. He even established a new sound village to conceal all of this. However, he had not anticipated that Orochimaru had already begun to subtly extend his influence into the land of rice at this time. The laboratory walls were adorned with various experimental data charts, and in the corners stood several incubation pods, housing unidentified biological tissues. The ventilation system emitted a faint hum, continuously drawing away the pungent smell of chemicals from the laboratory. Every arrangement bore the unmistakable signature of Orochimaru, cold yet efficient. Orochimaru picked up a notepad and quickly jotted down. Although the surgery is complete, given your constitution, it would be best to wait a week before utilizing that Sharingan. He looked up, revealing a meaning-laden smile. Of course, I am even more eager to witness any rejection reactions, as that would validate my new theory. Has then Apos, Lord Orochimaru already recorded all the surgical data? Sammy asked with a light laugh. You seem quite knowledgeable. Orochimaru set down the notepad. I had never realized before that you are the most gifted of your generation, the Hyuga clan's cage bird. Likewise, Sammy stood, peering through the thick glass on either side above, catching a glimpse of the lush forest outside. I have already flown from my cage. What of you, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru's gaze suddenly turned icy. What do you mean? Why feign ignorance? Sammy turned to face Orochimaru, establishing a base in the land of rice. Surely Lord Orochimaru has already planned an escape route? The atmosphere within the laboratory instantly thickened. Orochimaru and Apos' fingers trembled slightly before morphing into a smile. If you had not already defected, I would have killed you the moment those words escaped your lips. Orochimaru's voice was cold and piercing. Sammy calmly adjusted his sleeves. Those who walk at the forefront of their era are often difficult to comprehend. The outcomes of being unaccepted by the times generally yield two possibilities, either madness or death. Which do you believe you will become, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru was silent for a long moment in response to this query. Sammy showed no concern for his answer as he turned to leave, leaving behind a single remark. Pleasant cooperation, Lord Orochimaru. I shall take care of those pesky insects trailing behind me. It's been a while since I had a good exercise. Orochimaru's pupils slightly constricted, and his long tongue instinctively licked his lips. He had completely failed to notice anyone tailing him, while Saint-Mi had effortlessly detected the pursuers. Given Saint-Mi's assertion, Orochimaru naturally did not believe he was fabricating tales. Their current relationship was one of cooperation, and Saint-Mi had no need to deceive Orochimaru in such matters. The realization that Saint-Mi's perceptive ability surpassed his own left Orochimaru both astonished and exhilarated. He gazed in the direction Saint-Mi had departed, murmuring softly to himself. You truly continue to surprise me. Chapter 14. The Sharingan, the first battle. Not far from the base, a covert team comprising the Hyuga clan's Hayashi was advancing through the dense forest. At this moment, the rogue ninja Simi's identity had been publicly declared by Konoha, disseminated to various nations. The team engaged in capturing Simi consisted entirely of ninjas of Chunin rank or higher. The Umbu, led by a Jonin, formed an elite squad with 3 accompanying Chunin or Jonin. Each squad was further supplemented by a Jonin from the Hyuga clan, tasked with tracking Simi's trail. In addition to the squad led by Hayashi, 4 other teams were converging from different directions, creating an extensive encirclement. Konoha and Apos' strength was unprecedentedly weakened, especially after the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage and his wife, resulting in a severe decline in their top-tier warriors. The turmoil from the Nine-Tails incident had drastically diminished Konoha's power, and disturbances at the borders suggested that both Iwagakure and Kumogakure were stirring. The elite Jonin within Konoha had been mobilized to the front lines for defense. In this context, the deployment of such a luxurious team to pursue Simi underscored Konoha's seriousness. In the forest, Hayashi abruptly raised his right fist, prompting the team to halt. Veins bulged around his Byakugan as he meticulously scanned the vicinity, 300 to 350 meters ahead. Signs of human interference were evident, strikingly similar to the previous traces they had discovered. Be cautious. If combat ensues, avoid using shadow clones unless absolutely necessary. Simi possesses Byakugan and can see through them. Wasting chakra is unwise. The surrounding Umbu ninjas nodded in agreement. Shizuka, the Umbu team leader, codenamed CY, whispered urgently. One of the Oil Woman clan's ninjas nodded, swiftly waving his hands from his sleeves, releasing dozens of black insects that silently flew toward the target area. Moments later, he confirmed in a low voice, these are traces left by Simi. CY immediately made tactical gestures. A fellow Umbu behind him quickly formed hand seals and struck the ground, summoning technique. A gray-furred ninja dog appeared, hastening towards the nearest allied squad to deliver the message. At that moment, Hayashi and Apos' expression changed dramatically. Someone is approaching. Their speed is remarkable. The trained Umbu members instantly dispersed, forming a defensive formation. However, the next instant, bang! A barely perceptible chakra shockwave shot out from the treetops, striking the chest of the Oil Woman clan's Shizuka with pinpoint accuracy. By the time everyone realized what had transpired, it was too late. The ninja from the Oil Woman clan collapsed without even a groan. Enemy attack. Hayashi swiftly appeared beside Shizuka, lightly touching his chakra pathways, his expression turning grave. It's the 8 trigrams empty palm. Stay alert. Bang, bang, bang. A series of piercing sounds filled the air, no longer concealed. Witnessing Shizuka being taken down in one blow, CY hastily performed hand seals, slamming his palms to the ground. Earth release, earth barrier. With a muffled thud, a thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, perfectly blocking the oncoming attacks. Several impacts followed as the 8 trigrams empty palm collided with the earthen wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Everyone, disperse. Maintain a triangular formation. CY commanded sternly while drawing 3 smoke bombs from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them around. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area instantly. Hayashi's Byakugan remained clear amidst the smoke. Be careful. He is moving. Hayashi shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. The range of the 8 trigrams empty palm was astonishingly far. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he understood the ability of the 8 trigrams empty palm all too well. If he were to execute it at the same distance, its power would be akin to a mere tickle. Yet, the opponent had managed to incapacitate an Umbu with ease. This disparity highlighted the qualitative difference in the usage of Byakugan. Hayashi was reluctant to accept this reality. Was his Byakugan truly inferior to the opponent's? An unknown fear began to gnaw at him. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar thought surged within him, and he no longer considered whether they could bring Simi back. Instead, he pondered, could they truly escape unscathed? In the depths of the forest ahead, Simi and Appo's figure flickered in and out of sight. He stood atop a tree branch, the bandage over his left eye now undone, revealing a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan that spun languidly. Simi possessed both Byakugan and Sharingan, rendering the notion of rejection utterly absurd. The originally single-tomo Sharingan, once integrated within him, had morphed into a 3-tomo form due to Simi and Appo's own chakra. In essence, it had fully transformed into Simi's own Sharingan. Now, let us begin. After a brief period of testing, Simi revealed a smile, dashing forward with great speed. The Umbu ninjas at the forefront spotted Simi barreling toward them. Words were unnecessary, their objectives aligned. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. An Umbu ninja suddenly leaped high from the treetops, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing dozens of blazing fireballs from his mouth, enveloping Simi like blooming phoenix flowers. Simi's crimson Sharingan whirled abruptly, the 3 tomos spinning rapidly within his pupils. Almost simultaneously, he executed the identical hand seals, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The same ninjutsu erupted from Simi's mouth. The 2 torrents of fire collided midair, erupting in a thunderous roar. Scorching flames erupted, igniting the surrounding trees. This is impossible. Hayashi exclaimed in shock. He had no proficiency in fire release. The 3 Umbu ninjas shared his astonishment. The intelligence indicated that Simi specialized solely in the gentle fist and taijutsu of the Hyuga clan and had never been reported to possess any fire release ninjutsu. Yet, observing Simi's movements, he wielded fire release with unparalleled finesse. Simi's original chakra affinity was solely earth release. However, the bloodline limit encompassed not just the corresponding physique but also ninjutsu and chakra attributes. In assimilating the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Simi had seamlessly absorbed their specialized fire release chakra as well. One of the capabilities of the Sharingan was to observe and replicate the moves of opponents. The same technique could be executed by Simi even better and faster than his adversary. Amidst the shock, veins bulged in Hayashi's Byakugan as he fixated intensely on Simi's figure. At the moment their eyes met, a crimson flash flickered within Simi's pupils, distorting Hayashi's vision. He saw Simi halt, hands forming seals, then slam heavily onto the ground, summoning technique. In the vast cloud of smoke, an enormous orange 9-tailed fox roared forth before them. Its 9 tails swept through, uprooting towering trees as if they were mere straw. Boom. An overwhelming chaos erupted once more. The 3 Umbu ninjas did not even have time to react before they were reduced to blood mist under the 9 tails claws. No. Hayashi screamed in despair. The 9 tails, it was indeed the 9 tails. Could it be that the orchestrator behind the 9 tails incident was none other than Hyuga Simi? Memories of the past resurfaced vividly. Hayashi trembled uncontrollably, recalling how powerless he felt before the 9 tails, that sense of being an ant. A feeling he wished never to experience again. Simi stood proudly atop the 9 tails, his dual eyes, one red, one white, looking down as he declared, "One day, Konoha will be mine." Chapter 15. Annihilation. In a state of disorientation, Hinata Hayashi awakened to find the Umbu captain, Song Ying, touching his shoulder, channeling chakra into him with a single-handed seal. Hayashi swiftly comprehended that he had fallen victim to an illusion. The 9 tails he had perceived was merely a figment of his imagination. Sharingan. He realized that Song Ying possessed the Sharingan. "We are already aware of this," Song Ying replied expressionlessly. As Hayashi glanced ahead, he noticed that another Umbu ninja had collapsed during the moment he was ensnared in the illusion. Song Ying's left arm hung limply. Having been wounded by Xing Yi in their brief encounter, cold sweat trickled down Song Ying's forehead, despite his extensive experience with perilous missions. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. This rogue ninja from the Hyuga clan exceeded the intelligence reports in strength. The combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan in one individual was a situation that warranted Konoha to deploy its utmost power to eliminate the threat before it could grow. The village was now faced with an unprecedented crisis, as the 2 most renowned ocular techniques converged in a single individual. Hayashi steeled himself and declared, to counter the Sharingan, "We must not gaze directly into his eyes. I possess the Byakugan, allowing me to engage without direct line of sight. I will take the lead in the offensive. You provide cover." The tactical briefing concluded swiftly. With that, Hayashi and 2 Umbu ninjas leaped into action. Hayashi surged forward towards Xing Yi, while the 2 Umbu swiftly performed their seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Song Ying and his companion executed their techniques in perfect harmony. merging two powerful jutsu into one. The searing fireball, propelled by the fierce winds, expanded into a raging inferno that surged towards Shang-Yi. The flames, laced with sharp wind blades, severed trees in their path, igniting them into flames. Meanwhile, Hayashi launched a flanking assault, bowing his head to deliberately avoid Shang-Yi's Sharingan. He summoned a lion-headed form of blue chakra, gentle step twin lion fists. However, Shang-Yi merely chuckled lightly, advancing instead of retreating. As one of Konoha's two premier bloodline limits, the Sharingan's strength lay in its illusion techniques and the ability to replicate opponents' movements, overshadowing the Byakugan's observational prowess. In an instant, the Umbu seals were recorded by Shang-Yi. With swift precision, he formed his own seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Flames erupted from Shang-Yi's mouth, colliding head-on with the approaching inferno. A brilliant light burst forth in the air, unleashing a fervent wave of heat. Although Shang-Yi's fire technique appeared somewhat juvenile compared to the combined jutsu, it was powerful enough to buy him precious time, despite being gradually overpowered. 8 trigrams empty palm. Repulsion. Shang-Yi thrust his right palm forward, unleashing a violent chakra shockwave that pressed against the two opposing flames, adding another layer of force. In an instant, the sea of fire recoiled, surging back towards Song Ying and his companion. Scatter. Song Ying shouted urgently, evading with his partner. The scorching wave brushed past them, singeing the edges of their cloaks. During the fray, Hayashi had closed in on Shang-Yi, mere inches away. What an opportunity! At such a distance, Shang-Yi could not possibly turn in time. Yet, in the next moment, Shang-Yi turned his back to Hayashi and executed a swift maneuver. Reversal. A whirlpool of azure chakra erupted forth, its range far exceeding what an ordinary Hyuga clan member could conjure. Hayashi felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into a tree and coughing up blood. He gazed incredulously at Shang-Yi. Reversal. When did Shang-Yi learn this technique? What astonished him further was the immense range and destructive power of Shang-Yi's technique, akin to the 8 trigrams empty palm. Hayashi sensed his chakra spiraling into chaos, leaving him dizzy and unable to gather himself again. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, a piercing scream echoed ahead. Shang-Yi had unleashed his full speed, exploiting Hayashi and Appo's weakened state to appear before another Umbu ninja. The Umbu showed no sign of fear. He swiftly drew his sword, assuming an offensive stance with the blade aimed directly at Shang-Yi's throat. Swish. The blade flashed, halting mere inches from Shang-Yi's throat. The Byakugan and Appo's inside allowed Shang-Yi to effortlessly predict the attack trajectory. He sidestepped the blade, extending his right hand, fingers aligned, and accurately struck a vital point in the Umbu and Appo's abdomen. The Umbu let out a muffled groan, his legs giving way as he crumpled to the ground. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Shang-Yi's left palm followed suit, crashing down upon his forehead. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the Umbu's mask shattered, revealing a face contorted in agony. His gaze dulled, and his body slumped like a marionette with severed strings. Wind release, vacuum wave. Song Ying's furious roar emanated from the side. He rapidly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades from his mouth. These blades tore through the air, producing a piercing whistle as they cut down everything in their path, gouging deep furrows into the earth. True to the Umbu's nature, even the sacrifice of a comrade could be utilized as bait. A smirk graced Shang-Yi's lips as he swiftly formed a hexagram with his hands. 8 trigrams, empty wall. A translucent chakra barrier materialized before him. The wind blades collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion. The shield held for less than 2 seconds before shattering, the distorted airwaves revealing that Shang-Yi had already vanished. Song Ying remained in his ceiling stance, only to feel a chill at the back of his neck. Shang-Yi had appeared behind him, a cold shuriken poised against his throat. This is the end. As the shuriken sliced through the air, a puff of white smoke erupted, and Song Ying's figure vanished, leaving only a severed substitute wooden post in its wake. Substitution technique. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a pair of hands erupted from the earth, grasping Shang-Yi's ankle tightly. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Song Ying's voice emerged from below, filled with resolute malice. Die. Yet. Before he could exert his force to drag Shang-Yi underground, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended from above. Shang-Yi and Appo's Byakugan clearly discerned Song Ying beneath the surface. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Before my eyes, nothing can escape." 8 trigrams empty palm. Repulsion. In the next moment, Shang-Yi's right palm slammed down onto the ground. A violent chakra shockwave rippled through the soil, detonating underground and sending shockwaves erupting. Song Ying's scream resonated from beneath, abruptly silenced. When the dust settled, only a pair of stiffened hands remained on the ground, the fingers contorted in a final struggle. The Umbu, utterly annihilated. Chapter 16. The blade of blood missed the forest gradually returned to tranquility. Hinata Nichi struggled to prop himself up, adopting the stance of the gentle fist. He watched as Simi, who had already dispatched the others, approached him with measured steps, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Simi had displayed extraordinary potential. His mastery of the gentle fist surpassed Nichi's, and he even possessed the Sharingan. In a one-on-one confrontation, Nichi felt he had no chance of victory. Avoiding the opponent's gaze was crucial, for the disadvantage in close combat was overwhelming. Yet, despite this, he had no intention of kneeling and begging for mercy from a former clansman. To perish on the battlefield was the noblest way for a ninja to meet their end. Is there anything else you wish to say? Simi inquired, his demeanor relaxed, hands casually resting at his sides. Is this the reason for your defection? Nichi and Appo's voice was hoarse. In the end, it was all for the pursuit of power. Firstly, Simi interjected, power is a necessity in this chaotic world. I can live without it. But it cannot be absent. Secondly, as members of the Hyuga clan, you should understand my motives better than anyone. Like a caged bird. Nichi fell silent for a moment, his eyes dimming. I understand, but today, only one of us can survive. Come. Simi suddenly laughed. Who says I intend to kill you? What? Nichi was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Simi vanished, reappearing before him. Nichi hastily raised his hand to block, only to find himself confronted by that crimson Sharingan. This is bad. Nichi quickly turned his head, but his movements were already disordered. Simi's hands, like agile serpents, slipped through his defenses, striking his wrist with precision and leaving him wide open. In that moment, Nichi hazily recalled the training grounds of years past, where he had instructed Simi in precisely this manner. Who would have thought that he would now perish beneath the very gentle fist he had so intimately taught? As Simi's palm pressed against his forehead, Nichi closed his eyes in despair. Yet the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Only a gentle touch remained. Nichi opened his eyes in astonishment. Simi had already turned to leave. See clearly, the future of the Hyuga clan, Simi said over his shoulder. By some twist of fate. An exhilarating sensation coursed through Nichi's spine, prompting him to instinctively loosen his forehead protector and hold it in his hand. In the metallic reflection, he was shocked to discover that the cursed seal of the caged bird on his forehead had vanished. A silent roar echoed within Nichi's heart. Witnessing this scene, his hands trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. Had the shackles of decades truly been so effortlessly undone? A surge of ecstasy and fear enveloped him, causing his legs to buckle as he knelt on the ground. In the distance, Simi's voice drifted on the wind. The future of the Hyuga will be in my hands. Will you continue to live as a tethered dog, or will you become a free bird? The choice is yours, starting now. Tears fell silently onto his forehead protector. Amidst the intense turmoil of his spirit, he could endure no longer. Darkness engulfed him as he fainted. Minutes later, as several figures leaped through the forest, an Umbu squad, alerted by the ninja hounds, arrived one after another. What happened here? Upon reaching the scene, they were met with chaos and the corpses of their comrades. Trees were scorched and shattered, the earth torn apart, resembling a hellish landscape. Lord Nichi, the leading Jainin of the Hyuga clan, rushed to Nichi and Appo's side, who lay unconscious on the ground. After a brief examination, he exclaimed in surprise, thank goodness. He and Appo's still alive. Hinata Nichi groggily opened his eyes, taking in the scene before him. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Lord Nichi, where is Simi? Inquired the Hyuga ninja. Nichi, startled, instinctively touched his forehead, the protector still firmly in place. Was it another illusion? His mind was a tangled mess. Had he fallen victim to Simi and Appo's genjutsu once again? No, but was it truly an illusion? Nichi couldn't and Appo's discern. He wished for it to be real, yet hoped it was false. Turning to the side, he saw that the hawk and the other 3 Umbu ninjas who had accompanied him were all dead. The entire squad had been reduced to him alone. Yet, for some unfathomable reason, recalling the sensation during the genjutsu, Nichi felt little shame in having survived. On the contrary, he sensed a sliver of relief. If one day he could truly witness that scene, he must survive. In response to his clansmen and Appo's inquiries, Nichi shook his head slightly. Simi appeared suddenly, defeated us, and vanished without a trace. The leading Janin's fists clenched in anger. Damn it. Is his strength truly so formidable? Aside from the Byakugan, what other abilities did he employ? This question rendered Nichi silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, nothing. It was solely the Byakugan. His mastery far exceeds mine. This revelation startled the surrounding ninjas. They had initially believed that Simi's ability to defeat Kakashi stemmed from Kakashi and the Umbu squad underestimating him. They had not anticipated that they had still underestimated Simi's prowess. Even with an elite Umbu squad and the Byakugan, they were still unable to contain him. The leading Jainin nodded to the others. The situation has changed. Assemble everyone and report the latest intelligence on Simi. From now on, any individual encountering Simi is prohibited from engaging in combat. The priority is to track and relay information. The others responded, understood. Half a month later, at the border of the Land of Water, Simi, clad in white, met up with Toby, who wore a mask. Beside Toby stood another figure dressed in black, his skin pale and features bizarre, with long leaves sprouting from the sides of his neck, draping over his head, resembling a pitcher plant from a distance. Toby introduced him to Simi. This is White Zetsu. He will guide you into the Hidden Mist village. Simi asked, what identity shall we assume upon entering the Hidden Mist? You need not concern yourself with that. I have already made arrangements, Toby replied. Before vanishing in a flash, he left behind a lingering statement. When the time is ripe, I will seek you out again. Since we are to cooperate, demonstrate your sincerity. You need me just as I need you, Hinata Simi. Simi chuckled softly. Toby's words held a grain of truth. At this moment, the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, should have already fallen under Toby's genjutsu. Utilizing the identity of the Mizukage, Toby had transformed the recently war-torn Hidden Mist village into a realm of blood mist once more. Under the oppressive rule, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist fled in droves, plunging the village into chaos once again. However, merely controlling the fourth Mizukage would not suffice for Toby to fully grasp the Hidden Mist village. His arrangement for Simi to enter the village was certainly not out of mere goodwill to provide him refuge. Simi was a blade, a weapon to aid Toby in solidifying his hold over the Hidden Mist. Yet, unbeknownst to Toby, this was also Simi's own objective. Chapter 17, a game of cat and mouse in the past half-month. Simi has been engrossed in the study of his Byakugan and the sealing scroll he seized from Konoha. Occasionally, when pursued by the Leaf's tracking forces, he would decisively strike back. The two sides engaged in a relentless game of cat and mouse along the borders of the Land of Fire. Simi's Byakugan boasts a greater observation range than the average, coupled with his innate abilities as a sensory ninja and the possession of the Sharingan. The initiative in this chase lay entirely in Saint-Mi and Appo's hands. The tracking squad and Appo's encounters with him were not due to their prowess, but rather because he permitted them to find him. His willingness to reveal himself stemmed from his unwavering confidence in achieving victory. In long-range combat, Saint-Mi employed the 8 trigrams empty palm, while in close quarters, he utilized his Sharingan in conjunction with gentle fist techniques. The combination of observational capabilities from both eyes, along with the gentle fist, rendered him nearly invincible in melee. No pursuit team that encountered Saint-Mi could withstand this formidable combination. The outcomes of their confrontations consistently leaned heavily in Saint-Mi's favor. He dispatched all the Umbu who accompanied the Hyuga clan members, subsequently using his Sharingan to cast illusions on the remaining Hyuga. Each time, he refrained from exterminating them entirely, opting instead to leave before the Umbu's encirclement could fully tighten, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. The Umbu ninjas of Konoha found themselves utterly powerless against him. When they gathered their forces, Saint-Mi would not show himself. Yet upon dispersing, they would be systematically dismantled by him. It was only after he had eliminated a dozen Umbu that the Leaf and Appo's side conceded defeat. They had to acknowledge that, without deploying top-tier powerhouses, they could not contend with Saint-Mi. Unfortunately, it was precisely top-tier power that Konoha lacked at this moment. Throughout this ordeal, Saint-Mi reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he replicate over 10 ninjutsu using his Sharingan, but he also gradually adapted to the combat style that fused the Byakugan with the Sharingan. His decision not to eliminate Hyuga Hayashi and the accompanying clan members was motivated by future considerations, bound by the constraints of the system rules. Saint-Mi could no longer augment his chakra by absorbing the Byakugan. Any bloodline limit he possessed could be relinquished at any time through reversal, resulting in the chakra being assimilated into his body. Just as he had done on the night of the Nine-Tails incident, his chakra had significantly increased. However, each bloodline limit could only yield chakra benefits upon its first reversal. Subsequent acquisitions of the same limit would not confer any enhancements, even if he chose to reverse and relinquish it again. Saint-Mi lacked the scientific prowess of Orochimaru and was thus unable to discern the underlying reasons. Hence, for Saint-Mi, who had ambitions for the future, preserving the Hyuga clan members was more effective in intimidating the clan than outright killing them. This strategy also served to fracture the Hyuga's influence within Konoha. With the Hyuga ninjas and Umbu pursuing Saint-Mi, the result was the complete annihilation of the Umbu. While only the Hyuga clan members survived. Over time, what would be the implications for the Umbu and the higher-ups in the village? Why did Saint-Mi only strike at the Umbu? Had the Hyuga clan reached some sort of agreement with him? What connection remained between them and Saint-Mi? Outside of the Hyuga clan, no one knew the answers. Saint-Mi believed that, without him explicitly pointing it out, the higher-ups of Konoha had already sensed something amiss. This was evident from the recent decline in the frequency of their pursuit teams searching for him. They were afraid, or perhaps hesitant. Continuing the chase would merely serve to provide Saint-Mi with opportunities, devoid of any significance. Instead, it increasingly appeared as if Saint-Mi and the Hyuga were collaborating to dismantle the Umbu's power, with each complete annihilation of an Umbu squad. The survival of only the accompanying Hyuga members fueled such speculation. The Hyuga clan found it impossible to defend themselves against these accusations. Rumor had it that Hyuga Hayashi had shattered several coffee tables at home. Yet, upon receiving the order to cease sending clan members to pursue Saint-Mi, he could only let out a sigh. Within the borders of the Land of Water, the damp sea breeze carried the scent of salt and brine. Saint-Mi followed White Zetsu through the fog-laden forest, the soil beneath his feet rendered soft and sticky by the continuous rain. In the distance, the towering walls of Kirigakure loomed, partially obscured by mist. "We and Appo's VE arrived," exclaimed White Zetsu, the large leaves on his back rustling with movement. Wait a moment. His body suddenly sank into the ground, only to emerge moments later holding a neatly folded set of clothing and a pure white mask. "Here, put this on," he instructed Saint-Mi. "From today onward, you are the personal guard of the fourth Mizukage." Saint-Mi caught the clothes, a playful smile gracing his lips. "All right." Observing White Zetsu's flurry of activity, Saint-Mi jested, "Every time I see you burrow into the earth, I find it quite amusing. Your ability is truly convenient." White Zetsu chuckled, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. "After all, this is all I can do." Their day spent together had fostered a sense of camaraderie between Saint Mi and White Zetsu. White Zetsu's playful nature complemented Saint Mi's demeanor. Despite knowing that White Zetsu was an artificially created being, existing solely to monitor him, having such a quirky companion made the journey far less tedious. In the Mizukage's office, candlelight flickered. The fourth Mizukage, Hyuga, sat behind a large desk, his diminutive stature nearly swallowed by the chair. He appeared quite youthful, with short orange hair and vacant green eyes. Mizukage-sama, the individual has been brought in, reported a kneeling Miss Ninja. Hyuga's gaze momentarily drifted, then regained clarity. Let him in. As the office door swung open, Saint Mi, adorned with a dove mask, entered with measured steps. At this moment, he had donned the attire of the Mist Umbu, indistinguishable from any ordinary Umbu ninja. I am already aware of your circumstances. From now on, your codename will be White, Hyuga stated in a voice devoid of emotion. Understood. Saint Mi replied with a smile. Obito had indeed arranged everything meticulously. White. The name evoked a fleeting image in Saint Mi's mind. One of a child merely a few years old. Hyuga retrieved a scroll from the drawer. Your first mission, an anomaly was reported at the border 3 days ago, and a previously dispatched Umbu has gone missing. The detailed information is contained within. Once you settle in, you are to depart immediately, uncover the cause. And if anyone is still alive, bring them back. Just as Saint Mi was about to take the scroll, the office door burst open with force. An elderly man, bald and beardless, stormed in, flanked by numerous ninjas. His face, etched with wrinkles, radiated fury as he struck the ground with his cane. Fourth Mizukage. What exactly do you intend to do? Though he used honorifics, his tone was laden with accusation. Chapter 18. The retrieval of the Byakugan. Hyuga rose slowly. Addressing the elder Yuanshu, I failed to comprehend your intent. Yuanshu, drawing a decree from within his robes, nearly crushed the parchment in his grip. Is this not a command you signed? It demands that each clan dispatch members to form a new assassination unit? Indeed, it is a command I issued, Hyuga replied, his tone unwavering. What seems to be the issue? The issue? Yuanshu retorted, rage twisting his features into a mockery of a smile. Do you not realize this is tantamount to demanding the clan's surrender hostages? What will these families think? With our village besieged from within and without, and the daimyo having curtailed our funding, from where do you expect us to support such a force? In the face of Yuanshu's accusations, Hyuga coldly responded. This is my decision as the Mizukage. I have already conferred with the elders, and you had previously expressed your agreement. Yuanshu ceded. This is a complete violation of our discussions. I demand the fourth Hokage retract this order immediately. Suddenly, Simi interjected, Elder Yuanshu may retain his objections. Yet the leader of Kirigakure is the fourth Hokage. The Mizukage need not seek the elders' counsel on every matter. An oppressive silence enveloped the office. Yuanshu's piercing gaze shifted to Simi. And who might you be? At that moment, a ninja clad in a one-sided eye patch stepped forward from behind Yuanshu, whispering a few words into his ear. Yuanshu's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Simi in stunned silence. Simi regarded the eye patch ninja with keen interest. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, I did not expect to encounter a Byakugan here. Hyuga elucidated, codename White, is my newly appointed leader of the assassination unit, as well as my personal guard. Yuanshu's demeanor softened abruptly. I see. It appears I have intruded upon your affairs. I merely hope the fourth Hokage conducts himself with greater prudence in the future, lest the daimyo hold the village accountable. With that, he departed with his escort, leaving as swiftly as he had arrived, as though nothing had transpired. Once the room was vacant, Simi remarked. It seems the fourth Hokage's governance is fraught with challenges. Hyuga took his seat once more, calmly asserting, as long as I hold this position, Kirigakure shall never fall into crisis. Simi chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further before vanishing in an instant. Kagura Hyuga, the fourth Mizukage, is also a Jinchuriki, harboring the three tails within. He is among the rare individuals capable of mastering the power of a tailed beast. As the village's ultimate weapon and its leader, Hyuga certainly possesses the authority to make such proclamations. Aside from the tailed beast, Hyuga's personal prowess is formidable. His ascension to the role of Mizukage faced no outside interference, relying solely on his own strength. If one were to cite a weakness, it would be his momentary lapse leading to being ensnared by Obito's genjutsu. However, a sudden encounter with Obito, without knowledge of his abilities, would spell trouble for anyone. Even Minato, the Yellow Flash, nearly fell victim to it. Simi, too, capitalized on his understanding of the narrative and Obito's capabilities to subdue him. Should he truly wish to eliminate Obito, Simi would find it impossible. When cornered, Obito could simply utilize Kamui to escape, leaving Simi powerless to intervene. Reflecting on this, Simi felt a profound realization of the numerous areas in which he must improve. Joining Kirigakure had liberated him from the constraints of a caged bird, allowing him a moment of respite. He intended to utilize this time to discover the most suitable combat style for himself and rapidly enhance his strength. However, before that, there was still a matter to address. In the dimly lit alleys of Kirigakure, Ao had just exited Yuanshu's residence. Suddenly, his steps halted abruptly on the damp cobblestones. His right hand resting upon a kunai at his waist. He spoke coldly into the empty alley. Show yourself. Simi emerged from the shadows, a playful smile gracing his lips. Your observational skills are commendable. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ao's expression shifted dramatically. Lord White, what brings you here? He retreated a step, his back pressing against the cold stone wall. Why the pretense? Simi advanced slowly. You should be aware of my purpose. Is that eye of yours still serving you well? In the Mizukage's office, the other had merely revealed a sliver of their presence amidst the crowd, yet Simi had observed clearly. If memory served, there was a ninja in Kirigakure with the Byakugan, named Ao. Like the original Simi, Ao was also a sensory ninja. Simi was not surprised that Ao had discerned his identity, as he had never intended to conceal it. Ao instinctively covered his eye patch with his right hand. I do not know what you speak of. You should have anticipated that I would discover you the moment you spied on me with that eye, Simi stated. Ao fell silent for a moment before slowly removing his eye patch, revealing a Byakugan beneath. It must be quite the struggle to wield this eye without the Hyuga bloodline. Simi remarked with a smile. Ao inquired in a low voice, what do you want? The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Hyuga. Simi remained unfazed. It is quite simple. Either surrender the Byakugan or face death. What? Ao gasped. I am but a guard of Elder Yuan-Shur. What do you mean by that? Did you not hear me clearly? Simi enunciated each word. Death, or hand over the Byakugan. I cannot abide the Byakugan of the Hyuga being possessed by an outsider. I am rather petty. I do not share the generosity of the Uchiha. The oppressive aura emanating from Simi caused beads of cold sweat to form on Ao's forehead. Why are you, a rogue ninja, so fixated on this? You are now also a part of Kirigakure. Leaving Konoha does not equate to a severance of my ties to the Hyuga, Simi continued. As for the reasons behind my actions, you need not concern yourself. Ao gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I have no desire to engage you in battle. I have already informed Elder Yuan-Shur of your identity. You should consider the consequences of attacking a comrade. Simi chuckled lightly. It is precisely for that reason that I can approach you with such confidence. Do you believe I am troubled by the possibility of my identity being exposed? Or that Yuan-Shur could offer you protection? Guess whether I will leave behind evidence after your demise, and if Yuan-Shur would truly turn against the Mizukage for you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ao suddenly retreated, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water surge. However, before the jutsu could be completed, Simi had already closed the distance, his right hand striking beneath Ao's collarbone, precisely targeting an acupoint. Gentle fist. So swift. Before Ao could react, he let out a muffled grunt as his chakra seized. His ninjutsu abruptly halted. With a gasp, he knelt to the ground, a metallic taste flooding his throat, unable to suppress the urge to expel it. Simi seized his hair, forcing him to tilt his head back. Under the moonlight, the stolen Byakugan quivered with fear. No, please. A piercing scream shattered the night, echoing through the alley and startling a flock of birds into flight. Chapter 19. Terumi Mei and Kakashi Gai. Why did they seek to seize Ao's Byakugan? It was certainly not due to any sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan. As a member of the branch family, Simi bore the mark of a caged bird on his forehead, and the head of the main family could extinguish his life with but a thought. Simi harbored no genuine sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan. Rather, he recalled that in the not-too-distant future, the fact that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was under Jinjutsu would be discovered by the people of Kirigakure. The one who would unveil this truth was none other than Ao, who possessed the Byakugan. The chakra of a person ensnared in a Jinjutsu becomes chaotic, and the Byakugan can clearly perceive the flow of chakra within a body, if left unchecked. It was only a matter of time before Yagura's condition would be exposed. Sustaining Obito's rule in Kirigakure would also allow Simi to feel a bit more at ease during his stay there. Furthermore, as a newcomer, Simi was in dire need of establishing his reputation. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Kirigakure was an exceptionally unique entity. During this era, Kirigakure upheld a policy of isolationism, implementing brutal repression internally while effectively severing all foreign diplomatic ties. To survive in such an environment, an essential show of strength was imperative, and Ao made for an excellent target. He was a subordinate of the village's elder, holding a certain status within the village, and possessed the Byakugan. Having already exposed his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan, Simi sought to reclaim the Byakugan from him, and his intentions were thus justified. Even the elder, who held the title of Yuan-Shur, would find it difficult to object. As Simi anticipated, after he took action against Ao, Kirigakure appeared outwardly tranquil. Only Yagura dispatched Anbu to inquire about the matter, to which Simi provided an honest account. With events set in motion, Yagura could only warn Simi that it would be the last time before refraining from further comment. For a person like Simi, threats held no sway. Yuan-Shur made no moves either. In the original narrative, after the 4th Mizukage Yagura's demise, Kirigakure had long been without a 5th Mizukage. It was only later, during the 5 Kage Summit, that Kirigakure decided upon Terumi Mei as the 5th Mizukage. Throughout the intervening years of uncertainty, Kirigakure remained under the governance of the elder Yuan-Shur. His ability to maintain control over Kirigakure and Appo's political landscape for over a decade attests to his astuteness. Such a figure would never act rashly without understanding the situation and Appo's intricacies. Uncertain of Simi and Appo's identity and unaware if Simi represented Yagura's will, Direct retaliation against Simi could potentially incite a civil war within Kirigakure. This was the very concern that Yuan Sure harbored. Yagura, of course, realized that Simi had donned the Mizukage's mantle as a guise, yet regardless of his dissatisfaction, he could only swallow his grievances. Simi had been placed there by Obito, and had even confronted Yuan Sure directly within the Mizukage office. No matter how he explained to others, Simi was undoubtedly perceived as part of the Mizukage's faction. Though Simi appeared impulsive, he had already considered the potential reactions of various factions behind him. Given these factors, the Byakugan possessed by Ao had to be reclaimed. The Byakugan and the Sharingan were renowned as the two foremost dojutsu bloodline limits in the shinobi world, aside from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. These abilities were double-edged swords when possessed by any other ninja. For instance, Kakashi, lacking Uchiha blood, could only utilize an implanted Sharingan. This inherent disparity in bloodlines meant that Kakashi could never fully harness the Sharingan's capabilities. Similarly, Ao's Byakugan served him only in a limited capacity. It was forcibly taken from a member of the Hyuga clan during wartime. As a non-Hyuga member, Ao could merely employ the basic observational abilities of the Byakugan. Techniques such as the Gentle Fist and 8 trigrams, which required systematic training from the Hyuga clan, were entirely beyond his grasp. In Simi's view, this was a tremendous waste. Nevertheless, Ao remained the only ninja outside the Hyuga clan to possess a Byakugan. This elevated him from being merely an ordinary sensor ninja to a position within Yuan Sure's inner circle. This illustrates the precious nature of bloodline limits for ordinary shinobi. For those of common lineage, even the most mundane bloodline limit is an object of admiration. How many individuals spend their entire lives as mere genin, relying on meager mission rewards to support their families? In contrast, those with bloodline limits effortlessly transcend such limitations. The difference in starting points inevitably results in disparities between individuals that can be greater than those between man and beast. Some are born into privilege, while others toil their entire lives as mere beasts of burden. At the border of the land of water, a damp mist enveloped a dilapidated village. Simi and White Zetsu traversed a muddy path, the surrounding silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. "Hey, up ahead is the mission location," White Zetsu declared. "I've heard there were some capable individuals among the missing squad." According to the task description received by Simi, a small team of Umbu from Kirigakure had vanished from this location several days prior. Simi gently placed a hand on White Zetsu's shoulder. "This is far enough. You need not accompany me any further." "What?" White Zetsu exclaimed dramatically as he turned around. "I am a significant asset. Intelligence gathering, infiltration, you name it. I excel at it. How can you not take me with you?" Simi shook his head, exasperated. "I possess the Byakugan. Do I really need your assistance in reconnaissance? Do not follow me any further, or I will be forced to eliminate you." White Zetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. "That is too much. Aren't we friends?" "Precisely because we are friends," Simi replied with a grin, "that I do not wish to resort to such measures." White Zetsu stood rooted in place, watching Simi's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding not to pursue him. A few miles away, before a concealed cave, two ninjas clad in Umbu uniforms were anxiously observing the entrance. One was male and the other female, both unmasked and bearing injuries. The female ninja, with her chestnut red hair matted with sweat, was tall. Her fishnet leggings were torn in several places, blood seeping from the wounds. Her striking face was filled with vigilance, reminiscent of a territorial cat, wild and fierce. The other ninja was taller still, with a somber shark-like visage, a long ninja blade strapped to his back. They had evidently just endured a fierce battle. As they prepared to charge into the cave, a languid voice floated down from above. "There's an ambush inside. I wouldn't recommend going in." Terumi, Mei, and Kakashi Gai abruptly looked up, spotting a figure wearing a Kirigakure Umbu mask perched atop the treetops, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle, Steel Release, Explosive Release. "Who are you?" Terumi, Mei demanded sharply, instinctively forming hand seals. How could someone stealthily approach them? Just as her words faded, the entrance ahead suddenly erupted. Over a dozen ninjas clad in identical uniforms surged forth. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spear. The terrain around them shifted instantaneously, advancing towards the two. Terumi Mei, disregarding everything else, swiftly formed more seals and exhaled a dense mist. Boil Release, Skillful Mist Technique. Corrosive fog gushed forth, enveloping a vast area before her. The attacking ninjas, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to steer clear of the mist-covered zones. They had experienced this technique in previous battles. Those struck by it suffered excruciating pain, feeling as though they were living a fate worse than death. Immediately following, Terumi Mei altered her sealing technique once more. Dissolution Release, Dissolution Monster Technique. A torrent of acidic liquid erupted from her mouth, covering a wide area, swiftly dissolving the incoming Earth Release ninjutsu. Alone, she was able to contend with the techniques unleashed by several adversaries, even seeming to gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, Kisame completed his hand seals and bellowed. Water Release, Great exploding water wave. A towering wave surged from beneath him, intertwining with the mist before crashing down ferociously. Amidst the thunderous roar, their ninjutsu transformed the surroundings into a quagmire. The ninjas charging forward clearly were not strangers to such a combination of techniques. They quickly divided into smaller groups. Surrounding the two, Kisame then drew his ninja sword, engaging the advancing ninjas in combat. Terumi provided support from the rear, but was soon entangled by three ninjas who maneuvered around her side. Gotcha! A spiky-haired ninja suddenly appeared behind Terumi, sneering as he raised his right fist, glinting with a metallic sheen. Steel release. Iron fist. In a critical moment, a searing fireball whizzed past. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The overwhelming flames surged forth, startling the spiky-haired ninja into retreat. Who is it? They had been tracking Kisame and Terumi for days, never anticipating an unexpected interruption. Saint Mi landed gracefully behind Terumi. Thank you, Terumi gasped, her eyes still wary. The opponent was formidable, targeting her weaker physical abilities. Without Saint Mi's intervention, she would have been in grave danger. Saint Mi did not turn back, his gaze fixed on the ninja from earlier. Ah, so you are from Awagakure. I cannot allow you to contend with me for this one. The Sharingan beneath his mask began to revolve slowly. A black fist, if he wasn't mistaken. That was steel release. To encounter Awagakure's bloodline limit so soon after leaving the village was quite fortuitous. The Awagakure ninjas hesitated at the sudden appearance of Saint Mi. Kisame seized the opportunity to swing his sword, cleaving an enemy in two, blood spraying as he retreated to Saint Mi and Terumi's side. What on earth is happening? Kisame's hoarse voice held a note of caution. Who exactly are you? Saint Mi's lips curled into a slight smirk beneath his mask as he raised a hand to deflect a flying shuriken. I should be the one asking why there are so many ninjas lying in ambush for you? Terumi replied. We have already sought help from the village. Suddenly, she realized something and turned sharply to Saint Mi. Where's the support? Support? Saint Mi chuckled lightly. I am. At this statement, both Kisame and Terumi fell silent. What a joke. In exasperation, Terumi muttered softly. Yet Kisame suddenly grinned. This outcome is not so bad. A ninja should indeed perish on the battlefield. No sooner had he spoken than the brief silence was shattered by the cries of the Awagakure ninjas. Charge! The ninjas before them simultaneously formed seals. An earth-released ninjutsu kicked up a storm of sand and dust once more. Just as Kisame and Terumi prepared for a desperate fight, Saint Mi abruptly raised his right hand, pointing to the side, used dissolution release and water dragon bullet to create an opening. Leave the defense to me. That direction has the least ambush. Terumi and Kisame exchanged instinctive glances. Although Saint Mi wore the uniform of the Mist Village, trusting a sudden stranger was a tall order. In the next moment, the swirling dust enveloped them. They quickly reached the same conclusion. They had no choice. If Saint Mi harbored ill intentions, they would already be dead. Taking a deep breath, Terumi swiftly formed seals, while Kisame menacingly plunged his sword into the ground. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The searing acidic liquid intertwined with the raging water dragon, crashing against the towering earthen wall, instantly tearing a shocking gap in the encirclement. Simultaneously, dozens of shuriken laced with earth-release ninjutsu rained down from all directions. 8 trigrams, empty palm, mountain buster. Return to heaven. Saint Mi's figure suddenly blurred, resolutely positioning himself in front of Kisame and Terumi. The chakra shockwave surged forth in overwhelming waves, creating a rapidly rotating blue barrier that intercepted all incoming attacks. A chorus of exclamations erupted among the Awagakure ninjas. This is impossible. The Hyuga clan of Konoha. Go. Saint Mi commanded, and the three leaped, evading the razor-sharp rock spears that burst from below, racing toward the opening. Stop them. The steel-release ninja who had ambushed Terumi earlier barked, his arms instantly gleaming with a metallic sheen, placing himself before the trio. He was taken aback to see Saint Mi advancing rather than retreating. Earth Door. A comrade had already realized the danger, shouting a warning. The Earth Door instinctively activated steel release, his entire body radiating a chilling metallic glow. Die. He unleashed a punch. In the next instant, he caught sight of a flash of crimson in Saint Mi's left eye. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan spun, swiftly robbing him of his reason. This is impossible. He was clearly from the Hyuga clan. The expression of the Earth Door froze in horror as the steel release defense receded like a tide. Thud. Saint Mi's palm pierced through his chest like a blade, blood trickling from his black glove onto the ground. Acquired bloodline limit. Steel release. The acquired bloodline limit has been elevated to match the host's current strength. Earth Door. Another ninja with a spiky hairstyle howled, his eyes bulging in fury as he charged at Saint Mi, chakra gathering in a dazzling display upon his fist. Explosive release. Landmine fist. Careful. Kisame was embroiled in close combat with 3 IWA ninjas. Terumi gasped, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. Without looking back, Saint Mi countered with a swift strike from under his arm. 8 trigrams, empty palm, penetrating cloud. The fist-sized chakra shockwave sliced through the air, accurately piercing the heart of the IWA ninja behind him. His movements halted abruptly as he incredulously looked down at the blood hole in his chest, chakra fading feebly from his fingertips. IWA ninja, explosive release. Saint Mi turned, his voice laced with mockery beneath the mask. If I recall correctly. Your name is Shu, right? Boom. Shu's had exploded under the force of the chakra impact. Chapter 21. Breakthrough, acquired bloodline limit. Explosion release. The acquired bloodline limit has been elevated to the same level according to the host's current strength. In the blink of an eye, Simi swiftly eliminated 2 adversaries. Retrieving his hand from the chest of the fallen enemy, he turned his face, his Sharingan concealed beneath a mask sweeping across the battlefield. The remaining rock ninja, intimidated, dared not advance. Behind Simi, Terumi Mei knelt, breathless, having nearly exhausted her chakra from continuously employing dissolution techniques. Though Kisame still wielded his sword, he bore numerous wounds and was besieged by several rock ninja, trapped in a perilous situation. Simi suddenly appeared beside Terumi Mei, grasping her wrist with a firm hold. Before she could react, he abruptly lifted her and hurled her outward. Her body arced through the air, traveling a considerable distance before she barely adjusted her posture to land, staggering a few steps before regaining her balance. Simultaneously, without a glance back, Simi extended his palm toward one of the assailants targeting Kisame. 8 trigrams air palm. The rock ninja barely had time to scream as his chest caved in, his body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 trees before violently smashing into the rock wall. Let us go. Kisame grinned, sweeping his sword to fend off the enemies. Seizing the moment, he leaped back without hesitation, vaulting over Simi toward Terumi Mei. The remaining rock ninja, losing their leader, instinctively sought to pursue, only to find Simi standing still, not taking the opportunity to flee with them. They sensed an imminent danger. Simi slowly raised his hands, assuming the 8 trigrams starting position. The air abruptly stilled. A faint blue chakra enveloped him, rising like flames, causing the ground beneath to crack and stones to float silently. The rock ninja halted abruptly, some instinctively employing defensive jutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. Simi thrust his palms forward. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Revised. Boom. A blue-white beam of light shot forth instantly. The chakra roared, transforming into a massive blue dragon that tore through the earth, surging forward with overwhelming force. Trees, rock walls, and the recently summoned earthen barriers were obliterated into dust by the shockwave. As Kisame and Terumi Mei turned back, they witnessed the blue dragon engulfing the pursuing rock ninja. Boom. The earth was violently plowed into a chasm several meters wide, dust billowing into the sky, and debris rained down like a storm. When the dust settled, the landscape had been utterly transformed, leaving behind a horrifying ravine stretching toward the horizon, its destination unknown. Amidst the thunderous roar, the formation of the rock ninja was shattered, and the remaining fighters vanished without a trace. Silence. The battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. Half a day later, the tranquil lake's surface rippled slightly as Kisame emerged from the water, his shark-like visage scanning the surroundings warily. Confirming safety, he turned and helped his companion onto the shore. Terumi Mei, soaked through, collapsed onto the ground, her red hair clinging to her pale cheeks. We're safe, she sighed in relief. Thanks to your technique, Kisame. Kisame glanced at the lake's surface. If you wish to express gratitude, it is this one you should thank. The water stirred once more, and Simi silently approached the shore. Likewise, he remarked. Without your dissolution and water techniques providing cover, I would not have been able to eliminate so many enemies simultaneously. At Simi and Appo's words, Terumi Mei and Kisame felt an urge to strike him. Both were covered in wounds, remnants of both today's battle and previous conflicts, while Simi bore not a single mark. Facing the assault of over a dozen foes, they not only managed to break through, but inflicted heavy losses upon their adversaries, a feat neither could have accomplished alone. Simi's presence filled the gap of observation and command in their duo, enabling mid-range support. It was under his leadership that they concentrated their strength to escape, not to mention the sheer power of his technique, which surpassed their comprehension. This was a world that respected the strong, unwittingly. Simi had already gained the recognition of the two. Terumi Mei noticed that during the conversation, Simi's gaze was predominantly focused on her. She paused, then realized her drenched state. The umbu uniform, tight-fitting by design, provided little coverage, leaving her figure fully exposed. She narrowed her eyes, unabashedly meeting Simi's gaze, her hands slowly covering her chest. With a deft hand sign, she activated boil release to evaporate most of the water on her body. Do I look good? She inquired. Simi chuckled lightly and nodded. Indeed. You do. He was aware of Terumi Mei's misunderstanding, yet he felt no desire to clarify. Notably, her injuries were concentrated on her thighs, shoulders, and forearms, non-critical areas. In contrast, Kisame bore far more severe wounds, having been dealt with mercilessly. Kisame, puzzled, turned to ask, "What are you two talking about?" "What looks good?" "Nothing." Terumi Mei replied with a polite smile. If it were someone else, they would have already met their demise for staring so brazenly. Kisame nodded respectfully towards Simi, expressing gratitude. By the way, I've never seen you in the Mist Village before. Simi removed his mask, codename White, directly affiliated with Lord Fourth Mizukage's Umbu. I look forward to your guidance. Under the moonlight, a youthful and handsome visage emerged, with fair skin, a prominent nose, and those pure white eyes. Byakugan, Kisame exclaimed involuntarily. Despite having witnessed Simi's return heaven technique, seeing the Byakugan in person was still astonishing. What was even rarer was that Simi possessed only one Byakugan, while the other eye appeared entirely normal. Considering Simi's previous battlefield performance, Kisame wisely chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Terumi May found herself transfixed. Simi was younger than they had anticipated, and how handsome. His countenance was not of the rugged type, but a harmonious blend of softness and strength, adorned with a smile that evoked comfort. Terumi May unconsciously recalled the yin-yang symbol, embodying both softness and firmness, appearing gentle yet difficult to approach. She instinctively licked her lips. With such a face, perhaps that earlier gaze was not entirely unappealing. This man held intrigue. Have you seen enough? Kisame's voice broke the moment of distraction. Terumi May startled, coughed lightly, and averted her gaze. Simi seemed oblivious to her embarrassment, readjusting his mask. How did you attract the attention of the Rock Village's demolition unit? The explosion-released ninja Simi had slain was no ordinary foe. His name was Kaji, a member of the Rock Village's elite demolition team, directly commanded by the Tsuchikage. Terumi May spoke rapidly. We were originally part of 2 separate Umbu squads on a classified mission when we were ambushed 3 days ago. Our teammates were annihilated, and after a brief discussion, we decided to join forces. Yet, we clearly dispatched a distress signal. Simi, unfazed, replied. The land of earth and the land of water are the 2 most distant of the 5 great nations, one in the northwest of the continent and the other in the southeast. The ninjas of Rock Village traveled a great distance to reach here. If they wished to eliminate you, they would certainly intercept any messages you sent. Even the information I received was vague, likely not originating from your hands. Kisame nodded in agreement with Simi and Appos. As conclusion, then inquired, but why? There shouldn't be significant conflict between our villages. Saint Mi replied, it is precisely because there are no contradictions that one would not foresee their intentions towards you. Terumi May took a deep breath and said, we must report this intelligence. Suddenly recalling the scars adorning Terumi May's body, Saint Mi inquired, during the previous battle. Did they have the opportunity to kill you, yet chose to spare you? Terumi May's expression changed dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, she affirmed, indeed. Saint Mi nodded. I believe the answer is clear. They have their sights set on your bloodline limit. Chapter 22, Bloodline Limits. Corpses. Saint Mi's words left both Kisame and Terumi May momentarily stunned. To possess both boil release and melt release as bloodline limits simultaneously, Saint Mi remarked, is something even I, let alone the rock ninja, would covet. The atmosphere shifted palpably with this declaration. Kisame instinctively took 2 steps back, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous in the moment. Huh, you, Terumi May scoffed, a smile betraying her irritation, you dare. The latter part of her sentence caught in her throat, the words teasing my sister refusing to surface. It was indeed she who had seemed lost in thought moments before, and now her anger felt unwarranted. Saint Mi continued, but it would be a tragedy for such a beautiful girl like you to perish. You, Terumi May could no longer endure it. She raised her hand to strike. However, her wrist was deftly seized midair. With a graceful motion, Saint Mi guided her aside, and before she could comprehend, she found herself seated upon a soft mound of grass. His movements were astonishingly gentle, offering no discomfort whatsoever. Save your strength, Saint Mi advised. Quickly recover your chakra. Recognizing the disparity in their physical prowess, Terumi May shot him a glare, taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions. What could she do if she couldn't fight back? You recently joined the Umbu, didn't you? Saint Mi inquired, while recalling Terumi May's profile in his mind. Terumi May, a Jainin at 15, hailed from the hidden mist village, possessing both boil release and melt release. Yes, she nodded. After my promotion to Jainin, it was suggested that I lacked experience in the Umbu. Joining the Umbu means your identity is kept confidential. Aside from a select few, no one knows your whereabouts. In other words, Saint Mi stated, if you were to go missing on a mission, it would go unnoticed. He added, conversely, whoever recommended your inclusion in the Umbu is likely the mole. Kisame interjected, Lord Bai, do you suspect there are moles within the village? Just call me by my name. Saint Mi responded, unless you can convince me otherwise, these rock ninjas, who have had little to no interaction with the hidden mist, have come all this way coveting the resources of the water country. At this, both Terumi May and Kisame chuckled. The water country, where the hidden mist village resides, is largely composed of sea, with only a small portion of flat land suitable for habitation. Countless islands are scattered throughout, earning it the title of the Thousand Islands country. Economically and demographically, the water country ranks among the lowest of the 5 great nations, often contending for the last place. It would be madness for the rock village, situated in the northwest of the earth country, to traverse both the fire and lightning countries to declare war on the mist. I am unsure who proposed my joining the Umbu. Terumi May recalled carefully. I only received a transfer order to report to the Umbu. Seimi continued. Taking everything into account, your movements have likely been compromised. The mastermind behind this is probably someone high up in the village, who contacted the rock ninjas specifically for your bloodline limits. Why? Terumi May questioned in confusion, not asking why she was targeted, but rather why her bloodline limits were the specific focus. Bloodline limit ninjas are inherently valuable resources, and targeted research has never ceased. If I am not mistaken, Saint Me asserted, these rock ninjas only recently infiltrated the water country. This is a trap specifically laid for you, with a mole in the hidden mist. The chances of capturing you are sufficient to warrant such a risk. Saint Me paused, as for whether my deductions are true or false. Examining the corpses of the rock ninjas will reveal the answer, but they will surely take the bodies with them, Terumi May interjected. After saying this, she shook her head internally. They were on the defensive. If it weren't for Saint Me, they would have been entirely overwhelmed, making it unlikely they could carry away the bodies. Saint Me remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Kisame. Under their scrutiny, Kisame met Saint Me's gaze for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a grin as he produced a sealing scroll from behind him. Everything is preserved within here. Terumi May's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Kisame. You managed to. Kisame chuckled. It was merely a matter of convenience. He unsealed the scroll, and with a puff of white smoke, a rock ninja and Appo's corpse materialized before them. Not a bloodline limit ninja, Terumi May observed closely. Confirming it was indeed a member of the demolition squad, she pointed to the special insignia on the arm of the corpse, noting that all the ninjas who had attacked them bore this mark. Saint Me's Byakugan flared as veins bulged around his eyes. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Interesting. Both Kisame and Terumi May turned their attention to Saint Me, awaiting his conclusion. From the soil composition on the corpse, he indicated a small patch on the sole of the corpse's boot. This is the unique red clay found in the northern region of the water country. The earth country has a dry climate and lacks this type of soil. He then pointed to the collar of the corpse and Appo's clothing, and this, salt crystals from the sea, indicating they recently crossed the ocean. In summary, Saint Me deduced that this group of rock ninjas had infiltrated the water country no more than a week ago. Traveling via main roads, he speculated that someone had been assisting them in concealing their identities. Terumi May and Kisame exchanged glances, both taken aback. The dead could indeed speak. The Hidden Mist had specialized assassination units responsible for extracting information from corpses, familiar to both of them. Yet, Saint Me's observational prowess rendered this process remarkably effortless. In just a few brief statements, he had outlined the enemy's route. Terumi May concluded, "You are correct. They are indeed after me." Saint Me shook his head. "Not just you. To send such a large number of people merely to capture your bloodline limits? Even if you are a renowned prodigy, it seems excessive. You are merely one of their targets." Chapter 23. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Suddenly, Terumi May recalled something and spoke in haste. "Before we set off, I heard that Lord Mizukage was attacked during a recent outing. In the past half-month, several ninjas have also gone missing from the village." Saimai remarked. "It seems they succeeded before your arrival and even attempted to capture the Mizukage, likely aiming for the tailed beast within him." Kisame inquired. "Does a Wagakure truly wish to engage in battle with us?" Saimai chuckled. "It is precisely because war is unfeasible that they act so recklessly. Even if they were to successfully abduct you, do you believe Kirigakure would instigate a war over it?" Both Kisame and Terumi May fell silent. The answer was a resounding no. Kirigakure was currently beset by internal strife and external threats. Everyone was aware of the unstable situation. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly wage war? "Report this situation. The matter is beyond our control." Just as Kisame prepared to reseal the corpse, Saimai suddenly interjected, "Wait, Kisame. To whom did you intend to deliver this body?" Kisame paused his actions. "Of course, I intended to hand it over to my direct superior, Lord Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish." "Do you suspect Lord Pufferfish?" Terumi May immediately grasped Saimai's implication. "That is inconceivable. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the pinnacle of Kirigakure's combat strength." Saimai calmly continued. "Yet, it is precisely for that reason that he becomes all the more valuable, does it not? The 7 ninja swordsmen are Kirigakure's trump card, consisting of 7 elite ninjas directly under the Mizukage. Each wields a unique sword, possessing distinct abilities. In Kirigakure, being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen signifies a special honor, tasked with executing the most arduous missions. They are also among the upper echelons of the village, perfectly aligning with the hypothesis Saimai has proposed." Saimai said lightly, "If you trust me, I have a plan." One day later, at the border of the Land of Water, within a long-abandoned village, intricate waterways fragmented the village into disarray, dilapidated wooden structures partially submerged, and decaying beams were cloaked in moss. A heavy mist lingered year-round, enveloping the village in a veil of obscurity. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the water's surface as a robust figure strode upon it. It was none other than the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shouldering his iconic blade, Samahata, his crimson hair was striking against the misty backdrop. "Urgently contact me. What is the matter?" he inquired solemnly, addressing the desolate village. From the mist ahead, a figure gradually materialized. Lord Pufferfish. Kisame respectfully knelt on one knee upon the water and Appo's surface. It is Kisame, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon observed with a glint of unease in his eyes. I truly hope to hear no ill tidings from you. Kisame bowed his head, responding, I remain ever vigilant to your teachings, Lord Pufferfish. I will ensure that no intelligence falls into enemy hands. Excellent. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon said, Now, tell me, what has transpired? Kisame succinctly reported the details of the attack by Iwagakure ninjas, his tone calm and devoid of disturbance. You claim the assailants were ninjas from Iwagakure? Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Kisame replied, I acquired the necessary evidence. Oh? Pufferfish Demon raised an eyebrow. What have you discovered? Kisame produced a sealing scroll. As he released the seal, the corpse of an IWE ninja surfaced upon the water. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon pondered for a moment, then confirmed, aside from you. Was anyone else left alive? Kisame resolutely replied, No. To prevent the enemy from extracting information, I eliminated everyone. Even Terumi-me? Yes. Receiving the affirmative answer. Pufferfish Demon and Appo's gaze lingered on the corpse for a moment before a cold smile crept upon his lips. Well done. Before his words could fully resonate, Samahata flashed like a cold beam. It suddenly swept across Kisame. Kisame and Appo's upper body was severed, blood spurting forth. However, Pufferfish Demon's smile quickly froze as the cleaved Kisame transformed into a pool of water. Water clone. Clap, clap, clap. The distinct sound of footsteps approached from behind. Pufferfish Demon whirled around to find Kisame, Terumi-me, and a masked Umbu ninja surrounding him from 3 directions. Had it not been for Lord Haku's reminder, I would never have guessed, Kisame grinned, revealing sharp teeth. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you dare betray the village. Pufferfish Demon gripped Samahata tightly, his gaze darkening. Where have I shown any weakness? Kisame retorted. When did I mention that Terumi-me and I were acting together? Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was taken aback, then suddenly comprehended. You executed it almost flawlessly. Saimai's voice emerged from behind the mask. Without my intervention, you would have successfully concealed it, wouldn't you? I suspect this is not the first time you have sold out your comrades. Pufferfish Demon's pupils constricted, finally realizing that the masked ninja was the key. Who are you? This is Lord Haku of the Umbu, a direct bodyguard to the Mizukage. Kisame answered on behalf of Saimai. The 4th wishes to sever ties with me? Pufferfish Demon burst into laughter, his mirth echoing across the water's surface. Kill me, and you cannot absolve yourselves of the blame. No one can attest to my collusion with the foreign village. That is of no concern to you, Saimai chuckled softly. Today, regardless of the number of lies required, you shall undoubtedly be among them. Kisame stepped forward. May I have him for myself? Of course. Saimai nodded without surprise, stepping aside. He exchanged a glance with Terumi-me, who furrowed her brow but ultimately complied, retreating alongside Saimai. Lord Pufferfish, Kisame began slowly. You once taught me that under no circumstances should one betray the village's secrets. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon scoffed. People change, Kisame. Kisame replied, I must admit. With you in this state, I feel no psychological burden in cutting you down. Pufferfish Demon countered. I find it curious how you have become so verbose. Daring to lecture me. What is your perspective on a ninja? Kisame answered without hesitation. A ninja is one who never forsakes their mission, prioritizing intelligence above all. Haha. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon abruptly laughed. What a naive perspective. His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze sharpening. In this world, everything has a price. The notion of not selling out is merely a matter of insufficient payment. There is no such thing as something that cannot be sold, not even a ninja. Kisame fell silent for a moment before slowly drawing his blade. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. You shall perish. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon snarled. Die. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Both simultaneously formed hand seals, the water beneath their feet surging violently. 2 massive water dragons soared into the sky beside them, carving similar arcs and roaring as they collided mid-air. Boom. A tremendous splash erupted, cascading down like torrential rain. The 2 water dragons gnawed and entangled one another, ultimately dissolving into a mist that filled the atmosphere. In the next moment, both drew their blades forward. Chapter 24. The battle between Kisame and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon escalated in an instant. Amidst the splashing water, Kuratsuchi turned to her companion, Saint Mia. Both understood Kisame's formidable strength. As Saint Mia had remarked, the Pufferfish Demon was destined to perish today. What did you mean by what you just said? Kuratsuchi inquired. Saint Mia, taken aback, responded, Oh, that? I believe Kisame will triumph. The Pufferfish Demon is no match for him. Who asked you that? Kuratsuchi retorted angrily. One could discern from her gaze that Saint Mia was feigning ignorance rather than genuinely misunderstanding. This man was infuriating. Kuratsuchi lifted her chin slightly, standing just above 1.7 meters. She was only slightly shorter than Saint Mia, creating a near-equal stature. I am referring to your earlier comment about wanting to obtain me, she pressed directly. Saint Mia turned to glance at Kuratsuchi, then suddenly burst into laughter. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, exuding a serene charm in stillness and a wild allure in motion. At that moment, Kuratsuchi's apparent bluntness was largely a fade for self-protection, yet through that veneer, glimpses of her true self could still be perceived. Despite her youth, she was attempting to play the seasoned veteran. To Saint Mia, her demeanor was endearingly intricate. He shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. Just consider it a jest. Kuratsuchi possessed two bloodline limits, melt release and boil release. Both relied heavily on ninjutsu for controlling opponents, a style that did not align with Saint Mia's preferences. He had no compelling reason to seize them. Such exquisite fruits should not be hastily destroyed. Saint Mia favored a direct and swift combat style, preferring to conclude encounters quickly. The steel release, acquired from the shinobi of Awagakure, was a fortuitous find during this journey. It enhanced his physical prowess and could be utilized for both offense and defense, allowing him to employ it alongside his gentle fist techniques. Coupled with other ninjutsu, it ensured his absolute advantage in close combat. You certainly possess audacity, Kuratsuchi remarked, not willing to let Saint Mia off the hook. A smirk played on her lips, revealing no trace of her emotions. Don't say I didn't warn you. Someone once told me something similar, and he ended up dead. That was when I first learned the effects of melt release on the human body. Did that person truly care for you? Saint Mia queried. Kuratsuchi paused, taken aback. What kind of question is that? How would I know? Do you wish to experience it as well? Saint Mia removed his mask, gazing at Kuratsuchi with a hint of regret in his eyes. Life is short. Why not take a chance? Though he was unfortunate, at least he expressed his feelings before his demise. If given the opportunity, I might have made the same choice. Saint Mia smiled, then turned his gaze to the distant figures embroiled in combat. You can never predict whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. Hints. I prefer to live freely. When you see something beautiful, it is imperative to praise it, especially someone like you. You, Kuratsuchi, clenched her jaw. The tale she spun was undoubtedly fabricated, yet Saint Mia's response caught her off guard. Had she been able to overpower him, she would have acted. As she observed Saint Mia's profile, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, you seem somewhat familiar. And not as Saint Mia, he introduced himself with a smile, revealing that chance had led him to join Kirigakure. You are. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened. The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha? Ah, just as I suspected. Saint Mia abruptly interrupted her, moving forward. Kuratsuchi turned to find the battle had concluded. On the water's surface, Kisame stood tall while the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon lay lifeless. Saint Mia approached Kisame, who bore a ghastly wound in his abdomen, blood pouring forth, yet his smile was radiant. As expected, Kisame gasped, we owe you our lives. He struggled to rise, extending the sword of the shark skin towards Saint Mia. This is your spoils of war. The blade, covered in barbs and a deep blue hue, twitched slightly, emitting a faint sound. It resembled a living creature more than a mere weapon. Saint Mia shook his head. You keep it. I have no affinity for blades. Kisame was momentarily taken aback, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. In Kisame's grasp, the sword emitted a soft gurgle, the barbs gently brushing against his wrist in agreement. Within the Mizukage's office, Saint Mia stood at the forefront. Flanked by Kisame and Kuratsuchi, the corpse of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon draped in white cloth, lying quietly at their feet. This is how it transpired. Saint Mia recounted the entire event at a leisurely pace. The fourth Mizukage, Karasuma Yagura, sat behind a spacious desk, his gaze scanning the trio without offering any commentary. After hearing the report, Yagura nodded slightly. Well done. He gestured for two other Umbu ninjas to step forward and remove the pufferfish demon's body. You may leave. Yagura stated succinctly, returning his attention to the documents on his desk. Kisame and Kuratsuchi exchanged glances, astonished to find such a significant incident brushed aside so casually. Once outside the office, Kisame couldn't help but murmur to Saint Mia, thank you. Without you, we might have. Saint Mia waved his hand dismissively. I serve in the Umbu as well. There will be many opportunities for us to meet in the future. Why? Kuratsuchi keenly picked up on the implication in his words. Saint Mia smiled but offered no response. The tense relationships among the village and Appos, as higher-ups, including Yagura and the former leaders, necessitated Saint Mia and Appos as support to navigate this tumultuous period. Kuratsuchi and Kisame were resources that needed to be kept close. Kisame, with his straightforward demeanor, had not contemplated much. He simply stated to Saint Mia, in the future, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Saint Mia graciously accepted Kisame's offer with a nod. Chapter 25. 2 months later, emerging from the water shadow building. Terumi May frequently glanced back at Shinai, her lips poised to speak yet held back. Shinai intentionally paused, inquiring, what's the matter? Nothing, Terumi May responded, turning her gaze away. With her back to Shinai, a smile involuntarily crept into the corners of her eyes, unaware that under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, nothing could remain concealed. By the way, could you assist me with a favor? Shinai called out to her. What favor? Hearing this, Terumi May's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly turned her head, not realizing her voice had unconsciously heightened. I am seeking books concerning chakra research, specifically those related to perception and medical ninjutsu. I wonder if you have any channels to acquire them? Shinai explained. What specific area are you interested in? Terumi May inquired. Just the basics will suffice. Preferably those concerning chakra flow, Shinai replied. Terumi May couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The illustrious Hyuga clan also needs to seek counsel on chakra flow techniques. Shinai laughed in return. With insufficient innate talent, one must compensate through diligent study. Come now, what do we count as? Terumi May responded readily, no problem. I will fetch it for you shortly. Terumi May acted swiftly, and the promised materials arrived at Shinai's residence the very next day, much to Shinai's lack of surprise. With 2 bloodline limits, it was only natural that Terumi May's family possessed the necessary resources. Bloodline limits are exceptionally rare gifts, transmitted solely through lineage. In reality, Terumi May and Appo's clan is a prominent family within the Hidden Mist village, and naturally, Shinai and Appo's modest request would be fulfilled. As the direct guard of the Water Shadow, Shinai was assigned to reside in a long-abandoned small courtyard. The Hidden Mist village, adhering to a policy of seclusion, lagged in economic and overall development compared to other ninja villages. In the Leaf village, electricity had become commonplace, had it not been for the wars. They would have already entered a phase of rapid economic growth. In contrast, the Hidden Mist village, hindered by policies and power struggles among the higher-ups, neglected the construction of livelihoods, resulting in a landscape dotted with dilapidated and uninhabited houses. Many residents still clung to lifestyles from over a decade ago. And in vast areas of the water country, electricity had yet to be established. The lack of governance and ensuing chaos vividly illustrated the true state of the Blood Mist. However, this very environment conveniently shielded Shinai from disturbances. Whatever transpired in the Hidden Mist village seldom reached the outside world, allowing Shinai to relish in solitude. After expressing gratitude to Terumi May, Shinai promptly closed the door, banishing the presence of Baiju, and entered a state of seclusion. The first order of business was to thoroughly peruse the books. 2 months swiftly passed. After returning from the borders, Shinai and Appo's life gradually fell into a rhythm, reading, executing missions, and training. The Hidden Mist village was rife with unrest, compounded by the incident involving the pufferfish ghost of Suiga-Kuzan. As various factions clashed in the shadows, all ninjas loyal to the pufferfish ghost faced inevitable reckoning and were wanted. Defections among the Mist ninjas became increasingly common, providing Shinai with ample opportunities for practical combat. As a direct guard of the Water Shadow, Shinai was tasked with a series of high-difficulty missions, including the pursuit of various rogue ninjas. Ironically, in light of Shinai's position, he should have been the one being hunted. Yet now he found himself in the role of the pursuer. As a result of this shift, Shinai's reputation skyrocketed within the Hidden Mist village. Everyone became aware of the emergence of another top-tier powerhouse, the direct guard of the 4th Water Shadow. By any rogue ninja targeted by Shinai stood no chance of escape. His identity began to echo with a force akin to a child's night cries. In the absence of missions, Kisame and Terumi May would seek out Shinai. Over time, the 3 had grown quite familiar with one another. All 3 belonged to the Umbu and were elite Jainin. After acquiring the Samahata, Kisame successfully replaced the position of the pufferfish ghost, becoming one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. Whenever he felt restless, he would approach Shinai for sparring. I'm done. I concede, Kisame gasped, collapsing onto the ground, arms spread wide in a clear surrender. Before him, Shinai assumed a stance of gentle fist. His once slender hands now enveloped in a layer of inky blackness, as hard as iron. They stood in a training ground exclusive to the Umbu. Situated on the outskirts of the Hidden Mist, the environment had been thoroughly transformed, torrents of water completely submerging the ground. Such a vast expanse of water release could not have been conjured by a single individual. You've truly lost your mind, daring to engage in close combat with Shinai. How could you possibly win? Terumi May's voice chimed from the side. Both men looked up to see Terumi May perched atop a high platform. Propping her chin on her hands, her face adorned with a playful smile. Her long legs dangled freely, swaying alluringly, captivating all attention. Kisame felt a silent lament. Did he wish to engage Shinai in close combat? Certainly not. Over the past 2 months, both he and Terumi May had concluded a truth. There was no chance of victory against Shinai in close quarters. Shinai's Byakugan granted him unparalleled observational prowess. Kisame's every move was laid bare before him. Any ninjutsu requiring chakra usage would be readily discerned by Shinai. Techniques like the water clone proved utterly ineffective in Shinai's presence. The Byakugan and gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan were inherently designed for close-range combat. Not to mention, Shinai had also acquired steel release, which, when paired with gentle fist, rendered him a formidable force in direct confrontations. Even Kisame, wielding Samahata, could not withstand Shinai's taijutsu. Samahata's ability to absorb an opponent's chakra was rendered futile against physical attacks. Knowing this, Shinai was careful not to allow it to siphon his chakra. Given the futility of close combat, why not resort to ranged ninjutsu to wear him down? Kisame certainly considered this. However, this strategy had only yielded minor success during their first practice session, leaving Shinai somewhat flustered. After that, it became entirely ineffective. In addition to the Byakugan, Shinai possessed a Sharingan in his left eye. Every water-release ninjutsu employed by Kisame was effortlessly replicated by Shinai. This was thanks to a recent mission where Shinai encountered a bloodline limit user capable of ice release. This particular individual had already been ousted from the Hidden Mist village. Fragmented and scattered among the populace, Upon their chance encounter, the ninja was understandably reluctant to wait for his demise and chose to fight fiercely. Thus, he perished. Consequently, Shinai acquired both water and wind attributes, along with the ice release bloodline limit. Coupled with the explosion release he had previously obtained, Shinai now wielded all 5 chakra attributes. When sparring with Shinai, Kisame found that ranged water techniques offered no advantage. In fact, Shinai's speed exceeded Kisame's, and he was wholly dominated in close-quarters combat. Ultimately, Kisame decisively opted to concede. Shinai still had yet to reveal his Sharingan and various other abilities. It was truly impossible to contend. Kisame couldn't resist retorting to Terumime, who was enjoying the spectacle. "It's easy for you to say. Why don't you try battling him?" Terumime laughed. "I certainly don't want to." Her taijutsu was inferior to Kisame and Appo's, and she would stand no chance against Shinai in close quarters. Yet, while conversing with Kisame, her gaze continually drifted toward Shinai, her unmasked admiration evident. Or perhaps she simply had no desire to conceal it. "This man, handsome and formidable, the more I see him, the more I am captivated. I could devour him whole." Chapter 26. Chakra Techniques. The days in the Hidden Mist Village, spent training alongside Kisame and Terumi, were both simple and fulfilling for Simi. The simplicity referred to the lethargic demise of the mission targets assigned to him, while the fulfillment stemmed from the insights he gained throughout this process. Simi had long ceased to complain once he grasped the essence of this world. A blade, when drawn, should not possess thoughts. Only upon sheathing can it reflect upon its own heart. Time passed swiftly. Within the confines of his home, Simi sat cross-legged in a tranquil chamber, his hands gently resting upon his knees. With a soft exclamation, the veins around his eyes surged, transforming his view into a monochromatic haze. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he perceived countless delicate strands of chakra swirling through the air, dancing lightly like willow catkins in the spring breeze. His Byakugan, having evolved, surpassed the ordinary, allowing him to observe chakra flows not only at greater distances but also within the human body. However, the scope of this ability was limited, and prolonged use was not feasible. Raising his right hand slowly, he concentrated a pale blue chakra aura in his palm. With a gentle push towards the air before him, the chakra shot forth like a radiant stream. Simi's Byakugan meticulously tracked the trajectory of the chakra, which glided through the air like a nimble fish, tracing graceful arcs. Instinctively, he reached out to seize it, only to find his fingers passing through the ethereal stream, watching helplessly as it dissipated into the atmosphere. Furrowing his brow, Simi adjusted his posture and formed a complex hand seal before his chest. This technique, derived from ancient texts provided by Terumi, was originally a medical ninjutsu. But through Simi's diligent study, it had transformed into a method for guiding chakra. The members of the Hyuga clan were intimately familiar with chakra flow, and such manipulation posed no challenge for Simi. Taking a deep breath, Simi endeavored to draw the surrounding chakra back into his body. He sensed a tremor in the air, his consciousness reaching out to ensnare the chakra enveloping him. Yet, the elusive strands of chakra remained unresponsive. He tried again, this time concentrating the chakra at the points in his hands. The results were slightly more promising. He could feel a few strands being attracted, but as they approached his skin, they scattered like frightened birds. Indeed, it seemed futile. Simi's Byakugan gradually calmed. He gazed at his slightly trembling hands, deep in thought. It appeared that a more refined method of chakra control was necessary. In recent days, Simi had immersed himself in the study of chakra, seeking a means to reintegrate the chakra he released. Among the ninjutsu he was familiar with, there existed techniques related to the bloodline limit of the Yamanaka clan that could achieve such a feat. Additionally, the Rinnegan possessed the ability to absorb chakra, although these methods typically applied to siphoning chakra from others rather than oneself. The challenge of absorbing one's own chakra was exponentially greater, and the notion of reclaiming released chakra seemed like a fanciful dream to others. Simi required the chakra points within the human body to release chakra. The acts of release and absorption were inherently contradictory. His ambition transcended the mere recovery of chakra. He aspired to ultimately condense senjutsu chakra through this process. Chakra represented the physical energy within a ninja's body, and when amalgamated with mental energy in equal proportions, it yielded a potent result. Ninjas could imbue it with elemental transformations or alter its form for offensive maneuvers. For instance, the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams air palm essentially concentrated chakra and released it directly. In addition to mental and physical energy, there exists another form of energy in nature, known as natural energy, omnipresent throughout the environment. When Simi's chakra departed his body and vanished, it was, in truth, consumed by the intangible natural energy. By blending natural energy, absorbed from the external world, with the foundational physical and mental energies, he envisioned the creation of a superior form of chakra, senjutsu chakra. Mastering senjutsu chakra would grant him access to the key for entering sage mode, a capability he deemed essential. In the unfolding narrative of the Fourth Great Ninja War, ordinary ninjas would find no refuge. Those who would shine in such a conflict would either have mastered sage techniques or possessed unique powers like the Sage of Six Paths, or, at the very least, command advanced techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, they would be no different from mere insects before true power. Simi aimed to absorb his own chakra to simultaneously draw in natural energy, seeking a connection to this elusive force. Despite the setbacks, he remained undeterred. If natural energy were easily attainable, it would have disappointed him. The pursuit of sage techniques offered two paths. One could either seek the three legendary sanctuaries or achieve enlightenment independently. The fabled sanctuaries of the ninja world were the Mayaboka Mountain of the Toads, the Ryuchi Cave of the Snakes, and the Shikatsu Forest of the Slug Sage. The means to access these places lay with the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, none of whom were suitable mentors for him. Thus, Simi had no choice but to embark on self-study. This method, however, bore its own evident risks. A moment's lapse could lead to an imbalance of chakra within him, potentially resulting in petrification. Only a select few with extraordinary talent could maintain internal equilibrium and cultivate sage mode. Simi's current predicament was uniquely precarious. He comprehended the principles behind condensing Senjutsu chakra and understood the transformations that followed contact with it. What he lacked was merely the breakthrough needed to connect with natural energy. Before him lay a path of possibilities, yet a fragile door separated him from sage techniques, an entrance that seemed ready to yield to a gentle push, yet bore an immense weight. Without the key to unlock it, Simi found himself unable to open this door. Without access to it, he could not attain sage mode. Chapter 27. Sage Mode. The chakra guidance technique has failed, and Shingmi has resolved to activate his contingency plan. By reversing the bloodline limit, he seeks a method to observe the flow of chakra in the external world. This is a unique approach that only Shingmi can attempt, inspired by his system. Any bloodline limit he reverses will be transformed into tangible chakra, reintegrating into Shingmi's being. This includes the chakra that has been released. If he can witness the process of chakra recovery through this method, Shingmi will be able to remember the sensation and attempt to absorb the natural energy from the outside world. Ideally, he hopes to draw in this natural energy effortlessly. Coincidentally, among the bloodline limits in Shingmi's possession, there exists one that can be externally manifested: explosion release. During his battle with the rock shinobi, Shingmi absorbed two bloodline limits: steel release and explosion release. Steel release suits Shingmi well, enhancing his physical strength and martial arts, while also providing defensive capabilities. On the other hand, explosion release holds little significance for Shingmi at this stage. The form of explosion release he possesses is not the explosive clay used by Deidara, but rather the conventional explosion release mastered in the Hidden Stone Village. The most typical technique is explosion release, landmine fist, which causes anything struck by his fist to explode. Shingmi does not lack close quarters combat techniques, rendering explosion release somewhat redundant. If he had to choose between steel release and explosion release, he would undoubtedly opt to retain steel release. Shingmi strides into the backyard, retrieving a small sealing scroll and swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. As a cloud of white smoke billows forth, the sealing book unfolds before him. His fingers glide over the yellowed pages of the sealing book, finally resting on the page detailing the 8 gates technique. The sealing book has been in Shingmi's possession for quite some time, and he has never ceased his studies of its contents. Within the sealing book lies a plethora of secret and forbidden techniques accumulated since the establishment of the Leaf Village. The reasons these forbidden techniques are recorded in the sealing book generally fall into 3 categories. Firstly, they are exceedingly difficult. Secondly, merely attempting to practice them can cause harm or even death. Thirdly, they contravene ethical principles. The 8 gates technique that Shingmi wishes to employ is one such forbidden art. The 8 gates technique is designed to channel chakra within the body, concentrating it at 8 specific chakra points, unlocking potential and maximizing physical capabilities to surpass human limits through martial arts. Possessing the Byakugan and excelling in martial arts, Shingmi immediately commenced his study of the 8 gates technique upon acquiring the sealing book and escaping from the Leaf Village. This is an extremely perilous yet immensely powerful forbidden technique, well known among the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. During the Third Shinobi World War, the 7 ninja swordsmen, under the leadership of the Mizukage, encountered a low-ranking shinobi from the Leaf Village named Might Guy on the battlefield. Like the former Shingmi, Might Guy was an unremarkable ordinary ninja, proficient in martial arts. At the time, the 7 ninja swordsmen comprised numerous formidable warriors, including the likes of Suigetsu and the Pufferfish Demon. Just when the 7 ninja swordsmen believed they had encountered an easy target, Might Guy resolutely opened the highest level of the 8 gates technique, the 8th gate, the Death Gate. It was in that battle that 4 out of the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen fell, leaving only 3 to flee in terror. The 8 gates technique brought Might Guy fame in battle. Now, Shingmi seeks to harness the power of the 8 gates to master his body and reach his limits. 8th gate, open. With a low exclamation, an astonishing chakra erupts around Shingmi. The energy of the chakra manifests as vapor, enveloping him, while the ground beneath him cracks in concentric circles. In an instant, Shingmi's muscles are taut to their limits, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Suddenly, Shingmi's figure vanishes from sight, leaving only an afterimage. In the next moment, he appears before a stone wall 10 meters away. Explosion release, landmine fist. His right fist, crackling with dazzling lightning, strikes the stone wall. At the moment of contact, Shingmi silently intones, reverse explosion release bloodline limit. Boom. The stone wall shatters, and Shingmi's Byakugan fully activates, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan in his other eye. Simultaneously, his aura surges, reversing the bloodline limit. Explosion release. Bloodline limit has been transformed into chakra. Shingmi has no time to dwell on this. He gazes intently forward. Under the enhancement of the 8 gates, his vision transforms entirely. Shangmi can clearly see the shattered wall ahead, where explosion-released chakra flows back into his body along the released meridians. He sees it. Shangmi's eyes widen in fury. This is the first time he has seen the form of chakra so distinctly. The chakra suspended in the air resembles swimming fish, or drifting willow catkins, moving aimlessly. Even though it is drawn toward Shangmi due to the system and Appo's influence, it appears most reluctant. In an instant, Shangmi senses his heart racing wildly. Thump, thump. Surrounding the blue chakra is a swirling mass of colorful light, constantly shifting due to the chakra's flow. He sees it. That is the form of natural energy, enveloped by the chakra Shangmi has released, twisted together like light, desperately attempting to escape. The moment he perceives them, Shangmi is momentarily entranced. Time seems to slow down at that instant. Words cannot encapsulate the sensation he experiences. It is a medium existing between air and chakra, seemingly substantial yet flickering like flowing light, captivating in its brilliance. A low, resonant sound echoes in Shangmi and Appo's mind, reminiscent of Buddhist or Taoist chants. Startled, Shangmi swiftly regains control over his body, which is on the verge of losing control. The air is filled with a gossamer-like natural energy, about to dissipate. Instinctively, Shangmi releases his chakra continuously, ensnaring the natural energy like a fishing net. In the next moment, recovery. As the explosion-released chakra integrates, Shangmi clearly sees the swirling mass of colorful light being drawn into his body. Upon the entry of natural energy, Shangmi's entire being trembles violently. His skin flushes a deep red, and veins surface like a spider's web across his exterior. The tumultuous energy ramps up within him, surging at breakneck speed as if it intends to burst his body apart. A sharp, needle-like pain suddenly ignites in every meridian of his body. Shangmi feels as though he is plunged into a fiery inferno, yet the sensation is chilling to the extreme. Between the heat and the cold, his body begins to quiver violently. In this critical moment, Shangmi grits his teeth against the excruciating pain, instinctively adopting the starting stance of a soft fist, mimicking the form of the 8 trigrams. With each movement, the raging energy gradually calms, guided through his meridians. Bai Wei, Yutong Jianli. One acupoint after another flows in succession. Shangmi employs the technique he had just used to merge this natural energy with his chakra, allowing it to circulate within him like flowing light. With each cycle, Shangmi feels the pain intensifying, and the discomfort throughout his body grows ever more acute. Yet simultaneously, he senses himself gradually gaining control over this newfound power. His body becomes denser, muscles cracking and popping with each passing moment. Left with no other choice, Shangmi perseveres through the extreme agony, gritting his teeth. Time elapses, though Shangmi cannot discern how long has passed before he finally slowly opens his eyes. At this moment, he is drenched in sweat, his clothing torn into tatters, and wisps of white smoke rise from his body. Every muscle in Shangmi's being trembles violently, aching intensely, as if he might fall apart at any moment. This is the after effect of employing the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet, within Shangmi's heart, there resides only gratitude. Had he not utilized the 8 gates to augment his physical form, he would likely have perished the moment natural energy surged into his body. A contented smile graced Shangmi's lips. At the corners of his eyes, a halo of white shadow materialized, and his irises became nearly transparent, exhibiting an immaculate purity. Chapter 28, Conspiracy? In the vision of Shangmi, the world transformed into a different visage. He could perceive the flow of chakra and natural energy around him, becoming intimate and malleable. The previous discomfort, akin to a dazzling light, dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of unity that eluded verbal description. At this moment, Shangmi experienced a singular sensation. He felt as though he had become air, an ordinary element of nature, omnipresent yet nearly ethereal and untouchable. A paradoxical sensation coursed through him, akin to an inner stillness. Gently waving his hand, Shangmi felt the response of the surrounding natural energy, his smile growing brighter. If one were to encapsulate this experience in a single word, it would be mastery. His chakra merged seamlessly with the surrounding natural energy, enabling him to exert control over everything within reach. This was, indeed, a brush with the threshold of death, yielding immense rewards. Stowing away the Book of Seals, Shangmi finally exhaled in relief. This was the sage mode. Gazing into the distance, Shangmi's eyes unconsciously focused. Under the flow of natural energy, any detail of the distant scenery was unveiled to him at will. His observational abilities further enhanced, he could even hear sounds from several kilometers away. His body was undergoing unconscious restoration, and he felt remarkably well, devoid of any discomfort. Shangmi, are you there? The sudden call startled Shangmi. He swiftly brushed away the sage mode and donned a robe. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Terumi. Her expression was peculiar, and the food box she held clattered to the ground. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were cultivating. Despite her words, she displayed no hint of embarrassment, her gaze unabashedly wandering over Shangmi's bare torso. Beads of crystalline sweat clung to his firm chest, rising and falling with each breath, revealing that beneath the robe, he wore nothing at all. Shangmi paused, his hand still on the robe, meeting Terumi's intense gaze. Her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, akin to a cat that had just spotted its prey. Shangmi felt an odd sensation as if he had been taken advantage of. Oh, so this isn't just my imagination. Terumi squinted, smiling as she raised her finger to her lips. Your physique is even better than I envisioned. Shingmi smiled in response. Please allow me to dress. Terumi-mei remained unmoved. You dress? I'm not stopping you. But how can I dress with you looking like that? After a moment of contemplation, Shingmi chose silence. Instead, in front of Terumi-mei, he stepped aside, dramatically tossing his robe aside, and picked up a fresh set of clothes. Proceeding to dress himself nonchalantly. Terumi-mei gasped in surprise, caught off guard by Shingmi's decisive action, and quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight. Shingmi suppressed a chuckle. She dared not admit her discomfort yet insisted on teasing him. Once dressed, Shingmi executed a swift movement, already behind Terumi-mei. Smack. Terumi-mei felt a firm grip on her shoulder from behind, causing her to involuntarily hold her breath, her heart racing. Shingmi's voice whispered beside her ear, sending a light shiver down her spine. I'm going to take care of a little trouble. Wait for me, and with that, Shingmi vanished. Terumi-mei, feeling weak, took a moment to regain her composure, turning to gaze at the empty room, a sense of profound loss washing over her. Why did he leave? What did he mean by waiting for his return? Was he asking her to wait? What did he intend to do? So many questions, so difficult to ponder. After much hesitation, Terumi-mei ultimately resolved to patiently await Shingmi's return. On the outskirts of the hidden mist village, White Zetsu's body seeped into the earth like melting wax, navigating frantically beneath the surface. A rare expression of terror flickered across his pale face. Moments ago, he had witnessed the overwhelming aura erupting from Shingmi, compelling him to flee without a second thought. This situation must be reported to Abido. What kind of ability was that? White Zetsu could not comprehend. All he knew was that he was filled with dread. The pressure emitted by Shingmi instilled a primal fear within him, surpassing even the intimidation he felt from the very Uchiha Madara who had created him. I must relay this intelligence. White Zetsu quickened his pace, his body weaving through the soil with the agility of a fish. Suddenly, he froze, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, prompting him to emerge from the ground and glance back. In midair, Shingmi had inexplicably arrived. His figure was imposing, the white shadow lingering around his eyes distinctly visible. Just as White Zetsu looked up, Shingmi casually unleashed a palm strike. 8 trigrams. Air palm. The ground beneath White Zetsu fractured suddenly, an invisible force descending upon him like a mountain. Terror gripped him, and though he opened his mouth to scream, no sound emerged. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, he beheld Shingmi's utterly indifferent white eyes and the shattered earth before him. Darkness swiftly engulfed everything. Days later, at the Elder's residence, Lord Yuan, upon investigation, it has come to light that Terumi-mei has been in close contact with White Zetsu recently, unreservedly traveling together, suggesting a possible conspiracy. Upon receiving the report, Lord Yuan barely managed to suppress a tirade of expletives directed at the fool who had relayed this information. Conspiracy, what nonsense. Do these ninjas have any sense left? With their combined strength, do they even need to conspire? Even if there were a conspiracy, with Hyuga in power, who would dare act against them? Lord Yuan grunted, gesturing for the messenger to depart. As the subordinate retreated, Qing, standing behind him, ventured to speak. Lord Yuan, should we? Qing's face was still obscured by an eye patch, though it was now hollow. Lord Yuan nodded. You go. Formally extend an invitation for him to attend my birthday banquet in 3 days. At these words, Qing's expression shifted. Without turning back, Lord Yuan continued, I understand your frustration. Bear with it a little longer. This situation will not persist for long. Qing bowed his head in resentment. I understand. Everything is for the village. Lord Yuan replied. It is good that you have this awareness. Now go. Yes. Chapter 29. The Sage that night. The residence of the sage was ablaze with lights. The courtyard resplendent with exquisite banquet tables. As the most powerful elder of Hidden Mist Village, the sage's birthday celebration attracted nearly all the prominent figures of the village. Leaders of the great clans, high-ranking officials, and even emissaries from the daimyo of the Land of Water arrived bearing precious gifts. Maidens flitted about, filling cups with clear wine. And the entire estate buzzed with merriment. After several rounds of toasts, the sage excused himself from the table, citing an inability to hold his liquor. He retreated to the quiet of the back room, where a maid assisted him in kneeling before a low table, pouring 2 cups of tea before discreetly departing. Not long after, when the paper door was gently pulled open, the sage slowly opened his eyes. My apologies for not preparing a gift in advance. But I dare say that even if I offered one, you might not be able to accept it, came a voice. Under the moonlight, the figure of Simi appeared. Clad in plain garments, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the sage reached out to gesture for him to sit, he found Simi already comfortably seated across from him. Unreserved. Your presence at this banquet is already sufficient, the sage replied, retracting his arm with poise. Is that so? Your assurance brings me comfort, Simi responded. The sage lifted the teacup, his seemingly murky eyes scrutinizing Simi through the rising steam. Are you accustomed to life in Hidden Mist? The climate here is far more humid than elsewhere. Thank you for your concern. The moist air is beneficial for the skin. I quite enjoy it, Simi replied. The sage's gnarled fingers traced the rim of his cup as he continued. Until now, I have never heard the 4th Hokage mention your name, which piques my curiosity. Simi chuckled lightly. Is it truly necessary to engage in such pleasantries? You already know who I am. The reason I have chosen not to speak of it is that I fear you might take something from me again. Rest assured, I am not so ruthless. And you need not fear losing another of your precious eyes. An icy tension enveloped the room. The sage's eyelids twitched slightly as he set down his cup, exchanging a knowing glance with Simi, both revealing silent smiles. From the outset, Simi had adopted an aggressive stance, his words laden with disrespect, seemingly aiming to provoke the sage. The sage could have exploited this opportunity, yet he refrained, indicating a desire for something greater. My apologies, it seems you are unaccustomed to this manner of discourse. I did not mean to be presumptuous. Age has rendered it difficult for me to grasp the thoughts of the youth, the sage murmured. Simi nodded. Then speak plainly. Do not mince words. The sage continued, I was born and raised in Hidden Mist, and naturally, I must serve the village. Yet, I find myself curious about your loyalty to Hidden Mist. I have invited you here merely to clarify this matter. Loyalty? Simi toyed with the teacup before him. That term is not quite accurate. It is like this tea, too hot burns the tongue, while too cold lacks flavor. I simply have nowhere else to go. Oh? So you had other villages to choose from, did you? What compelled you to select Hidden Mist? Is there a particular reason? The sage inquired. None, Simi replied curtly. The sage pressed on. I have heard that the incident involving the Watermelon Mountain and the pufferfish demon is connected to you. As an outsider with no ties, how is it that you have access to the village's core intelligence? This invites speculation. Simi interjected, let us be direct. I do not wish to engage in convoluted discussions. The sage chuckled softly, gesturing for Simi to drink his tea. Do not be hasty, Simi. The night is long, and since your arrival in Hidden Mist, we have yet to properly acquaint ourselves. Simi sighed lightly. In the next moment, a white shadow flickered in the corner of his eye, and his presence surged. The atmosphere in the room growing palpable. The sage's pupils dilated as his frail fingers trembled involuntarily, yet he resisted the urge to flee. Simi meant to kill him, and there was no opportunity to escape. There are 17, Simi stated, casting a glance outside. 17 ninjas are lying in ambush, concealed by summoning techniques to obscure their presence from your Byakugan, and there are even more lurking in the distant woods. This was Simi's sage mode, a technique he had independently developed outside of the 3 great sage locations, merging his chakra with the surrounding natural energy, attuned to every rustle within several kilometers. Turning back, Simi's wide eyes locked onto the sage's. I can tell you quite directly, I could easily eliminate everyone here, including you. But can you guess why I am still seated here, sharing tea with you? Sometimes, I find your kind to be excessively foolish. What could be easily understood is often convoluted into a labyrinthine mess, leaving you ensnared. I will say this once more. It is best if you speak plainly. The sage's throat constricted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Since the 4th Hokage's tenure began, Simi had shifted his rhetoric. The daimyo of the Land of Water must be quite displeased, yes? What conditions did the daimyo promise you? The position of Hokage? Or the entire Hidden Mist village? Is your goal the 5th Hokage? Simi suddenly erupted in laughter. You, like the daimyo, fail to grasp the essence of the situation. How audacious. The sage feigned anger, slamming his withered palm onto the table. It is not your place to teach me. You may insult me, but you shall not disrespect the daimyo. Simi regarded the sage with surprise before chuckling again. Do you truly wish for me to end your life? I find that somewhat admirable. Many wish for me to leave Hidden Mist, yet none possess your level of resolve. The sage and Appo's countenance darkened. What do you mean by that? Simi dismissed him, continuing. Those who come to confront you do not seek death, do they? Once I act against you, that news will spread like wildfire across the 5 nations. The relationship between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire is quite cordial, should I take such an action. I would no longer be able to remain in Hidden Mist. Simultaneously, the Hokage would be compelled to respond, at which point the daimyo could legitimately reach out to Konoha, using my identity as leverage to force their involvement. Your calculations are astute. The price to be paid is merely your life. If events unfold as you envision, whether I am ultimately coerced to side with you and wage war against the Hokage or driven to leave Hidden Mist, either scenario benefits you. For the first time that night, the sage displayed a hint of disarray, his gaze filled with astonishment. In mere words, Simi had laid bare his thoughts. The sage's voice trembled. How did you know? Just a few whispers here and there, Simi continued. I hear the daimyo has long been dissatisfied with the Hokage, yet has remained powerless to act. It is curious. Given the daimyo's authority, one would assume they could achieve anything. Enough. The sage interrupted sharply, glaring at Simi. Simi, unfazed, continued. So, with the daimyo's backing, you secretly gather those families expelled by the Hokage, providing them resources and exhausting the Umbu. Oh. And the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain, he is likely not one of yours, yet as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems implausible for him to access such sensitive information without support behind him. The identity of his backers is rather easy to deduce. In conclusion, Simi could not suppress a laugh. What a pity. After all that scheming, one cannot overcome the might of another's fist. You did not anticipate that Yagura would exhibit such unwavering resolve. All overt strategies ultimately faltered before his intimidation as a Jinchuriki. Yuan Shi, despairing, closed his eyes. Saint Me, having perceived all, nonetheless chose to attend the banquet this evening, his stance unequivocally clear. With a smile, Saint Me rose slowly. Looking down upon Yuan Shi, what manner of world is this? I refuse to believe you are oblivious. In the face of absolute power, your tricks are futile. What you hold dear is utterly valueless to me. Whether it exists or not is inconsequential. To persuade me to join you in seizing power, you must first earn my respect. Upon concluding his statement, Saint Mi turned towards the door. Yuan Shi, lifting his gaze slightly, silently followed Saint Mi with his eyes, observing his retreating figure. As Saint Mi was about to depart, he paused and turned back, saying, I have no desire to involve myself in your games. I am aware that you fear not death, hence I do not intend to kill you. However, should you continue to vex me, the mist you cherish shall forever be shrouded in a mist of blood, I assure you. Yuan Shi remained frozen in place until Saint Mi's silhouette completely vanished at the corridor's end. Only then did he slowly lower his head, gazing silently at the two teacups before him, realizing that his back had become soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 32 Years later time flies. And it has been 2 years since. On this night, a village within the borders of the Land of Water has succumbed to a raging inferno. Earlier, this village was once thriving, renowned as the ancestral home of the illustrious Kagaya clan. Yet now, it is nearly obliterated. The fierce flames engulf wooden houses, while thick smoke shrouds half the sky. The streets lie strewn with corpses, some belonging to the Kagaya clan and Appos, ninjas, others to innocent villagers. Distant sounds of clashing weapons intermingle with the cries of the dying. On a nearby hill, Seiya and his companions stand in silent observation, illuminated by the firelight. Seiya, through the dove mask on his face, murmurs, so we have missed the mark once again behind him. Kirin gazes at the scene before them and cannot help but inquire. Why would they do such a thing? Seiya turns his head slightly to glance at her. What you truly wish to ask is why the Mizukage would issue such commands. Is it not? Kirin, caught off guard, shoots him a reproachful look. This man undoubtedly knows the underlying truths yet chooses to remain silent. The Kagaya clan brought about their own demise, opting for rebellion, Seiya resumes, retracting his gaze. Regardless of whether they were coerced, our official identities remain as the Umbu. He gestures towards the battlefield below, stating, as ninjas, we must execute our missions, observed J-Bai, who harbors no objections. J-Bai, standing nearby, hesitates for a moment before raising his hand awkwardly. Actually, he pauses. I too find the recent behavior of Lord Mizukage rather unusual. Seiya, upon hearing this, turns to him with a smile. If even you can perceive it, how could the Mizukage and the elders remain oblivious? He pats J-Bai on the shoulder. For now, we need not ponder too deeply. We shall simply follow orders. Just as 2 years ago, during Seiya's conversation with the former master at the estate, the chaos within Kirigakure has not diminished. Instead, it has deepened. The roots of disorder have never emerged overnight. The turmoil in Kirigakure stems from the relentless power struggles at the upper echelons. The ninja village serves as a nation's primary military force, typically. The state provides various resources to sustain the village, which in return trains ninjas. In times of war, ninjas are dispatched to the battlefield, whereas in peacetime, they undertake various tasks to earn remuneration, stimulating economic circulation. When contradictions arise between the daimyo, the nation's leader, and the Mizukage, the leader of the ninja village, this harmonious exchange falters. Thus, both sides remain locked in a standstill, vying for power through myriad means. The village before them, now reduced to a state of desolation, is merely a microcosm of the struggle. Seiya lightly nods to his comrades. Zabuza, present. A ninja promptly steps forward, kneeling on one knee. Seiya's voice is soft. Go. Understood. Zabuza replies, rising and swiftly disappearing into the flaming village. Seiya leads a select elite squad of fewer than 10 members, established 2 years prior under the orders of Yagura to form a new assassination unit. This team comprises the strongest from various clans within Kirigakure, all chosen by Seiya himself, including Kirin and J-Bai. Under Seiya's command, they directly serve Mizukage Yagura. Over the past 2 years, Seiya has solidified his authority within Kirigakure through sheer strength. To the majority of the villagers, he has become the embodiment of Mizukage Yagura. Whether internally or externally, wherever action is required, his presence is inevitable. The atmosphere surrounding Seiya's assassination squad thickens the already blood-soaked ambience, as dissent against the Mizukage grows louder within Kirigakure. Yagura has no choice but to rely on Seiya's power to maintain his dominion. Merely days ago, the Kagaya clan rebuffed Mizukage Yagura's order to relocate most of their members to the heart of Kirigakure, opting instead to instigate rebellion. The Kagaya clan, known for their Kekkai Genkai, the Shikatsumiyaku, has garnered both fame and misfortune. The bloodline brings with it a hereditary illness, causing many of its members to suffer premature aging. Additionally, it harbors a gene for battle frenzy, wherein clan members can unleash combat prowess far beyond their current capabilities in moments of extreme rage, often losing their rationality and making impulsive decisions. When such a battle-driven clan is repeatedly manipulated through political machinations by Kirigakure's elite, the ultimate outcome is, in truth, already predetermined. The directive received by Seiya and his team originates directly from Mizukage Yagura, aimed at completely expelling the rebellious Kagaya clan from the Land of Water. Seiya scans his surroundings, ensuring their movements remain unmonitored, and cannot help but chuckle. Over the past 2 years, he has maintained a delicate rapport with Toby. Despite their infrequent encounters, Toby has consistently relayed pertinent information through White Zetsu. As for those White Zetsu too close to Seiya's annihilation, Toby has chosen to ignore them entirely. Let us commence the operation, Seiya commands, taking the lead. Behind him, J-Bai, Kirin, and the others disperse into the infernal-lit village. Chapter 31. Kagaya Kimimaro. Within the village, a female ninja wielding twin blades stood atop a burning rooftop, her chestnut-red hair swirling in the heat waves. Leave no one alive. A cold command echoed as her voice spread through the area. Corpse bone style, camellia dance. A figure darted past her, brandishing a long bone blade, launching an attack. The female ninja, without turning her head, merely scoffed, bringing her blades together. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, instantly piercing through the Kagaya clan ninja who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Ugh. The Kagaya ninja fell in rage, casting a final, unwilling glance at his opponent. Ringo Ayuri. The ninja named Ringo Ayuri smirked, then drove her blade through the skull of the fallen enemy. Below, the streets were littered with the corpses of Kagaya clan members. As the Kagaya warriors drew their bone blades, they were swiftly besieged by several missed ninjas. The sound of shattering bone blades was drowned out by the cries of agony. Across the village, similar scenes unfolded continuously. A mother lay in a pool of blood, clutching her child, while the bodies of young ninjas pierced through their fallen comrades. Flames consumed the last remnants of refuge. Why must you eradicate us all? Shouted an elderly elder, leaning on his cane in fury. Ringo Ayuri leaped down, her lightning blade piercing through his chest. Because you were traitors. Suddenly, her senses heightened. She glanced aside and swiftly retreated. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, striking the very spot she had just occupied. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ringo Ayuri's lips curled into a smile. Ah, if it isn't Zabuza. So, you were leading this operation. Zabuza replied coldly. Ringo Ayuri tossed her hair disdainfully. Attacking someone from the 7 ninja swordsmen, are you trying to betray the village? Zabuza stated, my mission is to stop you here. Die. Ringo Ayuri. With their words, any potential for reconciliation vanished. Ringo Ayuri grinned wickedly, twirling her twin blades, and charged at Zabuza. Zabuza was prepared, water style, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the area, their figures intertwining within the mist, as blades of light and lightning clashed violently. Meanwhile, at the mouth of a cave on the opposite side of the village, Simi stood silently. 2 figures quietly descended behind him. They've arrived, Terumi Mei whispered. Kisame slammed a Kagaya ninja onto the ground. The ninja, upon seeing Simi's mask, widened his eyes in terror. It's you. Has the Mizukage sent you too? Simi chuckled softly. Don't misunderstand. It is not my hands that will bring your destruction. I merely require your assistance. He signaled to Kisame, who promptly lifted the Kagaya ninja. And the 3 entered the depths of the cave together. Deeper within, a heavy iron door adorned with sealing symbols barred their way. Terumi Mei stepped forward, examining it closely. The 8 directions in seal can only be undone through a specific method, which includes the blood of the Kagaya clan. Without hesitation, Simi turned and slit the throat of the Kagaya ninja, allowing his blood to spray onto the sealing symbols. Acquired bloodline limit. Corpse bone style, bloodline limit has been enhanced to the same level according to personal chakra, as he felt the surge of new power within him. Simi smiled, pressing one hand against the seal while forming hand seals with the other. Release. In the next moment, the sealing symbol emitted a blinding red light, and the inscriptions vanished. To the astonishment of those watching, Terumi Mei and Kisame remained unfazed. Kisame smiled at Terumi Mei, saying, no matter how many times I witness it, I am sincerely in awe. That is why I wish to follow him. Terumi Mei was unperturbed by this. Over the past 2 years, her gaze had been firmly fixed upon the figure before her, with no one else in her sight. Regardless of others' thoughts, she was the first to make her resolution. Simi gently removed the sealing symbol and continued forward with Terumi Mei and Kisame. The iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a rugged interior. It was a cell, containing only 1 prisoner. In the center of the cell, a frail figure was bound by heavy iron chains. Before him stood iron bars, separating the 2 realms, a testament to the caution of those who had imprisoned him. Before them was a child, no more than a few years old, emaciated, with hair and skin as pale as death, his almost translucent skin revealing the blue veins beneath. Kagaya Kimimaro awoke to the sound of the door opening, lifting his pale face to gaze calmly at his visitors. Are we here for him? Terumi Mei asked, astonished. Simi approached with a smile. Do not underestimate him. He is considered the ultimate weapon by the Kagaya clan. His name is Kagaya Kimimaro. Kisame furrowed his brow. I believe I have heard that name before. Simi nodded, elaborating. 2 months ago, a 6-member Umbu squad mysteriously vanished. When they were found, all had been brutally slain by sharp weapons. Terumi Mei and Kisame were further astonished. Is it him? Yes. The sound of shifting chains interrupted their conversation, and Kimimaro inquired, is it time for battle again? His youthful voice echoed in the cave, revealing a hint of calmness. We're here to rescue you, Simi replied. Rescue me? A flicker of confusion crossed Kimimaro and Appo's hollow gaze. Simi continued. Are you asking why we are rescuing you, or who we are? Kimimaro said, I do not understand what rescue means. My purpose is to fight. Simi asked with interest. Has it always been this way since you can remember? Kimimaro nodded. Simi shook his head, stepping before Kimimaro, and with a swift motion, the heavy chains fell apart under the power of steel release. Well then, you are free now. Free. Kimimaro murmured, repeating the unfamiliar word. What about the others? They are all dead, Simi stated calmly. Your family attempted to rebel but failed. Upon hearing this, Kimamaro's expression remained unchanged, and he countered, "Where are you taking me? Who are we to fight?" Simi replied, "You are now free. The choice is entirely yours." Kimamaro pondered for a long while before finally uttering, "What does freedom mean?" Simi patiently explained, "Freedom means that as long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you wish. No one can force you to do anything. At least in this world, that is how it is." Kimamaro instinctively took a step back, shaking his head in confusion. "But the elders told me I should not be this way. I am merely a tool, and tools should not have their own thoughts." Simi replied, "The elder who told you that is dead, proving he was wrong." Eh? Kimamaro did not expect such a response from Simi, causing his small mind to go blank. Simi squatted down to meet Kimamaro's gaze. "I am stronger than the elders. You should listen to me, not them." Kimamaro fell into deep thought, and after a while, he looked up and said, "It seems that way. Those who did not believe in me are all dead. What is your name?" "Hinata Simi." "You do not need to tell me your name. I already know it." Kimamaro carefully savored this name, as if he were trying to digest it. Simi stood up with a smile, extending his hand. "I wish to invite you to accompany me. I wonder if you might be willing. This is not a compulsory request. You are free to decline or depart at any time." Junmaru remained still. Simi inquired, "Is there something else on your mind?" After a moment of contemplation, Junmaru replied, "I have come to understand what freedom is, yet I do not comprehend why you require my presence. I am a cursed individual." Simi asked, "What do you mean?" Junmaru continued, "My bloodline. People speak of me as possessing the blood of a demon." Simi pointed to his own palm, signaling Junmaru to observe closely. In the next instant, from the center of Simi's palm, bones protruded through the skin, gathering together to ultimately form a delicate little bone flower. Junmaru was taken aback, exclaiming, "You too possess the bone lineage?" Simi continued to address Junmaru. "This is not a curse, but rather a gift. Your ability is a divine endowment." Junmaru gazed at the hand extended before him, hesitating for a brief moment before slowly raising his frail hand to gently rest it within the palm of Simi. Chapter 32. The underworld escaped. The village of the Kagaya clan lay in ruins, engulfed by the flames of war. As the fierce inferno licked at the remnants of shattered rooftops, the air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and blood. Amidst the crumbling walls, the sparks of ninjutsu clashed with the resounding strikes of blades. Zabuza, panting heavily, gripped his kunai tightly, sweat mingling with blood as it trickled down his cheek. His opponent stood amidst the rubble, dual blades crackling with lightning, a confident and mocking smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "You hold on quite well. Perhaps if you were more pleasing to the eye, I might consider savoring you slowly," Linshio Yuli remarked. Zabuza's response was succinct and fierce. "Water style, water dragon bullet." A roaring water dragon surged from the ground, lunging towards Linshio Yuli. With a scoff, she crossed her blades and declared, "Lightning style, exploding thunder." Lightning erupted from her sword's edge, instantly cleaving the water dragon in two, sending electric sparks flying and causing water to explode, cracking the ground beneath them. Zabuza gritted his teeth and charged forward, his kunai slashing through the air, only to be effortlessly parried by Linshio Yuli. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Amidst the clash, a long gash was carved across Zabuza's chest, causing him to stagger backward until he was forced to lean against a wall to remain upright. "You are still far from my level," Linshio Yuli sneered. "Prepare to die." Exploding thunder. A brilliant sphere of energy coalesced, crackling ominously, as it hurtled towards Zabuza. Just as the moment seemed dire, several figures descended like a whirlwind beside him. Underworld escape, absorption hole. An invisible force erupted from the palm of the leader, instantly dissipating Linshio Yuli's lightning, as if it had been consumed, the surroundings returning to a tranquil state as if nothing had transpired. "What?" Linshio Yuli gasped. Retreating swiftly to a safe distance, her gaze alert as she regarded the newcomers. Sami cast a glance at the breathless Zabuza. "You've done well." At that moment, Zabuza, lacking his signature sword, had managed to hold off one of the 7 ninja swordsmen for an extended period, demonstrating his resilience, a man unwilling to acknowledge his own frailty even unto death. Struggling, Zabuza knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, "I have fulfilled my duty." Behind him, Kimamaro observed the scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he turned to Kisame, whispering, "Is Sami really that formidable?" Kisame grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth. "Just watch, kid. Not everyone is worthy of my allegiance." Linshio Yuli gripped her dual blades tightly, her gaze fixed on Saint Mi, a glint of shock in her eyes. "Such a bloodline limit, you are the white of the Umbu?" A slight smile graced Saint Mi's lips. "It seems I am quite well known." Linshio Yuli's expression grew serious, her habitual smile tinged with provocation. "Everyone says the captain of the Umbu, white, can wield multiple bloodline limits, possessing both Sharingan and Byakugan. Who in the land of water is unaware of your name?" She paused, her smile laced with challenge. "But, white, what is your intention today?" Saint Mi replied casually. "Since you are aware of my identity, would you be willing to join my little team?" Linshio Yuli was taken aback. "What do you mean? You want me to join you?" She then burst into laughter, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You jest, white. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Directly under the Mizukage. Are you attempting to stage a rebellion in front of me? I am not like that shameless shark behind you." Saint Mi was unfazed, gently shaking his head. "In that case, never mind. Should you change your mind, you may seek me out at any time." He understood that Linshio Yuli would not submit. Her fiery spirit would not allow her to join under duress. Saint Mi turned his gaze to the surroundings, noting the Kagaya village had been nearly obliterated. Flames consuming the last of the structures, thick smoke obscuring the moonlight. He gestured for his team to prepare to leave. Wait. Linshio Yuli's voice rang out sharply, laced with coldness. Her eyes fell on Kimimaro. I can pretend the previous battle never occurred, but that boy must remain, if I am not mistaken. He is of the Kagaya clan, correct? Saint Mi halted and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Linshio Yuli smiled. Then it is settled. White. My orders are to eradicate the entire Kagaya clan. You wouldn't dare to take him away before my eyes, would you? Upon hearing this, Kasame smirked knowingly. Addressing Saint Mi. Though her disposition is unpleasant, she remains quite loyal to her village. If possible, could we spare her life? Saint Mi chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Linshio Yuli. I do not despise such individuals, yet sadly, she is too blinded, perceiving her limited world as the entirety of existence. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot fathom the vastness beyond its confines. Kagami contemplated for a moment before adding, this is not entirely her fault. She has lived in such an environment since childhood, and it is beyond her power to change. Saint Mi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely my point. It seems my words have resonated with you. Kagami glanced at Saint Mi helplessly. Do you think I'm foolish? Saint Mi smiled. Not at all. I find it quite endearing. Kagami narrowed her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Saint Mi. You insolent man, just wait, if it weren't for our surroundings. Noticing that the others were entirely engrossed in their own discussion, Linshio Yuli was infuriated to the point of laughter. With a roar, she crossed her blades and thrust them forcefully into the ground. Lightning style, lightning fong. A burst of lightning illuminated the ground, blooming like dazzling flowers. Surging toward the group before her. Chapter 33, White Snow. A sudden explosion of lightning erupted from the ground, transforming into countless jagged shards of electricity that tore through the air, sweeping towards Simi and his companions. Observing the chaos, Terumi Mae grasped Jumaru, while Kisame hoisted the incapacitated Zabuza, both having prepared in advance to retreat swiftly. What? Ringo Yukimura's pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, Simi, who stood at the forefront, vanished. This is bad. Realizing the futility of her attack, Ringo Yukimura retreated with great haste. The next moment, a faint breeze swept by, and Simi appeared before her once more, having effortlessly penetrated the layers of lightning. Such incredible speed. Ringo Yukimura gasped in astonishment, her expression shifting as she suddenly thrust her twin blades towards Simi, simultaneously shutting her eyes, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Now that I know you possess the Sharingan, how could I possibly remain unprepared? Before her words could fully escape, her smile froze on her face. The twin blades halted midair, unable to advance another inch. Opening her eyes, Ringo Yukimura was shocked to see Simi enveloped in a layer of dark metallic sheen, unabashedly grasping her blades. She attempted to withdraw her weapons, but they remained immovable. Only then did she realize that claw-like bones had emerged from Simi's wrists, firmly locking her blades in place. The corpse pulse. Ringo Yukimura screamed, disbelief evident in her eyes. Simi did not afford her the opportunity to utter another word. With a flick of his fingers, bone projectiles shot forth like arrows. Caught off guard, Ringo Yukimura and Appo's chest was pierced by 10 bone darts, blood gushing forth as her body stumbled backward, ultimately crashing heavily onto the scorched earth. Is this the current standard of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Simi mused, disappointment evident as he gripped the twin blades. Had it been 2 years prior, it would have taken him considerably more time to deal with Ringo Yukimura. Yet now, Simi had far surpassed the level of a mere ninja like her. Over the past 2 years, under the guise of his Umbu identity, Simi's strength had undergone a transformative elevation. The most notable change was the increase in his bloodline limits. For instance, the ability of Dark Release was acquired from a masquerading sensory ninja during a mission, under the leadership of Yagura. The Mist Village's attitude towards bloodline limit ninjas had become increasingly suspicious, which inadvertently benefited Simi. Turning away, Simi casually tossed the Raijin blade to Zabuza, overcome with excitement. Zabuza understood the gesture as a sign of trust. Obtaining one of the 7 ninja swords held special significance for him, even as he had resolved to follow Simi. Simi's gaze swept across the desolate village, his tone calm. Let us depart. Kisame grinned, gesturing towards Simi's back. She's not dead yet. Simi continued walking without turning around. I know. It depends on her luck. If she survives, I shall grant her another chance. Jumara regarded Simi's silhouette, a flicker of awe crossing his expression. Kisame's earlier words echoed in his mind. This is what it means to be unequivocally powerful? It certainly appears so. Flames continued to blaze, thick smoke billowing forth, completely obscuring the moonlight, leaving behind a landscape strewn with debris and lingering malice. The news of the Kagaya clan's annihilation swiftly spread throughout the land of water, causing little commotion. Over the past 2 years, such events had ceased to be newsworthy. Reports of families being expelled by the Mizukage or renowned ninjas choosing to defect surfaced intermittently. For ordinary people, who were not ninjas, such occurrences were of little concern, as they struggled to survive. On the dilapidated streets of the village, a cold wind stirred a few withered leaves. Located in the northeastern part of the land of water, this area witnessed snowfall every winter. A frail figure huddled in a corner of the street, thin garments flapping in the wind, trembling uncontrollably. The news of the Kagaya clan's demise had reached this place, and even the children surviving on the streets had inevitably heard the grim tidings. It was said that the Kagaya clan faced such a dire fate due to their bloodline limits. Bloodline limits. Recalling the similar experiences he had endured, the child curled tighter into his meager clothing. A few men silently passed by him. Hesitating, the child timidly extended a hand to stop them. Please. Can you spare some food? Get lost. The leading man cast a disdainful glance at the child, roughly swatting his hand away. Those who are unwanted are worthless. He spat venomously. People like you deserve to die. The child shrank back in terror, clearly accustomed to such reactions, daring not to utter another word as his face buried deep into his knees. However, these men did not simply walk away after venting their frustrations like others. A heavy slap landed on his head, causing the child to tremble in pain. Curses rained down upon him, followed by a relentless flurry of fists and kicks, striking without mercy. When emotions find an outlet that meets no resistance, they are unleashed with abandon. The child's passive demeanor only fueled the men's aggression further. Damn it. It's people like you that caused me to lose my job and earn no money. Amidst the numbing pain, frost began to form uncontrollably in the child's palms, the temperature around him plummeting. Stop. Please stop. I can't. Hold it back. The assailants remained oblivious, continuing to vent their pent-up emotions. Just as the child was on the brink of breaking, suddenly, the barrage of slaps ceased. With a few muffled thuds, the child shakily lifted his head, discovering the men sprawled on the ground, unconscious. In the distance, two figures approached, one tall and one small. The leading figure was immaculate, his smooth black hair neatly tied back, leaving an unforgettable impression with just a glance. Most striking was the contrast on his face, one eye shone pure and flawless, while the other appeared entirely ordinary. So white. The child couldn't and Appo's help but stare into the man and Appo's eyes. They were as white as snow. Beside him walked a child of similar age, pale-faced, with an expression of cold indifference. As the pair drew nearer, Simi halted and asked first, "What is your name?" The child shyly shook his head, unable to meet the gaze of the newcomer. "Do you have no name?" Simi inquired softly. "Or are you too afraid to say?" The child continued to shake his head, his expression growing increasingly forlorn. Simi pondered for a moment, pointing to Jumru beside him. "This guy has a bit more sense than you. At least he knows what he lives for. What about you?" The child remained silent, shaking his head once more. With a resigned sigh, Simi crouched down to meet the child's gaze. "All right, even if you know nothing. I am certain you are the one I seek. Would you like a name?" Upon hearing this, the child and Appo's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a star had ignited in the darkness. "A name? I truly need a new name." The child nodded vigorously, a mixture of confusion and fear giving way to newfound expression. "Then from now on," Simi smiled gently, "you shall be called White, just like me." "White." The child whispered softly. "What a beautiful name, so fitting." Simi stood up and took a few steps forward, beckoning to White. "Would you like to come with me?" I was utterly stunned, rendered motionless like a wooden figure. Well, Shangmi did not press the matter further, leaving behind a wistful smile before turning away. I remained seated on the ground, gazing vacantly at the receding silhouette of Shangmi. Junmaru cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent and without hesitation, followed in Shangmi's footsteps. Time passed, though I could not discern how long it had been, before he suddenly stumbled to his feet, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and clumsily pursued them. In the biting wind, his frail form desperately chased after the two figures that grew more distant. Snow fell upon his shoulders, as pristine and eternal as the purest white. Chapter 34. When the wind rises, misty hidden village. Saint-Mi gently pushed the flustered Bai and Junmaru in front of Terumi-Mei. "I will be gone for a while," he stated, "so I am leaving them in your care." Terumi-Mei furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed solely on Saint-Mi, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes before it was quickly masked. "When will you return?" she inquired. "I do not know," Saint-Mi replied, looking toward the water shadow tower in the distance. "But it should be soon. If I don't leave, some mice want to show themselves." Kisame leaned against a nearby tree trunk and asked, "When you return, will we be taking action?" Saint-Mi nodded. "Perhaps. During this time, I will rely on you." Terumi-Mei lowered her head and uttered a soft acknowledgement, saying nothing further, leaving for a while and coming back with one more. "What kind of nonsense is this? Is she a nursery?" Seeing her expression, Saint-Mi understood her thoughts, reaching out to ruffle Terumi-Mei's hair playfully. Her curls were thick and fluffy, a delight to the touch. Saint-Mi had grown half a head taller than Terumi-Mei, making this gesture feel quite natural between them. Terumi-Mei turned her head in protest until Kisame discreetly averted his gaze. As Saint-Mi vanished into the morning mist, Terumi-Mei found herself speechless, meeting the clear eyes of the two children. Bai nervously clutched his own clothing, while Junmaru silently observed her, devoid of any emotion. Known for her fiery temper, Terumi-Mei felt utterly helpless at the sight, unable to muster a single harsh word. "What is your name?" She forced a smile and asked the newcomer. "Bai." Terumi-Mei was taken aback and looked closely at him. "You are also named Bai? What a lovely name." She squatted down, gently brushing aside the unruly bangs obscuring Bai and Appo's face, and exclaimed in surprise, "You little one are quite the beauty. You will undoubtedly grow up to be striking. Where did Saint-Mi find you? What about your parents?" I evaded Terumi Mei's hand as it reached for his cheek and quietly replied, "They are both dead. My mother died at my father and Appo's hands. And your father? I killed him, as well as others." This revelation rendered both Terumi Mei and Kisame silent. Although such occurrences were not uncommon in the land of water, hearing a child so young confess to murdering their kin was unsettling. Only Junmaro turned to Bai and said, "You are free. You did well." Terumi Mei reprimanded without reservation, "Children should listen more and speak less, especially you. We cannot have you corrupting Bai." Junmaro glanced at Terumi Mei calmly and chose to remain silent. Seeing his demeanor, Terumi Mei felt a headache coming on. These two children were all troubled youths, cold-blooded in their actions. How would she manage them? The only silver lining was that their parents would not cause any trouble. Other than that, it was all bad news. Suddenly, Kisame chuckled. An irresponsible father leaves, leaving behind a single mother with two children. Terumi Mei's temper flared, and she turned to form a hand seal. Dissolving technique. A torrent of scorching acidic mist erupted, and Kisame vanished in an instant, the tree he once leaned against rapidly corroding away. "Have you lost your mind?" Kisame shouted. "Someone could die. You were meant to die." Terumi Mei yelled as she pursued him, her crimson hair billowing behind her. Bai and Junmaro stood still, watching the receding figures, tilting their heads in unison. Bai whispered, "Should we persuade them?" Junmaro brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes with a stoic expression. "Mind your own business." In the distance, the sounds of Kisame's cries and Terumi Mei's furious reprimands echoed. Bai shrank back, noticing a barely perceptible smile on Junmaro's face. These people are truly peculiar. In Konoha, within the dimly lit underground base, Akane Mitahashi stood before the laboratory door, holding a stack of heavy manuscripts. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked on the imposing metal door. "Come in," came Orochimaru's hoarse voice from inside. Akane pushed the door open, instinctively straightening her posture and holding the documents against her chest. "Lord Orochimaru." Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed another presence in the lab. Saint Mi leaned against the lab table, offering her a familiar smile. "Long time no see, Akane." Her pupils dilated in shock. "How did you? The latest barrier didn't stop you? How could this guy return to Konoha as if returning home? Are the barrier teams just slacking off?" Saint Mi pointed at Orochimaru, who was dissecting a corpse. "With Lord Orochimaru here, what does a barrier matter?" Akane pressed her lips together, casting another glance at Saint Mi before turning expressionlessly to Orochimaru. "I have brought the documents, Lord Orochimaru." She slammed the manuscripts onto the lab table, producing a loud thud. Orochimaru did not look up, his scalpel gliding over the corpse. "If you cannot even control your emotions, you should never step foot in here again." Akane's face paled, and after a deep breath, she quietly replied, "I apologize. I will be more mindful." "Leave." Orochimaru suddenly adopted a gentle smile, as if the reprimand had never occurred. "Yes." Akane gritted her teeth. These two individuals, one was her teacher, the other an unassailable menace, made it clear that losing her temper was futile. However, suppressing her anger only led to further frustration. It was infuriating. Akane stomped her foot and slammed the door behind her as she left. Chapter 35. Curse Seal. As Hondo turned stiffly to leave, the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed sharply as the door closed behind him. Shinmi gazed at the tightly shut laboratory door and softly inquired, "How did it go?" "Failure," Orochimaru replied, setting down his surgical knife. "This individual's physique is far too frail to withstand the effects of reincarnation." Shinmi smiled, "Yet you have already managed to perform this technique. Truly, you are remarkable, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru responded, "There is no need for such flattery. As far as I know, you have no intention of reincarnation, do you?" "Indeed, I do not," Shinmi replied. "However, witnessing such a process firsthand is exhilarating to recall at any moment." Orochimaru murmured, stepping aside to examine the documents that Hondo had brought. "There is no need for us to discuss such matters any further, Shinmi-kun." Sensing the subtle threat in Orochimaru's words, Shinmi offered a polite smile and refrained from responding. Over the past 2 years, Shinmi had maintained a close relationship with Orochimaru, not merely due to their initial agreement of collaboration but also because both had needs that the other could fulfill. Two individuals, fully aware of each other's secrets and eager to exploit them, naturally gravitated towards one another. The research Orochimaru was conducting involved a secret technique that only he could master, the impure world reincarnation. This technique represented the pinnacle of Orochimaru's scientific endeavors, destined to solidify his illustrious reputation within the realm of ninja science. Once this ninjutsu was completed, as long as conditions permitted, it would be nearly impossible to entirely eliminate him. Given even the slightest opportunity, Orochimaru would return through impure world reincarnation. Simultaneously, by continuously switching bodies, he could achieve a form of indirect immortality. The name impure world reincarnation was indeed fitting. With the form of an ordinary human, devoid of relying on bloodline limits or family ties, Orochimaru had, in some respects, reached the apex of the ninja world. Of course, Shinmi's support was indispensable in this journey. Over the past 2 years, Shinmi had been deeply involved with Orochimaru, aside from Hondo, who served merely as an assistant. His unmatched observational abilities, particularly concerning chakra and human anatomy, were invaluable. Furthermore, Shinmi could provide Orochimaru with his own experiences in this field for reference, not involving cutting-edge theories. Shinmi now possessed enviable resources in ninjutsu, including one of the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, Senjutobirama, Edo Tensei. As a technique capable of summoning the deceased back to the world of the living, Edo Tensei was naturally recorded in the Book of Seals, with Shinmi and Amp, Appo's, assistants. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's, experimental progress had far surpassed the original plans. Stepping closer, Shinmi glanced at the cold body on the experiment table, recognizing a vaguely familiar face. Is this a Jonin from Konoha? Shinmi's voice carried a hint of surprise. Lord Orochimaru, has your subject evolved to this extent? Orochimaru replied, What? Are you surprised by such a trivial matter, Shinmi-kun? Necessary sacrifices are worth it in the pursuit of truth. No, that is not what I mean, Shinmi said, pointing to the back of the corpse's neck, where an inconspicuous black scar was faintly visible. Upon closer inspection, it resembled more of a seal than a scar. Sensing the power emanating from the seal, Shinmi confirmed his suspicion. This is a cursed seal. Since mastering Sage Mode, Shinmi had become exceptionally sensitive to natural energy. And within it, he sensed the presence of natural energy. He inquired about the seal. This technique is not yet fully completed, is it? Orochimaru looked at Shinmi with surprise. The power contained within should not have been detectable by the Byakugan. Shinmi replied, Rather than saying I discovered it, it seems more accurate to say that your methods, Lord Orochimaru, were not entirely clean. The body bore not just the marks left by the impure world reincarnation technique. Orochimaru did not intend to deliberately expose his research. He simply did not care to conceal it. Since he had not intended to hide anything from Shinmi, the latter felt free to address it. Indeed. A smirk formed on Orochimaru's lips as he unabashedly stated, I found a special child, and this was extracted from him. Related to natural energy? Shinmi asked. Orochimaru paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Shinmi-kun, you never cease to amaze me. You even know about this. Shinmi smiled, offering no explanation, and inquired. What do you call this technique? Orochimaru replied, Curse Seal, the Heavenly Curse Seal. It is still in its initial version. According to my design, if successful, it could introduce natural energy into the body through a certain method. However, the prerequisite is the ability to withstand this force. As you can see, even the physique of a Jonin struggles to endure the contained power. Shinmi glanced at the corpse on the experiment table. Perhaps you simply chose the wrong subject for your experiment. Orochimaru nodded. I may have taken some risks. But he was the only subject among this batch that survived for over 10 hours. Why not implant the cursed seal in me? Shinmi suddenly proposed. Since they cannot endure it, let me try. An eerie silence enveloped the laboratory. Orochimaru looked at Shinmi. Aren't you afraid I might tamper with it? Shinmi smiled nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. Heh. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, turning to walk deeper into the laboratory. What an intriguing proposal. Though now is not the time. Follow me, I have something I wish to show you. Shinmi inquired. What is it? Your eyes, Orochimaru stated. He hurried to a specially crafted container, gesturing for Shinmi to come closer. Inside the container floated a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Not the other eye Shinmi had initially given to Orochimaru, but another pair that Orochimaru had obtained from an unknown source. Upon mentioning this topic, a fervent light ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. After extensive research, I have come to realize that the pair of eyes you possess is truly fascinating, immensely intriguing. I have largely discerned the secret of the Sharingan. It is a dojutsu that exists in connection with emotions, with the nerves embedded within the eyeball being remarkably sensitive, through emotional stimulation. As long as a certain method is found, one can sequentially induce the evolution of the Sharingan, transitioning from the simple tomo to the double tomo, and then to the triple tomo. Even among the Uchiha clan, not many possess the triple tomo Sharingan. What I wish to convey is that beyond the triple tomo, there exists a further domain, the ultimate power within the Sharingan. Shinmi nodded knowingly, patiently awaiting Orochimaru to elaborate. Yet, Orochimaru suddenly halted, gazing intently at Shinmi. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, You already know, and have mastered this power. It was not a question, but a declaration. Shinmi smiled. Indeed. Nothing escapes your keen perception, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru regarded Shinmi with a meaningful glance. Shinmi took the initiative to say, The Manjiki Sharingan, as far as I know. That is its name. Orochimaru asked, Does it possess any special abilities? I'm not certain. Shinmi shook his head. Not certain? Shinmi affirmed, After all, I am not an Uchiha. Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Shinmi, who met his stare unflinchingly, devoid of any intent to evade. Chapter 36. The Transaction After a Considerable Pause. Orochimaru let out a cold huff, noncommittally averting his gaze, and continued, As for the Byakugan, it is even more fascinating. Based on my research, the Byakugan may not be the pinnacle of the bloodline limits. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from a hidden compartment and unfurled it. The scroll depicted intricate chakra pathways, which, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to the illustrations found in the Hyuga clan's ancestral texts. Orochimaru flipped through page after page, presenting the experimental records to Simi. Like the Sharingan, Orochimaru sought to stimulate the internal nerves of the eyes through various methods, delving even into the cellular realm. I want to elaborate on the specifics, for you would scarcely comprehend, Suffice it to say, the Byakugan possesses the potential for deeper evolution. Orochimaru suddenly paused, fixing his gaze upon Simi. You don't mean to imply you've already mastered such power, do you? Simi chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. His eyes lingered on the scroll for a moment before he sincerely praised. Lord, Orochimaru has indeed exceeded my expectations. Your prowess is remarkable. It was impressive that Orochimaru had unraveled the secrets concealed within the Byakugan and Sharingan through his own research, a testament to his brilliance. This was precisely what Simi wished to witness, establishing a foundation for deeper future exchanges through their ongoing dialogue. No one understood the evolutionary path of the Byakugan better than Simi. Above the Byakugan lies the Rinnegan. There are two ways to awaken the Rinnegan. The most direct method involves attempting to fuse the Hyuga's bloodline with that of the Tsutsuki clan, which once resided on the moon. The other method entails gathering a multitude of Byakugan and merging them in a certain manner to synthesize the Rinnegan. Simi was only aware of the principles behind these methods, but remained oblivious to their practical application. In such a situation, Simi's first thought was to rely on Orochimaru's scientific expertise. Given that the Sharingan possesses the characteristic of hot-swappable transplantation, organ transplant surgery in the ninja world has advanced significantly. Simi lacked the time and resources to restart his studies in medical ninjutsu. Hence, he considered collaborating with Orochimaru, whose theoretical knowledge complemented his technical expertise. However, collaborating with someone like Orochimaru necessitated constant vigilance against betrayal. Once Simi ceased to be of use, Orochimaru would not hesitate to discard him. Yet, as long as Simi maintained his previous persona and conveyed that he harbored many secrets that Orochimaru desired, their collaboration could persist, subtly revealing the secret of the Byakugan's potential for deeper evolution to Orochimaru, while allowing him to believe it was a discovery of his own. Was a bait laid by Simi. Others might not take it, but the insatiable curiosity of Orochimaru would certainly not let it slip away. However, Orochimaru abruptly closed the scroll. His golden serpent-like eyes fixated on Simi. To complete this research, I require more samples. Simi replied, our agreement has long been fulfilled. This reason alone is insufficient for me to provide new Byakugan. No, the Byakugan is not enough. Orochimaru slowly approached Simi, his breath cold. I desire more. Such as a living member of the Hyuga clan? The air in the laboratory grew tense. Simi maintained his smile, silently locking eyes with Orochimaru. They stood in quiet confrontation until a drop of condensation fell from the ceiling, creating a rhythmic sound against the metallic floor. Simi suddenly smiled and said, Lord Orochimaru. This is Konoha. There are not many members of the Hyuga clan you could quietly abduct. I've heard the IWA shinobi have intensified their assaults recently. Causing trouble at this moment may draw attention. Orochimaru stared at Simi for quite some time, letting out a cold laugh before ultimately choosing to relent. Feigning ignorance regarding Simi's insinuation. Approximately 2 years prior, shortly after Simi departed from Konoha, IWA shinobi took advantage of the turmoil caused by the Ninetales incident to strike at the northern borders. Consequently, hostilities between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth reignited, continuing unabated to this day. Simi admired Orochimaru's audacity to consider abducting a high-ranking ninja from the village for experimentation in such a precarious situation. This also indicated that Orochimaru was utterly disillusioned with Konoha, no longer caring about the potential exposure of his actions. Simi-kun, I thought I had grown sufficiently greedy. Yet it appears you are even more avaricious, Orochimaru remarked coolly. A rogue ninja dares to regard the entire Hyuga clan as his own possession. Simi merely smiled, perhaps. Orochimaru half turned away, stating, all that needed to be said has been spoken. If there is nothing else, you may leave. However, Simi did not move. Instead, he retrieved a container from his pocket, which held a pair of pristine, white eyeballs. You know what I seek. This time, it is a trade, Simi declared. Pointing to the corpse on the laboratory table, Orochimaru was not surprised, revealing a dangerous smile. The curse mark at this stage is far from complete. If you wish to die, you need not go through such trouble. I can assist with that. Simi replied, based solely on the current results. I believe this is worth the price. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and stated, 1 pair of Byakugan is insufficient. I require at least 3 pairs. I know you possess many more. Simi sighed in regret and promptly retracted the Byakugan. What a pity. Then let us forget it. Deal. Orochimaru ceased his banter, producing a bundle of scrolls and placing them on the table. This contains all the data regarding the heavenly curse mark thus far, including the potential for future developments. Simi, with a beaming smile, retrieved the Byakugan once more and exchanged it for the scrolls. This was a most peculiar transaction. Both individuals felt they had gained from it, and such occurrences were not unprecedented in the dealings between Simi and Orochimaru. Yet, both were tacitly aware of this unspoken understanding. The reason Simi sought the curse mark from Orochimaru was simple. He needed to study it to further his research on Sage Mode. The curse mark derived from Hyuga and theoretically shared the same origin as Sage Mode, both utilizing natural energy. After mastering Sage Mode, Simi and Appo's perception of natural energy had significantly enhanced, and during its use over the past 2 years, he recognized his own shortcomings. The most glaring flaw was the exceedingly brief duration of his Sage Mode. Initially, when he first learned Sage Mode, Simi could only maintain it for a mere minute. After gaining proficiency, he could sustain it for approximately 3 minutes. Simi recalled that Jiraiya and Naruto, who had just begun to master Sage Mode, could maintain it for around 5 minutes. Simi did not believe his Sage Mode to be inferior to theirs. In fact, he felt it was even more compatible. The duration of Sage Mode did not inherently correlate with an individual's chakra volume. It fundamentally involved a continuous interaction with natural energy. The only explanation was that this was simply a characteristic of his Sage Mode. After all, his Sage Mode was a personal breakthrough, without any precedent to emulate. His experience of Sage Mode resembled forcefully absorbing the surrounding natural energy into his body. The greater the consumption of natural energy, the shorter the duration. However, this was not devoid of advantages. The benefit was that he could enter Sage Mode with almost no preparation time. His affinity for natural energy allowed Simi to adapt to this process with minimal effort. Theoretically, Simi felt he had yet to reach his limits. His Sage Mode was potent, with much potential still to be explored. Upon entering the Sage Mode, he immediately discerned the panicked flight of white Zetsu several kilometers away, illustrating the extent of his perception. To validate his hypothesis, Simi turned his attention to Orochimaru's cursed seal. If he could acquire the methodology of the seal's application, he might endeavor to amalgamate it with his Sage Mode, potentially pushing the boundaries of his capabilities even further. Chapter 37, Collecting Debts Until We Meet Again, Lord Orochimaru. After examining the scroll handed over by Orochimaru, Seiya confirmed the completion of the transaction. Orochimaru and Appo's reputation in this regard was quite commendable. It was a distant memory of when a certain orphan of the Uchiha clan had traveled from afar to seek his aid, and Orochimaru had decisively forged a pact with him. I shall teach you ninjutsu, but 3 years hence, your body will belong to me. 3 years passed, and Orochimaru indeed imparted his knowledge without reservation, molding Sasuke into the ideal he envisioned. Ultimately, he reaped what he sowed, as the betrayed Sasuke struck him down. Of course, due to various circumstances, Orochimaru survived, but that is a tale for another time. Orochimaru inquired, "You have returned to Konoha. Are you leaving already? Do you not intend to eliminate the Hokage while you're at it?" Seiya replied, "Certainly not. I have matters to attend to. As for the Hokage, I would not dare encroach upon your territory, Lord Orochimaru." With a cold smile, Orochimaru watched Seiya's figure fade from the doorway. Stepping outside, Seiya was not surprised to find Akane leaning against the wall, awaiting his arrival. Her purple hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a linen coat over a mesh bodysuit that left her long, smooth legs exposed. Compared to 2 years ago, Akane now radiated the vibrant energy of youth, exuding a natural grace. Seiya could not help but exclaim, "Akane, you have grown in every aspect." With an expressionless face, Akane asked, "Why have you returned? You are no longer a ninja of Konoha." Seiya chuckled casually. Returning home frequently is beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. It challenges the self. Seeing the familiar, infuriating smile, Akane gritted her teeth. If it were not for Lord Orochimaru's death command, Seiya interjected, "Orochimaru is not the entirety of your existence. Sometimes you must heed your inner thoughts. For the sake of the village, you ought to inform everyone of my return. It is everyone's duty to capture rogue ninjas." Akane was taken aback. Who would voluntarily recommend the capture of oneself? Yet, the reality was that she did not wish to do so. Noticing Akane and Appo's silence, Seiya refrained from saying more, merely expressing regret. "If you desire, I could disguise myself and accompany you to the dango shop. But alas, it remains perilous." With that, Seiya brushed past her and continued on his way. "Wait." Akane suddenly called out, realizing he was about to depart. "Are you leaving again?" Seiya looked back at her with curiosity. "I am a rogue ninja, after all." "You are aware you are a rogue ninja?" Without hesitation, Akane burst forth with the words she had long suppressed. "You did not betray the village, did you? That incident from years ago must have been a misunderstanding. If it were not so, how could Lord Orochimaru still maintain contact with you?" Seiya shook his head with a smile. "No, I have indeed betrayed Konoha." Akane felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She then heard Seiya continue, "Konoha would not allow someone like me to exist. Do you think they would tolerate Orochimaru?" Akane asked urgently, "What do you mean?" Seiya made no further delay, waving his hand in farewell as he departed. "Have you considered that the Lord Orochimaru you respect also stands against Konoha in the dark corridor?" Only Akane remained, staring despondently at Seiya's receding figure. It was not until Seiya had long vanished from sight that she came to her senses, feeling as though she had been struck hard. She staggered back a couple of steps, leaning against the cold wall, feeling the chill seep through her, unable to shake off the feeling for a long while. The narrow alley at the edge of Konoha was shrouded in night, the yellowish moonlight filtering through the sparse tree branches. 3 ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds were sprinting desperately through the alley, their steps frantic. Cradled in their arms was a 3-year-old girl who had lapsed into unconsciousness, alongside a tranquil-faced teenage kunoichi, both of whom were in a state of faint. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that both girls had the distinctive white eyes of the Hyuga clan. The cloud ninjas moved erratically, their breaths uneven, dodging the pursuers behind them while searching for their path back. The leader suddenly raised a hand, signaling for the group to halt. He quickly turned to his companions, instructing them to place the 2 girls against the wall and perform hand seals to activate their sensory ninjutsu. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He glanced at the kunoichi and barked, "She is leaving a mark for the pursuers. Eliminate her." No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly unconscious Hinata abruptly opened her eyes, realizing she had been compromised. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her strength to leap up and thrust her palm forward. 8 trigrams 32 palms. The nearest cloud ninja scoffed, "You underestimate yourself." Despite facing multiple foes, she chose to employ a technique meant for single combat, revealing her inexperience in battle. The cloud ninja moved swiftly, raising his knee in a rapid strike. Bang! Hinata stumbled and fell to the cold stone floor. Struggling to lift her head, her gaze fell upon the unconscious girl not far away, her voice barely audible. Hinata despair filled her eyes as she watched the cloud ninja raise his blade toward her, the cold steel glinting ominously in the moonlight. Just as the blade was about to descend, a light laughter echoed from above, shattering the silence of the alley. The cloud ninja's expressions changed in unison as they looked up to see an unknown figure leisurely standing atop the roof, his robes billowing in the night breeze. Veins protruding around his right wide eye. With a slight smile on his lips, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end, sensing they had become prey. The singular white eye was a glaring mark, and they instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Hinata Seiya. The leader whispered, "Do not look at him," but it was too late. Seiya's left eye transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan in an instant. The bodies of the 3 cloud ninjas froze simultaneously, confusion evident in their eyes. Hinata knelt on the ground, blinking in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Is it really you, Seiya?" Seiya gracefully leapt down from the rooftop, disregarding the surrounding cloud ninjas, and walked directly toward Hinata, helping her up from the ground. He gently brushed the dust off her shoulder and spoke softly, "Wait for me over there. It won't take long." Hinata's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, struggling to suppress her excitement. "How did you come back?" Seiya smiled, "I returned to collect debts." At that moment, the cloud ninjas finally came to their senses, awakening from the illusion. The leader shouted furiously, "Do not be so arrogant." Noticing Seiya's lack of apparent movement, they saw his hands flash in a blur, leaving behind afterimages. In the next instant, there were several thuds as the 3 cloud ninjas collapsed to the ground. Blood sprang forth. Chapter 38. Today and yesterday under the nightfall of Konoha, Hinata Hizashi raced through the alleyways, his Byakugan activated, veins bulging around his eyes. Following closely behind him was his comrade, Hinata Hayashi, equally grave in demeanor, his breath slightly labored. A figure swept past, landing beside Hizashi. Urgency evident in his tone. "Lord Hizashi, we have found the mark left by summer." A flicker of excitement ignited in Hizashi and Appo's eyes, his pace quickened. "Lead the way." Hayashi gestured to the rear, and several ninjas from the Hyuga clan leaped out from the sides of the alley, hastily joining their ranks. 10 minutes prior, a distressing message had arrived from the main house. Hinata Hanabi, Hizashi's beloved daughter, had been abducted by an unidentified ninja. As the clan leader, Hizashi took it upon himself to pursue the assailants, following their trail to this very spot. Regardless of the adversary and Appo's identity, anyone daring to lay a hand on his daughter would pay dearly for their transgressions. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. They had discovered the trail early. And thanks to the Byakugan possessed by every member of the Hyuga clan, they had not lost the kidnapper's scent. Following the decline of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, as Konoha and Appo's foremost family, had not encountered such an ordeal in a long time. After all, even the most foolish of kidnappers would not dare target the heir of the Hyuga clan. The only plausible explanation was that their adversaries had come prepared. With this thought, Hizashi's anxiety deepened. "Here we are, just ahead, Lord Hizashi." The group turned a corner. However, the scene that unfolded before them left everyone, Hizashi included, frozen in disbelief. A figure they could scarcely have dreamed of appeared before the Hyuga clan in such a calm yet jarring manner. Saimai stood in the center of the alley, cradling the small Hinata in his arms, moonlight casting a soft glow upon him, accentuating his mismatched red and white eyes. Beside him was Hinata Summer, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she quietly conversed with Saimai. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of 3 cloud ninjas. Blood pooling into the crevices of the stones, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. At the same time, several figures arrived. All Hyuga clan members who had followed the commotion. They perched atop the surrounding rooftops, their eyes filled with shock at the scene in the alleyway. "Hinata Saimai, how has he returned?" "Summer, don't approach him." Hayashi, trailing behind Hizashi, instinctively called out to Hinata Summer. Upon seeing her clan members arrive, Hinata Summer trembled slightly, yet bit her lip, resolutely holding her ground. Hizashi gestured to the surrounding ninjas, and they swiftly encircled the 3 in the alley's center. Saimai appeared unfazed, simply smiling as he said, "I asked her to stay with me. You may consider Summer as my captive." Hizashi and Appo's gaze locked onto Saimai, his voice laced with restrained fury. Hinata Saimai, his tone teetered on the brink of an explosion. Even Hizashi himself could not discern whether his anger was directed at Saimai or at the sight of his daughter clinging to Saimai and Appo's collar, her small face timid yet displaying a hint of trust. Saimai raised his head, scanning the gathered crowd. "It has been a while, Iron, Takuma, Irika." On the faces of those mentioned darkened noticeably. Hizashi inhaled deeply, commanding, "What do you intend to do?" Saimai glanced around, smiling. "No rush. Let us discuss this elsewhere. With that, he continued forward, cradling Hinata, with Summer trailing closely behind, her head bowed in silence. The surrounding Hyuga ninjas began to stir, many casting anxious glances at Hisashi. A trace of panic crossed Hisashi's face, his expression darkening. Should he give the order? Yet, Saimai held his daughter by the time Hisashi comprehended the situation. Saimai had already passed him, leaving him feeling the sting of humiliation. His face flushed crimson with rage as he trembled, pointing a finger at Saimai. Kill him. Slap. Hayashi's hand firmly gripped Hisashi's wrist. Brother. Hinata is still in his arms. It was as if cold water had doused Hisashi, who then inhaled deeply, swallowing his remaining words. A sense of dread washing over him. He could not predict what would become of Saimai, but he knew with certainty that Hinata would be the first to perish. Hisashi silently lowered his trembling arm. Observing this, the surrounding Hyuga members could only retreat silently. Although they had surrounded Saimai, without the command of their clan leader, none dared to intervene, instinctively stepping back to clear a path. As midnight approached, an absurd scene unfolded in Konoha. Wherever Saimai walked, the crowd parted like the tide, no one daring to make a move. Among the onlookers, Hinata Iron's face was ashen, his chest heaving with rage. He fixated on Saimai and the gentle figure following beside him. The scene before him echoed memories from 2 years prior, when several peers had walked through the corridors. Unaware of who had uttered those fateful words, who doesn't he know that Summer has always liked Saimai? A surge of emotions flooded his heart, shattering his reason. And in that moment, Hinata Iron felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only those mismatched eyes, radiating a tranquil smile as though directed solely at him. Unfathomable courage surged from within him, and only when he realized what he had done did he find his body involuntarily clenched into a fist. Shouting towards Saimai, "Enough with your games. The Hyuga clan will not allow a traitor to humiliate us." He surged forward, fist raised, lunging at Saimai's back. Hisashi and Hayashi's expressions changed in unison as they shouted, "Stop." In the next moment, the crowd witnessed a blur of motion as Saimai's left hand moved with such swiftness it was nearly imperceptible. Bang! Hinata Iron was sent hurtling like a broken kite, crashing against the stone wall of the alleyway, the surface cracking as dust swirled into the air. As the dust settled, they beheld Hinata Iron sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, silent and motionless. Saimai halted, turning to Hisashi, his tone eerily calm. "This is the last time." Hisashi instinctively shivered. Then, Saimai's expression softened as he lowered his head, addressing the trembling Hinata in his arms with a gentle smile. "Shall we go home?" Hinata gripped his collar tightly, her small frame nodding timidly, her voice barely a whisper. "Okay." Before making his move, Saimai deliberately covered her eyes with his right hand. To Hinata, this man was an older brother she had never met, one who had just rescued her and Summer from danger. But why did the clan members stand so far away? Hisashi stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He slowly observed as Saimai exited the alley, his figure receding into the distance. The Hyuga ninjas remained motionless, the alley now filled solely with moonlight and silence. After a long moment, Hisashi came to his senses, his voice trembling, containing information. "We must not let anyone else discover that Hinata Saimai has returned to Konoha." Chapter 39. Conditions in the Hyuga clan's territory, behind the closed gates. A throng of ninjas from the Hyuga clan surged forth, accompanied by Shimi and his companions. Cradling Hinata in his arms, Shimi stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the familiar surroundings, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been so long since I last returned. How nostalgic." This sentiment struck a discordant note among the Hyuga clansmen present. As Shimi made his way from the village's edge to the clan grounds, he refrained from making any demands, simply carrying Hinata as he proceeded. Naturally, none dared to offend him. They silently acquiesced to Shimi's unspoken request, dispersing the curious ninjas at the command of Hisashi, thus clearing a path for Shimi as if they were personally welcoming him back to the clan. The entire process felt interminable, leaving everyone in a state of numbness. For generations, the Hyuga clan had been taught that they were the foremost clan in Konoha. Even the Uchiha, who had once co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju, had long since diminished in stature, with their entire clan now residing at the village's periphery. In this context, the Uchiha still served in the village's security forces, tasked with maintaining order, yet they were fraught with internal conflicts. In terms of influence and prestige within the village, the Uchiha had long been eclipsed by the Hyuga. Bolstered by this sense of pride, the Hyuga maintained a uniquely elevated status. The respect Konoha afforded the Hyuga was palpable. With the Byakugan, the Hyuga believed that it was not they who needed Konoha, but rather Konoha that required them. Even if separated from the village, the Hyuga would be revered wherever they roamed, thanks to the Byakugan. However, this notion was now crumbling with Shimi's relentless advance. As one elder aptly remarked, the Hyuga had never endured such humiliation. A mere rogue ninja, welcomed into the clan grounds by the clan leader himself solely because he held the leader's cherished daughter in his arms. This indescribable sense of indignity was incomprehensible. The sheer audacity of such an act had never been witnessed before, making it all the more shocking. In the heart of the Hyuga territory stood the main residence of the clan. Whenever there were significant matters to announce to the entire clan, gatherings would be held in the hall of the main house. The elders, having received news early, awaited at the door alongside the clan's ninjas. Shimi turned to Hisashi, who had been following closely behind, and smiled. Have them step aside. We shall enter to discuss. Hisashi remained silent, gesturing subtly for the crowd blocking the entrance to part. So, it and Appos, as Shimi of the Hyuga. The audacity to return as a traitor is commendable, one elder scoffed, stepping forward. Shimi regarded him with surprise and inquired. Aren't you afraid I might do something? Haven't you heard the clan leader's words? Or do you intend to seize this opportunity to abandon the Hyuga? You. The elder seethed, recalling how Shimi had once slain a clan elder before departing Konoha. He glanced at Hisashi, whose gaze was terrifying, prompting him to yield and create a pathway. Shimi chuckled lightly, striding into the main residence and casually taking a seat at the head of the table. He addressed Hisashi. Summon all the Hyuga clansmen. This is my condition. I have a fondness for Hinata and will not harm her, but if you do not heed my words, the consequences may be dire. Hisashi remained silent for a long moment before finally asking, what exactly do you intend to do? Shimi ignored him, gesturing for Hinata and Appos' sister, Hanabi, to sit beside him. Hanabi, taken aback, hesitated as she glanced at Hisashi and the others. Before Hisashi could voice an objection, she obediently approached and knelt on the mat beside Shimi. Shimi casually handed Hinata to Hanabi, smiling as he caressed Hinata's face. His fingers were icy, causing Hinata to giggle as she grasped his fingers in delight. Hisashi took a deep breath and turned to Hinata, instructing, do as he says, gather everyone. But ensure the rest of the village remains undisturbed. Understood, Hinata replied. Soon after, all the members of the Hyuga clan assembled in the main residence. Some had been roused from slumber, puzzled as to why the clan leader summoned them at such a late hour. Upon seeing Shimi seated in the central position, they suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This night would not be tranquil for the Hyuga. Within the main residence, Shimi lounged in his seat, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, utterly at ease, while Hanabi held Hinata close by his side. Facing him were all the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Even though familiar faces were present, witnessing so many pairs of Byakugan at once was a novel experience for Shimi. I have gathered everyone as you requested. It is time to discuss your conditions. What must we do for you to release Hinata? Hisashi, the clan leader, queried, his expression now devoid of anger, replaced by a calm yet oppressive demeanor. There was no use in haste. He had prepared for the worst. Regardless of the outcome regarding Hinata's fate, Shimi would meet his end here today. As leader, he must uphold the dignity of the Hyuga clan. Shimi retorted, when did I ever say I would release Hinata? The moment those words escaped his lips, the surrounding Hyuga ninjas could no longer contain themselves, despite Hisashi's strict orders. As a mere rogue ninja, do not be so arrogant. You scoundrel, do you truly believe we would hesitate to eliminate you? Shimi, you wretch. Hinata seethed, turning back to glare at the ninjas, who were barely restrained from standing. Having battled Shimi before, he understood why Hisashi chose to endure. Both men recognized that Shimi possessed the strength to take Hinata and Appos' life before they could strike him down. Following the cessation of the bounty 2 years prior, the Hyuga had formed a judgment of Shimi's capabilities. In close combat, none within the clan could rival him. Should they attempt to eliminate Shimi without external aid, the cost would be immeasurable. As clan leader, Hisashi had no choice but to acquiesce. Shimi's decision to refrain from bloodshed indicated a willingness to negotiate. A chance for dialogue offered hope, even if it meant temporarily reconciling with a rogue ninja. Above all, Hinata must not suffer any harm. Hinata, the esteemed daughter of the main house, was also the future heir of the Hyuga clan, though merely a child. Her status as a member of the main house rendered her position unassailable. Only the clan leader, Hisashi, could authorize any sacrifice involving Hinata. They had neither the authority nor the desire to place their lives above that of the esteemed heiress. The fervent reactions from the others were anticipated by Shimi. He raised his hand to signal Hisashi to remain calm and smiled. Before I convey my intentions, I assure you I will not act against you. After all, I have spent a considerable time here. Killing you would be easy, but it would be a waste of my time. You should understand this better than anyone, Hinata. Chapter 40. Darkness and light. Upon hearing the words, Hinata's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, several jonin within the crowd reacted to this statement. 2 years prior, they had joined forces with the Umbu to pursue Shimi, and ultimately, they were the only survivors, while the Umbu ninjas were completely annihilated. It was precisely for this reason that the higher-ups of Konoha ordered a cessation of the operations against the traitorous ninja Shimi. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, justified this decision by citing the outbreak of war and the need for the Hinata clan's strength on the front lines. Everyone understood that this was a signal of waning trust in Hinata. Nonetheless, they had indeed survived at the hands of Shimi. Hinata Hayashi scoffed, what a fine speech. Do you think we are unaware of your deeds? 2 years ago, during the Nine Tails incident, you murdered Elder Zongqing and betrayed the clan. Is this your so-called restraint against harming your kin? Surprisingly, Shimi replied with a smile, you only mentioned that I killed him. Yet you fail to inform everyone that Elder Zongqing was actually a guardian of the secret pavilion. Are you afraid or simply unwilling to disclose this? Hinata Hayashi and the elders present all paled at this revelation. Unable to contain himself, Hinata Hayashi exclaimed, "Nonsense." Aside from a limited number of branch family members, most wore expressions of bewilderment. The secret pavilion? What is that? Unfazed by his demeanor, Simi continued, 2 years ago, I killed Hinata Zongqing and dismantled the secret pavilion within the Hinata clan, taking all the Byakugan stored therein. Since I committed this act, I stand by it, yet somehow, I am now the one being obscured. Simi's voice resonated throughout the venue. As he spoke, many began to grasp the gravity of his words, casting shocked glances at clan head Hinata Hayashi. It turned out that within the Hinata clan, there existed a specific repository for the Byakugan. Cease your words. Hinata Hayashi interrupted Simi's speech with a tremor in his voice. He felt he was on the verge of exploding, his fists clenching instinctively. 2 years ago, Hinata Zongqing was murdered, the secret pavilion was breached, and all the Byakugan within were lost. This was knowledge confined to a select few elders and a limited number of branch family members who had access to the core, even within the village. He had only disclosed this to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Over the past 2 years, despite Simi's defection from the village, no news of any ninjas outside the Hinata clan acquiring Byakugan had ever surfaced. This allowed Hinata Hayashi to gradually accept the unsettling reality after the initial panic and suspicion. Moreover, as time passed, a different narrative began to emerge within the Hinata clan. Simi was portrayed as a previously overlooked genius, whose long-standing lack of recognition ultimately drove him to rebel against the village. This was a world that revered strength. The more formidable Simi became, the more profound his association with the Hinata name grew. This discourse was swiftly suppressed by Hinata Hayashi and his followers, yet it inevitably reached his ears. Humanity is an intricate creature, and as the clan leader, Hinata Hayashi was well aware of this. The adult world often sees opposing factions wishing for each other's downfall while maintaining outward civility, much like his relationship with Simi. Simi had plundered the secret pavilion but did not intend to make a spectacle of it. Hinata Hayashi believed this to be a tacit secret shared between him and Simi. I can tolerate your departure and tacitly accept that you have taken the Byakugan for your own use. As long as you do not dishonor the Hinata name and ensure the Byakugan remains within the clan, we need not reach the point of no return. Hinata Hayashi had thought this secret would gradually fade with Simi's departure. However, unexpectedly, today Simi had revealed it before everyone. Trouble loomed large. Hinata Hayashi turned to survey his surroundings. He noticed the faces of many clan members had turned unnatural. The impact of this revelation on the entire Hinata clan was far more shocking than he had anticipated. Whose Byakugan could be stored in the secret pavilion? Undoubtedly, it belonged to the main family members who had not been marked by the caged bird seal. Only the Byakugan of the main family could be preserved. The adage better to have less than to have unequal rang true. In contrast, the treatment of branch family members appeared exceedingly delicate. Due to the influence of the caged bird seal, their Byakugan were not only inherently inferior to that of the main family, but would also be destroyed upon death. The more Hinata Hayashi contemplated this, the more dreadful it became. This was pure psychological warfare. Before Simi unveiled the secret of the secret pavilion, this fact would not have affected anyone. Tradition has an inertia. For centuries, the Hinata clan had grown accustomed to this reality. Throughout history, there had only been one head of the main family. Everyone else belonged to the branch family. All branch family members were subordinate to the main family. Since the vast majority shared a commonality, there was no need for contention. It was akin to the stars revolving around the moon. Only one could become the moon. No matter how hard the other stars tried, they could never become the moon, leading some to believe that the world was inherently structured this way, since it was preordained. The moon deserved all its resources. Ultimately, the essence of understanding and acceptance stemmed from helplessness. The main family was supreme. Their Byakugan could endure eternally, even in death. Conversely, the branch family held no value. To prevent the Byakugan from leaking, their eyes would be destroyed posthumously. Even in death, they were unworthy of comparison with the main family. When this brutal truth was casually articulated by Simi, who should have been one of them, many could no longer remain composed. They could have endured the darkness if they had never glimpsed the light. Now, the light stood before them, the Hinata clan's liberated bird from its cage. Simi had not only returned, but also stood on equal footing with the clan leader of the main family. On his forehead, there was an immaculate sheen, devoid of any trace of the past. Chapter 41. Loyalty and Chaos. What do you truly intend to do? Nichiraku could not help but step forward, raising his voice in inquiry. Simi replied, nothing, merely unable to bear the concealment of truth by you all. Over the past 2 years, I have encountered numerous events. And in the village of Kirigakure, I astonishingly discovered the existence of other ninjas possessing the Byakugan. Simi's words once again sparked a wave of astonished expressions. Aside from the Hyuga clan, could there truly be others who possessed the Byakugan? Many turned their gazes towards Hisashi, only to find him refraining from refuting this, which deepened their disbelief. As the clan leader, Hisashi was aware of this matter yet took no action. Simi smiled. Aren't you curious how that ninja named Ao obtained the Byakugan? With that, Simi retrieved a sealed scroll from within his robes and tossed it before Hisashi. Nichiraka glanced at Hisashi, and upon seeing his lack of opposition, stepped forward to grasp the scroll. Release. A plume of white smoke erupted, and the scroll unfurled, revealing a Byakugan within, the very one Simi had reclaimed from Ao, along with a scroll of recorded documents. Nichiraka gasped, "Is this the method of the Kirigakurambu?" He instinctively picked up the records and began to peruse them. However, after merely a glance, he was overtaken by shock and staggered back. "Calm down. Nichiraku, what happened?" The elder who had previously blocked Simi's path demanded. Nichiraku cast a glance at Hisashi and, after a moment, slowly spoke. "This is the record of communication between Elder Zongqing and the Kirigakurambu." "What?" His words incited a chorus of gasps. It was not solely the elders. Even Hisashi was taken aback by this revelation. He abruptly rose, snatching the scroll from Nichiraku's hand, fervently examining its contents. Hisashi initially struggled to believe. Yet upon seeing the final seal, his complexion turned pale, and the scroll slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. He retreated a couple of steps, gazing at Simi, muttering, "This is impossible." As the clan leader, he was all too familiar with the handwriting and seal of the late Zongqing Hyuga. He could not deceive himself. This was indeed Zongqing's work. Without a doubt, the elders surged forward, seizing the scroll and fervently scrutinizing it. Amidst incredulous exclamations, they arrived at the same conclusion as Hisashi. Zongqing Hyuga had secretly communicated with an external village. Simi chuckled. "What? Are you surprised?" The one who had his Byakugan taken was a member of the main family, named Zongqing Hyuga, who happens to be the elder Zongqing's brother. A member of the main family, under heavy protection, should not have perished on the battlefield, yet Zongqing, as his personal guard, conveniently was absent, escaping accountability and continuing to serve the clan. Such an evident clue, and yet you all overlooked it. To be honest, it should be I who is surprised. Hisashi felt as though he had been struck heavily by Simi's words and could not help but retreat another 2 steps. The death of Zongqing Hyuga occurred during the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, due to the dire circumstances of war, even knowing that the Byakugan was seized by ninjas from Kirigakure, the Hyuga clan had no choice but to endure for the sake of Konoha's interests. Konoha, besieged, could not possibly retaliate against Kirigakure for this matter. Ultimately, Kirigakure gradually withdrew from the conflict, allowing Konoha to gain a hard-won respite amid the relentless warfare. The clan did harbor suspicions regarding the circumstances, yet in the chaos of battle, many leads became impossible to trace. After a cursory investigation, the Hyuga clan confirmed that Zongqing had no involvement in Zongqing's death. At the time of the fight, he was fulfilling a mission as ordered by Zongqing. The bond between the two brothers had always been harmonious, and at the funeral, the typically stoic Zongqing was inconsolably grief-stricken. In the end, the matter was muddled and obscured. Hisashi had not anticipated that the truth would unveil itself in such a manner. Zongqing, seemingly loyal to the branch family, was in fact a traitor. The main family, having the upper hand, could easily take the lives of branch family members, yet they could not alter one's thoughts. Loyalty could be feigned, with sufficient acting prowess. One could maintain a facade for a lifetime. How could this be? An elder murmured. The evidence lay bare before them, compelling belief. Impossible. This is a fabricated lie. Elder Zongqing's loyalty to the clan is known to all. Nichiraku's furious outburst interrupted the crowd's contemplation. Those among them who were close to Zongqing regained their composure. Exactly. You traitor, cease this charade. Zongqing was not like you. What you claim about the Byakugan being seized is nothing but your one-sided tale. Amidst the turmoil, many were at a loss, ensnared in silence. They awaited Hisashi, the clan leader, to take a stance. However, as Hisashi did not immediately refute Simi's claims, what ground did they have to counter? If Zongqing Hyuga were indeed the true traitor, then was the one who killed him, Hyuga Simi, not. This thought could not be quelled as it spread through the minds of all present. Only Hinata timidly gazed at Simi, fearfully clutching the collar of Hyuga Natsu. She could not comprehend the adult conversation, but since earlier, her father and the others had become strangely peculiar. Observing the bewildered clan members, Nichiraku felt an urgent sense of dread. He realized what Simi's intentions were. In mere words, Simi had successfully sown discord among the clansmen. He must not allow Simi to continue. Should such rhetoric fester within the clan, the repercussions would be catastrophic. At that moment, Nichiraku noticed Hisashi turning to glance at him. That look. Nichiraku froze. Having grown up together, he understood his brother all too well. Regardless of his status as a younger brother or a branch family member, he would willingly lay down his life for Hisashi. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he perceived a sense of vigilance and unavoidable estrangement in Hisashi's gaze. Though it lasted but an instant, Nichiraku captured that expression. What does this mean? He felt his heart race, nearly leaping from his chest. Do you suspect me? Because Zongqing Hyuga was also the brother of the late main family member, Zongqing, did that imply he too bore suspicion, merely based on Simi's words? Hisashi's gaze felt profoundly unfamiliar to Nichiraku. In his brother's eyes, what was he perceived as now? Chapter 42, fractured upon witnessing the bewildered expression in the eyes of Nikira. Nichiza quickly regained his composure, turning away to avoid further confrontation. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward with conviction, and addressed Sami with a fierce tone. Enough. Your words are nothing but delusions, lacking any substantiation. Having chosen to betray the clan, you should no longer consider yourself a member of the Hyuga family. You are unworthy of the Hyuga name. Surrender Hinata and state your demands. Otherwise, I, Nichizu, will not hesitate to end your life here. Even if it costs me my own. Sami chuckled and nodded, quite the fervor. This is the leader I remember. But do you truly wish to engage me in battle? You understand the implications, don't you? Previously, I refrained from killing you, not because I could not, but because I chose not to. Nichizu raised his hand slightly, and several Hyuga ninjas swiftly surrounded Sami and his companions. Such arrogance. You have one final chance. Nakaira gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Lord Nichizu. Hinata. Lord Nichizu? The unfamiliar address surprised Nichizu, who shot a glance at Nakaira. However, he swiftly concealed his emotions, recognizing the urgency of the moment. He resolutely declared, a daughter can be born again, but as the clan leader, I shall never compromise with a mere traitor. Nichiza cast a glance at Hinata, his inner turmoil evident on his face. Hinata, forgive me. It is I who failed to protect you. Upon hearing this, the elders who had intended to intervene fell silent. The choice between Hinata and the Hyuga clan was clear to everyone present. Once Nichiza made up his mind, there would be no turning back. Hinata felt Natsu tighten his embrace around her, his hands trembling, fear etched across her brow as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This family, it and Appo's, is truly terrifying. At that moment, she felt a cool finger gently graze her cheek. She looked up to see Sami, whom she had only just met, softly assuring her, do not be afraid, your father is deceiving you. I will not harm you. Sami and Appo's smile instilled a strange sense of reassurance within her. Hinata bit her lip, stifling her tears, and nodded earnestly. Sami rose leisurely, fixing his gaze on Nichizu. If only you had displayed such resolve earlier, I might have regarded you with more respect. The situation is quite simple. Whether I perish at your hands is uncertain. But you are aware that I could easily annihilate the majority present here. After this battle, the Hyuga clan will cease to exist. Should you wish to fight? This is the cost. Nichiza's expression darkened further at Sami's words. Sami then shifted his tone, grinning. However, I am a kind-hearted individual. Your luck seems to be in your favor. As I mentioned before, I do not intend to harm her. Moreover, I have no desire to slaughter everyone. At times, I prefer to avoid conflict whenever possible, especially since I have already taken countless lives over the past 2 years. Therefore, I can offer you a chance to resolve our conflict perfectly. Observing the gentle smile on Sami's face, Nichiza felt a foreboding sense of dread, yet he still inquired. What do you propose? Sami replied, I can release Hinata, but to ensure my safety, I will require a hostage. This is only reasonable, is it not? If you were in my position, I trust you would understand my sentiments. This hostage must possess sufficient value for me to control, yet not resist too fiercely. As Sami spoke, many present changed their expressions, led by Nakaira, who immediately sought to prevent Sami from continuing. In the next moment, he found himself staring at Sami, who fixed his gaze upon him. If you wish for me to spare Hinata, then exchange her for Niji. What did you say? Nakaira erupted, charging forward, only to come to an abrupt halt before Sami. Nakaira, remain calm. Do not act impulsively. The ninjas surrounding Nichiza swiftly restrained Nakaira. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Sami reiterated with a smile, you all heard me. If you wish to rescue Hinata, then offer Niji in return. Blood surged to Nakaira's face as he finally comprehended Nichiza's earlier emotions. Had he not known he was outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to smash Sami's face. Niji? His son. Nakaira could not fathom how someone as young as Sami could utter such malevolent words. I can be your hostage. You can do whatever you want. Nakaira pleaded urgently. Yet, Sami merely shook his head with a grin. Your willingness is not enough. You are too strong, Nakaira. I cannot control you. Is what you said true? A hoarse voice from behind interrupted, causing Nakaira to turn in disbelief. Sami nodded. Yes, bring Niji to me, and I shall release Hinata. In that moment, Nakaira was left speechless, watching as Nichiza gestured gently behind him. Soon, a boy slightly older than Hinata was brought forth from the crowd. Father. As a child, Niji exhibited a composure that surpassed many expectations. Though not yet a ninja and lacking a forehead protector, his forehead was already wrapped in thick bandages. Brother. Nakaira could not contain his fury, shouting as he was held back by clan members. Nichiza glanced at Nakaira, his lips trembling, yet he ultimately remained silent. Perhaps he was too afraid to confront the truth, or perhaps he simply did not know what to say. He averted his gaze from Nakaira and beckoned Niji to his side. With a forced smile, Nichiza said, Niji, you understand what you must do next, do you not? Niji shot a fierce glare at Sami and proclaimed loudly, he wants to use me to exchange for Lady Hinata. That traitor. Sami's smile remained unwavering. Unperturbed by the outburst, Nichiza inquired, you will be in danger? Even so, do you still wish to proceed? I am willing. Niji responded resolutely. Father has always told me that as a branch family member, it is my duty to protect the main family. Very well. Nichiza trembled as he placed a hand on Niji's shoulder, a subtle nod of approval escaping him. I knew you were brave. Upon hearing such a response, Mikhaira felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, an overwhelming chill coursing through him. No, he whispered, barely audible to himself. In his eyes, time seemed to slow. He witnessed Nichizu embracing Niji protectively. He saw Niji feigning resolve amidst confusion, donning a facade of maturity, despite his youth, radiating pride. He understood that this pride was genuine, for it was he who had instilled such values in Niji. Yet, that was his son. Mikhaira instinctively scanned the crowd, hoping for someone to speak up and thwart his brother's decision. It was as though he noticed many things he had previously overlooked. His gaze fell upon the eager faces of the clan members surrounding him. Yet within that eagerness lay suppressed emotions, a heavy sentiment of long-buried anger threatening to erupt. Mikhaira found himself gasping for breath, feeling as though he could scarcely draw air. It was as if the weight of centuries of history had suddenly resurfaced, manifesting as the very name of Hyuga, pressing down upon his shoulders, rendering him helpless, forever unable to rise again. Father. Niji's voice jolted him from his stupor. Mikhaira gazed at his son, who proudly reassured him, do not worry, I will go. With a sharp crack, Ryasha heard something within her mind shatter violently at that moment. Chapter 43. When the dog. Thud. The sensation emanating from his heart was overwhelming, undeniably real. No. Nichiha furiously broke free from the restraining arms, charging towards Hisashi and Niji. In the next moment, he witnessed Hisashi painfully close his eyes, forming a hand seal with one hand. Buzz, intense agony erupted in his mind, and Nichiha uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and thrashing wildly. The torment from his neural pathways far exceeded the limits of human endurance. A caged bird, with merely a thought, could inflict excruciating pain upon another, even claiming their life. As a caged bird, one should possess a certain awareness. Even if one occasionally glimpses the outside world, escaping this prison remains impossible. Father. Seeing his father collapse, Niji instinctively cried out. Hisashi gazed at Nichiha's contorted face with pity, but quickly suppressed it, refraining from continuing the incantation. Just a slight punishment. Do not forget your place. With that, Hisashi, accompanied by Niji, stepped over Nichiha and moved forward. No, don't. Nichiha attempted to reach out, yet his body remained immovable, forcing him to watch helplessly as Hisashi passed by with his son in tow. Don't. The ninjas who had previously restrained Nichiha rushed over to assist him. Nichiha. As a member of the branch family, isn't your duty to protect the main family? At this juncture, what are you still hesitating for? Lord Nichiha. This is already the best outcome possible. This is merely a temporary measure. We will surely rescue Niji. One is the son of the branch family, the other the heir of the main family. Such distinctions are self-evident. In truth, everyone harbors the answer within. Once Nichiha resolves himself, there will be no further obstacles. However, their words struck Nichiha's ears with unbearable harshness. Reflecting on what he had just said to Hisashi, observing the two figures advancing towards Hinata, Nichiha felt a metallic taste of blood in his throat. He was overwhelmed with nausea. Thus, it is settled. Hisashi, alongside Niji, advanced past the crowd, standing before Hinata. Witnessing his father's torment at the hands of the caged bird curse, Niji's expression had shifted from rage to confusion. He felt he had acted rightly yet doubted his choices. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd stared in astonishment as Hinata applauded, a look of satisfaction on her face. What a splendid performance. I have not witnessed such blatant fratricide in ages. I must say, you have truly opened my eyes. Hinata's words silenced everyone. All along, Nichiha had served as the deputy leader of the Hyuga clan, holding a position of great respect, acting fairly and earning the people and Appos as favor. Yet, even such a figure had no recourse when the clan leader sought to sacrifice his own son, despite understanding the necessity of the situation. The branch family could not help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Hisashi remained impassive, expressionless as he stated, "Let us exchange hostages." Hinata retorted, "Not so fast. Even if we are to exchange, it cannot be at this moment. Listen carefully. My second condition is that I will take Niji with me. And once I leave the Leaf Village, I will release him. However, until I depart, you must not pursue us." Hisashi suppressed his fury. "You did not mention a second condition before." Hinata replied, "Isn't that common sense? Would I allow you to take advantage of this opportunity to kill me? If you were in my position, would you act differently?" Summer will accompany Hinata. And after we exit the clan's gates, we shall exchange hostages. I assure you that during this process, I will not harm your daughter. Hisashi pondered for a moment and said, "No, if you wish to exchange hostages, it must be now. I can guarantee your safe departure from the Hyuga compound. And on that basis, the Hyuga clan will not inform the Hokage or Konoha, ensuring you will not be attacked during your escape. This is the utmost concession I can offer." Hinata regarded Hisashi quietly, suddenly breaking into laughter. "Look at that confident expression of yours. Had I not just witnessed the events firsthand, I might have thought you rescued Hinata from those cloud ninjas." "What do you mean?" Hisashi and the other ninjas who had participated in the pursuit turned pale. "What I mean is, you were truly foolish," said Hinata. "The enemy abducted Hinata, clearly coveting the Byakugan, and thanks to Summer, you managed to follow their trail. However, those cloud ninjas were evidently prepared. They were not afraid of death, in fact. They came to die. As the leader of the main family, your paternal instincts would compel you to act decisively upon seeing them, wouldn't they?" Once a life is lost, especially if it belongs to a cloud ninja, the situation transcends simple kidnapping. Do you think Konoha would bear the infamy of a single Hinata's abduction and risk a conflict with the Cloud Village? Especially amidst ongoing battles with the Rock Village? When faced with the choice of either delivering the perpetrator's corpse or facing war, how would Konoha respond? Hinata's words plunged the atmosphere into frigid silence. Hisashi felt a chill run down his spine. Even he had to concede that Hinata was correct. Familiar with the third Hokage Sarutobi Arisen, he understood that the Hokage's priorities lay with the village. He would never confront the Cloud Village head-on for the sake of the Hyuga. The aftermath would likely unfold as Hinata had described. Afterward, Hinata stepped forward, looking down at Nichiha with a smile. By then, as the clan leader, it would be impossible for you to perish. Who else could possibly take your place? What a pity. I could never have imagined a way for you to survive, Nichiha. Yet, I have always been puzzled by one thing. How did the position of the esteemed Hyuga heiress become exposed? Especially at her most vulnerable moment. I recall that the Hyuga clan's defenses were not so feeble. Hinata glanced at Summer, who momentarily froze and instinctively replied, I remember that Hinata and I were preparing to return home when several ninjas blocked our path, claiming an emergency and directing us to take a detour. They wore masks, appearing to be members of the Umbu. Hinata nodded with a smile. That makes sense. Without an insider, how could they have pinpointed the main family's heiress? If they could not capture her, how could they easily manipulate the Hyuga? The Uchiha clan is now weakened. Do you truly believe the Hyuga can maintain their status as the foremost clan solely through the Byakugan? Those words left Hisashi and the others in utter shock. Especially Hisashi, who felt a wave of coldness surge from his feet and envelop his entire back. While they naturally did not believe Hinata's assertions, certain truths cannot be obscured by personal will. By publicly proclaiming this matter, whether believed or not, a seed would be planted in the hearts of the crowd. When future discord arises between the Hyuga and Konoha, it will take root and eventually sprout. This is a blatant conspiracy. Since they can manipulate the village's Umbu, it indicates they have a plan. But why expose their identity deliberately? Indeed, without Hinata's intervention, Summer would have perished long ago. In other words, they acted with complete impunity. Hinata continued, smiling. Isn't it curious how I know so much? Perhaps it is because I am unwilling to serve the clan like a dog, that I can perceive things more clearly. Chapter 44. Freedom. The words of Shingmi echoed in everyone's hearts, a haunting refrain that none wished to hear yet found impossible to erase. Particularly in the context of Ningxi and Hinata. Shingmi clapped his hands, declaring, enough talk. I accept your terms. Let us commence the exchange of hostages. This proclamation startled all present, and while they pondered Shingmi's abrupt change in demeanor, he nodded gently at Hyuga, and then waved at Ningxi with a smile. Hyuga discreetly led Hinata away. Ningxi, entranced, fixated on Shingmi's eyes, his expression dazed as he instinctively approached him. Hinata burst into tears, prompting an elder from the Hyuga clan to swiftly step forward and take her from Hyuga's grasp. Shingmi disregarded Ningxi's bewildered expression, placing his hand upon Ningxi's forehead. Wait, what are you doing? The surrounding Hyuga ninjas, who had just begun to breathe easier, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more at Shingmi's actions. Without waiting for orders, they surged forward, only to halt at the last moment. Shingmi did not harm Ningxi. He merely brushed his forehead lightly before withdrawing his hand. I admire those with courage. For your age, you are already quite sufficient. The sudden tenderness was starkly different from what Ningxi had anticipated. He had prepared himself for sacrifice, yet for reasons unknown. The anger he had nurtured dissipated upon seeing Shingmi's crimson gaze. He now understood Hinata's feelings. Being near Shingmi inexplicably instilled a sense of safety, unlike any connection he had experienced with his kin before. With a playful smile, Shingmi extended a finger towards Ningxi, gently twirling it to indicate he should turn around. Feeling something unusual on his forehead, Ningxi carefully unwrapped the bandage that had been bound there and touched the skin. A collective gasp reverberated through the hall. In Ningxi's line of sight, nearly everyone stood in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, including his father, Hisashi, whose face reflected a blend of astonishment and joy. What is happening? Why is everyone so surprised? As he pondered this, Ningxi noticed the air before him solidifying into a mirror of ice crystals. Through this mirror, he beheld his reflection. His forehead was now completely bare, smooth and unblemished. The cursed mark of the caged bird that had once marred his skin had vanished. In the next moment, the ice shattered as Shingmi casually dispelled the ice release technique. Ningxi instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp the fleeting memory of the mark, but found nothing to hold on to. Shingmi stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as his chakra materialized into a palpable force, sending a shockwave that pushed everyone backwards. The faces of those present reflected sheer terror. This sense of oppression. Shingmi had not lied. He could indeed kill them, but it was simply too bothersome. Shingmi laughed heartily from this day forth. Any Hyuga clan member who arrives before me through their own strength shall have the curse of the caged bird lifted. You will no longer be bound. Should you desire it, I can grant you freedom and help you break free from this prison, but only if you are willing to come to my side. I await you amidst the blood mist. His words surged through the ears of all present like a tempest. Hisashi. Came the urgent calls from the elders beside him. Still in shock, Hisashi quickly regained his composure. We cannot allow Shingmi to speak any further. Kill him. He bellowed at the nearby Hyuga ninjas. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion echoed from afar, shaking the ground violently and capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? What's going on outside? Look, someone exclaimed, pointing out the window. Not far from the Hyuga clan estate, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. The immediate reaction from all was a panic-stricken belief that Konoha was under attack. But how could this be? Even in dire circumstances, Konoha had never weakened to such a state. Konoha had never been invaded. In the chaos, only Shingmi gazed towards the rising smoke with a smile. At last, they have arrived. He had sown the seeds, and soon they would flourish, consuming the roots of the towering tree that was Konoha. Yet, the time to reap was not yet ripe. At least, the Hyuga, still sheltered under Konoha's protection, were not ready. Patience was required. He would wait for the seeds to bear fruit. Shingmi raised his hand and smashed a large hole in the roof of the main house. Do not even think of escaping. Hisashi reacted instantly, positioning himself before Shingmi. As the head of the main family, endowed with numerous secret arts and training resources, Hisashi was undoubtedly one of the most formidable warriors within the Hyuga clan. He stood resolutely before Shingmi. Shingmi did not spare him a glance, delivering a punch. Hisashi roared. Extending his palm, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Bang. The two clashed, and in an instant, Hisashi was sent flying without any resistance, crashing through the wall and vanishing from sight. Moonlight streamed through the gaping hole in the roof, illuminating Shingmi's smile. Before I take my leave, allow me to bestow upon you one final gift. I truly look forward to seeing who among you will come seeking me. Release. Shingmi formed a single-handed seal, his eyes blazing with fierce power, causing all present to avert their gazes in fear. He cast a dispelling technique, and in an instant, leaped into the air, vanishing from sight, his speed too swift for anyone to react. Screams, shouts, and cries filled the air. The scene devolved into chaos as most remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding. Lord Hisashi, are you all right? Moments later, someone rushed out the door, heading straight for the fallen Hisashi. Yet, many others, including several elders, stood frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they stared at the few clan members encircled before them. They were all Jounin, and all had participated in the pursuit of Shingmi 2 years prior. A demon, truly a demon. Hyuga Shingmi, one elder stammered. Some trembled in fear, others in confusion, while a greater number felt lost and unsure, grappling with the transformations of these individuals as well as the future of the entire Hyuga clan. Amidst the turmoil, Hisashi, with a stern expression, slowly rose. The ninjas who had previously surrounded him retreating in terror. After a moment's hesitation, he reached towards his forehead. The familiar sensation was gone, replaced by the smoothness of bare skin as if reborn. Hisashi, mimicking Shingmi's earlier gesture, beckoned to Ningxi. Little Ningxi glanced around in uncertainty, but after a brief moment of hesitation, chose to approach his father. Ningxi, Hisashi crouched down, embracing him tightly, as if holding on to a precious treasure recovered, tears streaming unabated. We are free. Chapter 45 Incident. Just 1 minute before Saint Mi departed from the Hyuga clan's territory, the alarm system emitted a piercing drone, and blinding red lights flashed frantically within the confined space. In the laboratory, Orochimaru had just turned around when he witnessed the heavy metal door shatter with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by dozens of Umbu ninjas behind him. Upon seeing the scene within the laboratory, his pupils constricted sharply. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. How could you actually engage in such heinous acts? Orochimaru paused momentarily. Then his customary smile returned to his face. Teacher Sarutobi, I didn't expect you to find your way here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's clenched fists bulged with veins as he stepped forward. So all those missing ninjas over the years were because of you? You have betrayed Konoha and harmed the innocent. What is your true intention? His gaze, filled with unmasked sorrow and fury, locked onto his former pupil, Orochimaru. With a cold smile, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a hint of fervor. What is my intention? Merely the pursuit of truth, something you complacent individuals will never comprehend. Impatiently waving his hand, his tone turned frigid. There is no point in further discussion, since you already know. Before he could finish, Orochimaru slammed a mechanism on the side of the experimental table and, forming a hand seal with one hand, channeled chakra into it. Boom. The ground trembled violently. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the distance. The rumbling continued, causing the ground to shake fiercely, while the test tubes on the walls clinked ominously. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated, his face paling as he turned his head. The direction of the explosions was precisely where he had previously sent Umbu ninjas to investigate. Earlier, he had received intelligence that Orochimaru still maintained several secret laboratories within the village, where he was conducting forbidden human experiments. Hence, Sarutobi Hiruzen had come in person. Even before breaking through the door, he was uncertain of what outcome he wished to see. However, the reality was laid bare before him. What have you done? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Doesn't the village have any comrades you care for? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of regret in his eyes. What a pity about the experimental data left behind. He suddenly bit his finger, blood dripping as he pressed his hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's gaze sharpened, and he commanded the Umbu behind him, retreat. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic serpent erupted from the ground beneath Orochimaru, its massive form shattering the laboratory ceiling. Kill them, Orochimaru declared from atop the serpent and Appo's head, looking down imperiously. The serpent roared, its tail sweeping through the air, unleashing a violent gust as it charged toward the Umbu ninjas. The Umbu swiftly scattered, throwing kunai and shuriken, but they were deflected by the serpent and Appo's scales, clattering harmlessly away. One Umbu ninja attempted to form a hand seal. But before the jutsu could manifest, he was struck by the serpent's tail, spitting blood as he was flung away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened with fury, and he quickly formed hand seals, shouting, summoning jutsu. As a plume of white smoke dissipated, a robust, white-haired monkey appeared beside him. Sarutobi, who is it this time? The monkey exclaimed upon spotting the gigantic serpent across from them. Is that Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It appears I have failed in my duty once again. I must trouble you, transform, Rui Jingu Bang. Here it comes. The monkey roared, transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang, which landed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. With a firm grip on the staff, he thrust it forward, extending it with a gust of wind, charging directly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, awaken. As Hokage, I shall not allow this. Orochimaru smirked, drawing a straight sword from his sleeve. With a swift motion, he deflected the incoming staff and advanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have fallen behind, teacher Sarutobi. The two figures collided in close combat, their weapons clashing with sparks flying as the staff struck the ground with thunderous force, forcing Orochimaru to dodge. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword flickered like a venomous serpent, aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, but was blocked by the staff with a piercing clang. You have forsaken the will of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, you will pay for this. Orochimaru's fervor intensified, his voice sharp. The will of Konoha? Merely a self-deceiving shackle. In a flash, he lunged with the Kusanagi sword, targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. Meanwhile, the battle between the giant serpent and the Umbu ninjas raged on. A cacophony of roars and explosions filling the air, shrouded in a mist of blood. In a moment of carelessness, the Umbu ninjas were forced to abandon a few corpses. Yet the elite Umbu that accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen were formidable. Realizing they could not engage in close combat with the massive serpent summoned by Orochimaru, they quickly resorted to various ninjutsu attacks. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning release, Thunderclap. Wind release. The serpent, unable to evade, writhed violently, but was overwhelmed by layer upon layer of ninjutsu, its stamina gradually depleting. Cut off from Orochimaru's command, the serpent, lacking the intellect to comprehend human thought, became merely a colossal target. Fortunately, it still possessed the instinct to fear. Sensing a genuine threat of death, the giant serpent let out another furious roar, driving back several Umbu ninjas and transformed into a cloud of blazing smoke, vanishing from sight. It was merely a summon beast, with no obligation to fight to the death for humanity. With a resounding crash, the Rui Jingu Bang struck Orochimaru's sword, and a monkey's arm extended from the staff, seizing Orochimaru by the collar. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed suit, sweeping his leg. Orochimaru was struck hard in the abdomen, sent flying and crashing to the ground. Slowly rising, he coldly remarked, how ruthless you are, teacher Sarutobi. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Well, it seems the situation is not looking too good. Both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up simultaneously. Sami stood atop a large tree, gazing down at the two with a nonchalant smile in his crimson and white eyes. Hello there. Hyuga Sami. Sarutobi Hiruzen said expressionlessly, I should have anticipated your involvement. Long time no see, Hokage-sama, Sami replied, leaping down from the tree to stand beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru, taken aback, asked, Red Beam would never betray me, so it must be you? Is it amusing to still be testing each other at this point? Sami remarked, whoever sent you that corpse is the one who betrayed you. Tuka. Orochimaru said, his golden slit pupils devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he had anticipated this moment. I didn't expect him to crumble under pressure so quickly. Sami chuckled, of course, I might have noticed some signs earlier, but I am a cautious individual. I wouldn't speak without certainty. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Orochimaru had grown weary of arguing. Chapter 46. The serpent and the monkey. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in disbelief, uttered, harming comrades, betraying the village, consorting with rogue ninjas. I never imagined that a disciple of mine would commit such acts. As he spoke, the remaining Umbu ninjas who had accompanied him had already encircled the two figures. Orochimaru slowly replied, you wouldn't dare to reiterate the so-called will of fire at this moment, would you? I am weary of it. I only wish to pursue my own path, which is of no concern to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly suppressed his anger, it matters not. I will rectify all the mistakes I have made today. Saint Mia suddenly chuckled, do not blame him. It was all my idea. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. At this declaration, the previously tense atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, bordering on the absurd. Orochimaru turned his gaze languidly toward her. How did I not notice your talent for telling cold jokes before, Saint Mia? I have always maintained an optimistic outlook. Witnessing the ease with which Orochimaru and Saint Mia conversed, a glimmer of despair flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Since you have returned, you might as well perish here. Infuriated to the utmost, he found a strange calmness as he addressed the Umbu behind him. Leave Orochimaru to me. You are responsible for capturing Hyuga Saint Mia. Planting his staff beside him, Sarutobi swiftly completed the hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Almost simultaneously, Saint Mia also moved, forming the same seals with equal speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sarutobi felt a jolt of surprise. Boom. Two ferocious whirlwinds erupted, colliding violently in midair. Everything in their path was torn to shreds, exploding into fragments. The clamor of twisted metal entwined with the howling wind. The two torrents clashed head-on, the shockwave obliterating the laboratory beneath them and reducing the surrounding forest to ruins. Orochimaru's laboratory was concealed within the woods at the edge of Konoha, surrounded only by a few functional structures, rendering it exceedingly discreet. Charge! With a commanding shout, Sarutobi leaped forward, barreling toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered coldly, then let us bring this to a conclusion. With that, he unleashed his full speed, leaping into the adjacent woods. Do not flee. At that moment, Sarutobi's focus was solely on Orochimaru, oblivious to everything else. The battlefield quickly split, with Orochimaru and Sarutobi engaging in a fierce struggle. Shadow snake hands. Dozens of poisonous snakes sprang forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, their fangs bared and hissing as they lunged at Sarutobi, venom dripping to the ground. Emitting hissing white smoke. Wind release, cyclone. A violent gust erupted from Sarutobi's palm, slicing through the air and diverting the oncoming serpents from their path. With a whoosh, the staff in Sarutobi's hands whirled with astonishing speed, generating a series of slicing winds. He leaped forward, charging at Orochimaru. The staff creating an impenetrable defense as the serpents along the way were shattered, blood and flesh scattering. Orochimaru retreated at lightning speed. Retrieving a tiny scroll from his ninja tool pouch, from which a colossal shuriken emerged in a puff of smoke, hurtling towards Sarutobi. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken rapidly divided in the air, transforming into dozens of giant shurikens, spinning and tearing through the air, overwhelming Sarutobi. A smirk curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. This technique I learned from you, teacher Sarutobi. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened as he resolutely responded with the same technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens from both sides collided violently in midair, sparks flying amidst the deafening clang of metal. Trees caught in the crossfire were severed by the shockwave, crashing to the ground. Ultimately, Orochimaru's shurikens gained the upper hand, two piercing through the chaos, hurtling directly towards Sarutobi. With a cold snort, Sarutobi deflected the incoming shurikens with his staff, sending them soaring away. However, at that moment, Orochimaru let out a piercing laugh. You have grown old. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished in a puff of white smoke. Simultaneously, one of the shurikens aimed at Sarutobi morphed into Orochimaru's likeness. Orochimaru, suspended in midair, spread his arms wide, and from his sleeves emerged two long serpents, their scales glistening ominously, swiftly coiling around Sarutobi. The serpents, as unyielding as iron chains, bound Sarutobi tightly, one of them bearing its fangs and viciously sinking them into his neck. Sarutobi seemed to awaken to the situation, exclaiming in shock, "What?" The next moment, the bitten Sarutobi transformed into white smoke, dissipating into the air. Orochimaru, unfazed, chuckled, "A shadow clone, I see." He abruptly turned to the side, spotting two Sarutobi Hiruzen standing side by side in the distance, both simultaneously forming hand seals. The Sarutobi on the left bellowed, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet." The ground heaved as a massive Earth Dragon roared forth, rocks tumbling as it surged with immense power. The Sarutobi on the right followed suit, shouting, "Fire release, Great Fireball Technique." From his mouth erupted a torrent of searing flames, merging with the Earth Dragon to create a blazing dragon that belched fire. The two techniques converged. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The fiery Earth Dragon charged toward Orochimaru, flames and rocks intertwining, a heat wave sweeping through, scorching the earth and distorting the air, evoking a sense of hell's descent. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he quickly slammed his hands to the ground, conjuring a jutsu. Summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. Before Orochimaru, three colossal gates with demonic faces rose from the earth, exuding a chilling aura. The fiery dragon collided with the first Rashomon gate, an earth-shattering explosion ensued, shattering the first gate, while the second cracked, and the third trembled perilously, yet they ultimately withstood the terrifying assault. Amidst the swirling dust, the battlefield lay strewn with rubble and charred remnants. Orochimaru stood behind the third Rashomon gate, his cloak billowing in the fierce wind, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced him, staff in hand, appearing somewhat winded. Orochimaru licked his lips, as expected of you, teacher Sarutobi. But is it wise to focus so intently on me? Startled, Sarutobi then glanced toward the opposite end of the battlefield. What he beheld sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 47 Reunion. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken away by Orochimaru, while on the other side, Simi had to confront the remaining dozen Umbu ninjas alone. At the moment Hiruzen issued his command, the Umbu ninjas unleashed their full assault. Various ninjutsu cascaded like a torrential downpour, intertwining into a web that surged toward Simi. Unfazed by the onslaught of techniques, Simi formed several hand seals, positioning his hands defensively before him. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. The ground suddenly froze, an intense chill radiating outward as a thick, semicircular ice wall rose from beneath his feet, ultimately transforming into a hemispherical dome that encapsulated him entirely. The flames of fire release collided with the ice wall, merely softening its surface, while water dragon and lightning beast rebounded off the icy facade, resulting in an ear-piercing explosion. In the center of the battlefield, various detonations erupted, instantly shrouding the area in mist and obscuring the moonlight. Behind us, a voice warned. The Umbu ninja's pupils constricted as they abruptly recognized that the mist behind them was swiftly coalescing into a second, even thicker ice wall, rising from the ground. The ice walls converged overhead, ultimately forming a colossal hemispherical cage that ensnared everyone within, resembling an icy prison. The Umbu ninjas gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. Simi had evidently conjured a sealed space. Boiling release, thick mist technique. At that moment, the ice wall before Simi shattered with a thunderous crash. And a dense acidic mist erupted from his mouth, rapidly filling the interior of the ice sphere. The corrosive fog writhed, eating away at the ice walls with a hissing sound. This was one of the bloodline limits Simi had acquired over the past 2 years. The situation in the hidden mist was tumultuous, with various factions vying for power. Each time, such arduous tasks fell upon Simi's shoulders, and each time, the adversaries met their demise. As the Umbu ninjas came into contact with the acidic mist, their skin immediately burned and rotted, sharp pain coursing through them, accompanied by an unbearable itch. "Madman, do you wish to perish together?" one Umbu exclaimed. The ice walls could not withstand the acidic mist, which began to dissolve them. However, those trapped inside were undoubtedly doomed. "Let it be known, the mist cannot harm me. Even if I too suffer, as long as I eliminate you beforehand, it suffices," Simi declared, darting forth like a specter. Corpse bone technique, camellia dance. His right shoulder bone erupted from his body as he wrenched out his entire arm bone, wielding it as a gleaming white bone sword. In a flash, 2 Umbu were pierced through the chest, blood gushing forth as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The bone sword whirled in Simi's grip, carving through the air with a deadly elegance. "Do not be too arrogant." One ninja seized the moment, slipping behind Simi and thrusting a kunai at his back. Simi sidestepped, activating steel release, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. To his assailant's astonishment, the kunai shattered, shards flying in all directions. Simi retaliated with a precise strike, chakra surging through his meridians, causing the Umbu to choke and collapse. Another Umbu swung a long blade at him. Simi did not even glance up, extending his hand to counter. Corpse bone technique, willow dance. Bones erupted from within him, transforming into several sharp bone blades. Before the blades even grazed him, the Umbu and Appo's chest was instantly perforated, blood mist swirling in the air. Retrieving the bone blades, Simi continued his relentless advance toward the next target. As sharp earthen spears coalesced in the moment Simi dispatched the two, they lunged forward. Simi stood firm, his right palm thrusting outwards. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. The earthen spear, along with the ninja who wielded it, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ice wall behind. Simi flashed forward once more, a wolf among sheep, his movements swift and brutal, leaving no one in his path unscathed. The Umbu ninjas descended into complete chaos. Simi's speed was unparalleled, excelling in close-quarters combat, and they could scarcely keep pace with his movements. Before the Sharingan, none dared to employ Genjutsu against him. With the Byakugan at his disposal, ambushes and substitution techniques proved futile. His 360-degree field of vision ensured he maintained constant awareness of their positions. The Umbu ninjas fell one after another, almost at a pace of seconds. Once Simi closed the distance, relying on steel release and corpse bone technique, death was certain within 3 moves. The acidic mist continued to spread, the ice walls gradually dissolving, but the despair behind the masks of the Umbu ninjas was palpable. Within the confines of Simi's ice rock fortress, desperate cries echoed, soon silenced. As the ice walls melted away, Simi emerged unscathed. Not far off, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were still engaged in fierce combat. Hiruzen had been cut on the shoulder by Orochimaru's Kusanagi, blood seeping through and staining his armor, his eyes no longer bearing the same conviction as before. Orochimaru fared little better, his robes tattered. Though he bore no visible wounds, he was panting heavily, clearly having exhausted considerable chakra and using substitution techniques. Upon seeing Simi emerge, Hiruzen leapt aside cautiously. The golden staff reverted to its form as the Monkey King, standing beside him. "Simi, it has been a while since you've been so beleaguered," the Monkey King remarked. Hiruzen merely gasped for breath, silently watching Orochimaru, his expression contemplative. He painfully closed his eyes, memories of his former disciple flashing through his mind, culminating in a bitter smile. "Alas, one reaps what one sows. But what will become of Konoha after my demise? Tobi will surely be unchallenged. We must move, Monkey King," Hiruzen bellowed, his aura surging as he reopened his eyes, now devoid of hesitation. The Monkey King sensed Hiruzen's resolve and sighed, reverting back to the form of the golden staff. Simi cast a glance at Orochimaru, who was visibly drained of chakra. "Do you require my assistance?" Orochimaru stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on his former teacher, a cold smirk on his lips. "No, his life is mine to take. I will personally bring an end to this Konoha." At that moment, a swift rush of wind echoed from a distance. Crackle, the first to arrive was a streak of azure lightning. Following that was a sound akin to 1,000 birds taking flight. Simi and Orochimaru leaped back simultaneously. Boom! A figure charged in, the wild lightning erupting and carving a large hole where they had stood. Kakashi landed first, the Chidori in his hand still crackling. He had raised his forehead protector. The Sharingan in his left eye rotating slightly as he coldly regarded Simi, not sparing a glance to Hiruzen behind him. Lord Hokage, reinforcements are on the way. We are closest, so we arrived first. Behind Kakashi were 3 other figures, 2 men and 1 woman. Simi's gaze swept over them. A smile breaking across his face as he recognized familiar faces. The watermelon-haired ninja, clad in a tight green outfit, was unmistakable, Might Guy, the son of Might Dai, who had once defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Following him was a strikingly beautiful female ninja. Beside her stood a younger ninja who bore a striking resemblance to Hiruzen, already sporting a scruffy beard, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma. All were the elite J-nin of Konoha's future. Kakashi, it has been a long time since our last meeting. Hinata Simi. Simi nodded nonchalantly. Indeed. It has been a while. Chapter 48. Bon Sarutobi Hiruzen growled. Step back. You are no match for them. Sarutobi Asuma drew 2 chakra blades. Twirling them deftly in his hands, standing resolutely in front of Hiruzen with a smile, you truly are in a dire situation, old man. Hiruzen shot him a glare. As a ninja, one must obey orders. Asuma remained steadfast. How tiresome. I will not comply with an order that abandons comrades. Hiruzen intended to retort when Might Guy, beaming brightly, stepped forward to stand beside Hiruzen. I believe Asuma is right, Hokage. As the leader of the village, this is not an opponent you should face personally. Leave it to us. Hiruzen replied angrily, what matters most to the village is not the Hokage. But at least for now, you cannot die, can you? Asuma took a few steps forward. The night wind howled through the battlefield, carrying with it a palpable aura of death. In the crowd, Yuhi Kurenai gazed intently at Seiya. Her heart filled with a sense of longing. For 2 years, she had yearned for him, the cold yet gentle figure etched in her memories. Yet now, faced with him, their opposing stances rendered her speechless, too many words stuck in her throat. Biting her lip, her fingers trembled slightly as she suppressed the turmoil within, whispering, Seiya. A glimmer of confusion and excitement flickered in her eyes, leaving her uncertain of her own feelings. Kakashi, observing quietly, warned her, don't lose focus, Kurenai. He is no longer the person he once was. Taking a deep breath, she nodded slowly, regaining her resolve and lifting her gaze, no matter what you thought before. Now that you are back, I will not let you leave again. I will ensure you return to Konoha. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, licked his lips with a sharp laugh. I did not expect you, Seiya, to have such strong ties in Konoha. He cast a sidelong glance at Seiya. What a ruthless heart you have. Leaving your young girlfriend behind 2 years ago. Seiya shot a glance at Orochimaru. I never knew you had such an interest in love. Orochimaru chuckled. It is merely a trivial emotion. Only the most pitiful individuals rely on such things to live. Kurenai's face turned pale, a flicker of pain crossing her features. Asuma's reaction was the most intense. He turned sharply to Kurenai, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The chakra blades in his hands trembled as thoughts swirled in his mind. For 2 years, Kurenai had rejected his advances, all because of Seiya. Asuma's chest heaved. His gaze shifting to Seiya, his expression fierce, now tinged with murderous intent. So it is you. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. His hands swiftly forming seals as he spoke rapidly, Kakashi, you are the temporary captain. Your mission is to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Orochimaru is mine. Before his words faded, the ground at Hiruzen's feet cracked open, a snake emerging with a piercing hiss. Teacher Hiruzen, aren't you talking too much? Orochimaru cackled wildly. What? Hiruzen had no choice but to abandon his seals, swinging his staff to sever the snake's head that had burst forth from the ground. Orochimaru's upper body sprang forward, elongating instantly. Wind release, vacuum wave. A blade-like gust erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, slicing through the air towards Hiruzen, decimating trees in its path. Boom. Smoke enveloped the spot where Hiruzen had stood. Old man. Asuma shouted as he, Kakashi, and Kurenai dove to the side. You should be more concerned about yourself, Sarutobi spat. Orochimaru lunged forward, reaching out with his right hand, hidden shadow snake hands. Asuma gritted his teeth, crossing his chakra blades in front of him. A pale blue chakra surging along the edges as he slashed. Don't underestimate me. The blades cut through, but Asuma felt no impact. Astonished, he watched as a python emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, skillfully dodging the range of the chakra blades before lunging at him. Not a chance. A figure burst from the smoke. Hiruzen arriving just in time to seize the snake summoned by Orochimaru, pulling it forcefully towards him. Konoha Taijutsu, Shadow Dance of Leaves. Hiruzen leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru soaring. At the same time, a muffled grunt escaped his lips as the python sank its fangs into his shoulder. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Swish, a kunai shot forth, precisely severing the python's body. What a good opportunity, exclaimed Kakashi, invigorated by Orochimaru's vulnerable state. Guy, now's the time. Wait, where's Guy? Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma turned in horror to see Guy charging towards Seiya alone. Youth, let it burn in this moment. Wait, Guy. Don't go alone. Kakashi began to call out, but Guy had already leapt into action, rushing in front of Seiya and delivering a kick. Seiya sidestepped slightly, raising his hand, his skin glinting with a metallic sheen. Guy's kick collided with Seiya's palm, producing a dull thud. Seiya chuckled lightly, twisting his hands to redirect the force. sending Guy uncontrollably flying to the side. Not bad. Do you have more? As Guy adjusted mid-air, using the momentum to land on a tree trunk, he propelled himself upward once more. Konoha's gale force. His legs spun like windmills, generating a furious gust. In an instant, Sam mirrored Guy's movement, meeting him with an identical kick, empowered by steel release, unstoppable in its might. The moment they connected, Guy's expression changed dramatically before he could alter his technique. An overwhelming force struck him. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Guy was sent flying again, crashing into a charred tree trunk, a cloud of dust rising, leaving silence in its wake. Chapter 49. Susanoo Asuma instinctively shielded Hinata from the impending danger, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A chilling dread welled up within him, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Hinata, step back. This is not a battle for you to partake in." Before his words could fully escape, Simi flickered and appeared right before Asuma. "Is that all you've got?" Asuma's pupils constricted in terror as he instinctively drew his dual blades, the chakra blades surging dangerously. Yet, under the gaze of the Sharingan, his movements appeared sluggish, as if played in slow motion. Simi effortlessly dodged, and with a casual flick of his hand, Asuma felt his right hand go empty as his chakra blade was snatched away. In a heartbeat, he witnessed Simi's hand swing lightly, overwhelmed by fear. Asuma could only react instinctively, retreating. Blood sprayed forth as his arms were severed, causing him to crash into a tree and lose consciousness. Simi turned his attention to Hinata. Locking eyes with her, she gripped her kunai tightly, yet her body remained paralyzed, unable to strike. In that moment, the voices of others faded from her ears, leaving only this man before her. She saw Simi smile gently at her, reminiscent of their past. Long time no see. On the battlefield years ago. It was Simi who had saved her in such a manner. He had asked her to keep his strength a secret, a promise she had kept until the night of the Nine Tails 2 years prior, when she realized the immense price he had paid for it. Hinata's eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Trembling, she whispered, "Your eyes." The kunai slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Since Simi's betrayal of Konoha, the emotions she had suppressed surged forth like a torrential flood, erupting at this moment. She lunged forward 2 steps, collapsing into Simi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably on his shoulder. "Why? Why didn't you take me with you?" Simi gently cradled her, stroking her long hair with a soothing hand. Don't cry. Sleep now, dear." Hinata's sobs gradually diminished, until she was unaware of when they ceased. Suddenly, she slumped, falling softly to the ground, unconscious. Her face still graced with a serene smile. In the distance, Kakashi witnessed the unfolding scene, his eyes widening in shock. From his vantage point, it was all too clear. After dispatching Asuma, Simi merely cast a fleeting glance at Hinata, without even touching her. In that instant, the woman renowned for her Genjutsu prowess fell without resistance. Kakashi murmured to himself, "The power of Genjutsu has reached this level?" Cold sweat trickled down his face. Simi exuded an unprecedented pressure, even greater than 2 years prior. His Sharingan scanned Simi's form, searching for a flaw, but found none, further chilling him to the core. He had grown stronger. How could one possibly triumph against such an adversary? "Kakashi, stop dawdling." A fierce shout jolted Kakashi from his reverie. Guy emerged from the rubble, chakra bursting forth like flames, enveloping him in radiant light. 8th gate of life. 5th gate, the door of limit. Open. Guy's muscles swelled, veins bulging as he battled through the pain in his legs, his eyes aflame with fervent combat spirit. "Kakashi, this is an unprecedented enemy. I will hold nothing back. Watch closely. This move was meant for you." In a blur, Guy vanished, leaving a trail of dust as he charged at Simi. Kakashi furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, "That fool." Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, gathering lightning in his palms, the shrill cry of Chidori piercing the night as he surged forward alongside Guy. Simi remained motionless, a specter of calm. Just as their attacks were about to connect, an ominous black skeletal frame erupted from within Simi, enveloping him entirely. Chidori and Guy's taijutsu collided with the black skeletal structure, which remained unyielding, halting their advance. Kakashi and Guy felt the immense pressure emanating from the skeletal frame, their pupils contracting in shock. Simultaneously, Kakashi noticed that Simi's left eye had transformed into an unfamiliar shape, a smooth triangle at its center, with 3 circular black dots adorning its edges. It was neither a tomo nor any form of Sharingan Kakashi recognized. What was this? Simi crossed his arms, speaking calmly, "Susanoo." No sooner had he uttered the words than the black skeletal structure surged, chakra gushing forth like a torrent, rapidly coalescing into the massive upper body of a giant. The skeletal form became complete, flesh enveloping Simi within. The pure black body expanded dramatically, its contours fluid, akin to black flames swirling. With a mere wave of his arm, Susanoo's colossal hand sliced through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Before they could react, the violent shockwave sent them hurtling through the air, plunging them into unconsciousness. Lord Hokage. An increasing number of Konoha ninjas sensed the commotion and rushed to the scene, encircling Orochimaru and Simi, realizing their situation was dire. Orochimaru cast a lingering glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away, then bit his own finger, thrusting his hands downward. Summoning jutsu. A serpent far larger than before emerged, its body glistening purple, with enormous scales. Upon its arrival, the serpent surveyed its surroundings and spoke to Orochimaru. This time, the number of sacrifices must double. Breathing heavily, Orochimaru retorted with a cold smile, Manda, take me away, and I shall fulfill your request. He then turned to Simi, laughing heartily, farewell, Simi-kun. Don't die too easily, haha. At Orochimaru's signal, Manda's colossal purple form twisted, crushing the trees and ninjas in its path as it barreled toward an escape route. The ground fissured beneath its weight, the chaotic battlefield torn wide open. Ah! The anguished cries of Konoha ninjas echoed. As such a behemoth was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to let him escape. Joining forces with the arriving ninjas to pursue Orochimaru. Boom. An overwhelming force surged from behind. The powerful air palm unleashed by Susanoo wreaked unprecedented havoc. The invisible chakra shockwave became a straight line, precisely cleaving through the forest, creating a deep ravine in the earth, dust swirling as trees snapped in half. The Konoha ninjas trailing behind were caught off guard, immediately sent sprawling by the gust. Hinata Simi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes bulged with fury as he and the ninjas behind him were forced back by the onslaught. Simi smiled. I can't allow him to perish here. Currently, Orochimaru had not yet perfected his cursed seal, and if Konoha's ninjas were fearless, they might indeed overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Orochimaru bore the future of the Edo Tensei and a series of jutsu research upon his shoulders. Simi needed him alive, just as he understood this necessity. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, commanding, all units, shift focus to Hinata Simi. We must eradicate him. Simi wielded Susanoo, taking a step forward and sweeping his hands. A series of wind blades descended like mountains, their momentum colossal, tearing through the air with a piercing sound. Doton, Doriheki. Several earthen walls erupted from the ground. Yet under the impact of the wind blades, they collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering debris as the ninjas behind the walls were sent flying, bloodied and battered. At a critical moment, as the force of the hand was about to engulf all present, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, forming hand seals with fervor, and bellowed forth a massive earthen wall that barely managed to deflect Saint Mia's relentless onslaught. However, this maneuver proved futile against the approaching leaf ninja from another direction. Saint Mia swiftly altered his trajectory, raising his hand once more. The 8 trigrams empty palm unleashed in rapid succession, obliterating every conceivable formation. Susanoo descended upon the crowd like a vengeful deity, wreaking havoc as its colossal hand swept through, shattering trees and causing the very ground to tremble uncontrollably. Though Saint Mia's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the forest. Whoever dares to approach shall perish. The oppressive aura loomed like a mountain, instilling fear that no one dared to confront directly. Chapter 50. To such an extent. Is he a monster? In this world, is there truly such formidable ninjutsu? On one side of the forest, the rescued Kai lay on the ground, gazing in astonishment at the towering black giant that loomed above the trees. Kakashi lay beside him. Both of them nearly immobilized, their bodies battered, yet their consciousness held firm against the encroaching darkness. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had been covered once more. Before Saint Mi, his Sharingan was utterly ineffective. The chasm between them was beyond verbal description. Obito, I'm still too weak, even the eye you bestowed upon me. Kai's jaw tightened. Kakashi, how did you survive against him 2 years ago? Kakashi responded helplessly, how would I know? 2 years have passed, and he has only grown stronger. A fleeting look of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Though he was reluctant to voice it, he couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't truly wish to kill me. What? Kai exclaimed. I hope it's just my illusion, Kakashi sighed. The only certainty I have is that this is a battle beyond our intervention. In the heart of the battlefield, all Jainin and below, retreat. Do not engage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was heavy, blood still seeping from the wound on his shoulder. He had realized that without neutralizing Saint Mi, Konoha would face catastrophic destruction today. Susanoo, perhaps. A cold glint flickered in Sarutobi's eyes as he roared, for the honor of the Hokage. I will not allow you to continue wreaking havoc in Konoha. He leapt into the air, his hands weaving seals with such speed that they appeared as mere afterimages. In the blink of an eye, 4 identical shadow clones emerged beside him. Each clone swiftly formed seals and unleashed various ninjutsu. The air erupted with a deafening hum. A blazing fire dragon, raging lightning, a howling tempest, surging waves, and a heavy torrent of mud. 5 distinctly different forces converged perfectly, culminating in a devastating flood with a diameter exceeding several dozen meters. 5 elements, Great Rasen, he proclaimed, gathering the strength of 1,000 men with his solitary might. This is my final technique. If this is the extent of your Susanoo, then dare to test it. Sarutobi shouted with every ounce of his strength. The ninjas behind him were invigorated. This is the technique of the 3rd Hokage. Only one who masters 5 elemental chakras can perform it. Go, Lord Hokage. Confronted by the earth-shattering flood, Saint Mi smiled gently. What do you mean by only this extent? In the next moment, Susanoo swelled once more. The upper half of the Susanoo rose dramatically, transforming into a nearly complete black giant. The giant towered, standing several dozen meters high, capturing the attention of all Konoha. Saint Mi, who had been on the ground, floated within the giant's head. Bone pulse. From within the black giant emerged another pure white skeletal armor, rapidly enveloping its body. Smooth as jade. Steel release. The giant swung its arms, overlaying the white armors with a metallic sheen, resembling forged black iron. In an instant, The giant's body was clad in pure white bone armor, its arms pitch black, with chakra swirling around its hands like flames, evoking the visage of a deity. Sarutobi was momentarily stunned by the scene, his breath caught in awe. Saint-Me commanded Susanoo, thrusting his hands forward. 8 trigrams. Empty wall. The giant's palm wind descended like a mountain, manifesting a tangible shield that collided head-on with Sarutobi's ninjutsu. Boom. A violent sonic explosion shattered the surrounding trees and rooftops, sending sparks and debris flying. An unstoppable shockwave rippled outward, creating a massive crater before the giant, extending through the forest and engulfing a portion of Konoha. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find the black giant still standing, with only slight damage to the bone armor on its arms. Saint-Me floated within Susanoo, his brow furrowing slightly in disappointment. He had anticipated that the renowned professor of ninjutsu, the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen who mastered thousands of techniques, would pose some challenge. Yet, the result was merely a superficial breach of Susanoo's outer armor, failing to present any real threat to him. Admittedly, Sarutobi had previously engaged in a grueling battle with Orochimaru, now at his wit's end. Weak, far too weak. Yet such a Hokage was perfectly suited for the current Konoha. Had another taken his place, it might have jeopardized the ensuing plans. The bone armor on Susanoo's arms rapidly regenerated, the bones cracking and snapping back into place, reattaching the obsidian metallic sheen. Sarutobi remained transfixed, disbelief etched across his features, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Do not underestimate me? After a considerable time, an enraged shout erupted from the crowd. The Konoha ninjas regained their composure, unleashing their specialized ninjutsu. Intertwined, they blotted out the sky, launching a barrage towards Saint-Me, surpassing the scale of Sarutobi's great Rasen. Yet, the quality was gravely concerning. The black giant raised a hand, palms converging to reveal a black sigil. Demon release, absorption hole. A tempestuous, invisible force erupted from the giant's palms, devouring all incoming ninjutsu instantly, reducing them to nothingness. Saint-Me, standing within the giant, surveyed the battlefield with the gaze of a deity overlooking mortals. Is that all? He inquired softly. Chapter 51. Destruction. The encirclement formed by hundreds of Konoha ninjas fell into a profound silence after Saint-Me devoured all ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu was that? After a long pause, a trembling voice emerged from the crowd, filled with horror. This question, of course, went unanswered. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, feeling his chakra nearly depleted, as he gazed at the unscathed Susanoo. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. Was he truly getting old? He overheard whispers from behind. Is he a demon? Turning to look, he noticed the despair etched on the faces around him, their morale plummeting to rock bottom. Hiruzen took a despondent step back and commanded, "Sound all alarms. This is a maximum emergency. Konoha is facing a crisis more severe than the Nine-Tails incident. Civilians, evacuate immediately." A ninja behind him gasped in shock. "Hokage-sama, has it come to this? Go now." Hiruzen shot him a fierce glare, watching as the ninja dashed away, silently vowing, "If it comes to it, I will have no choice but to use that technique." Before he could finish his thought, he saw the towering black giant raise its arm toward him. Instinctively sensing danger, Hiruzen shouted, "Everyone, get back." Saint-Me laughed. "All of it will be returned to you. Reaper's technique. Evil self-destruction." The countless absorbed ninjutsu energies coalesced in the giant's palm, forming a sphere of blue flame, fierce and terrifying. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted. A blue radiance surged from the earth, only to collapse amidst mournful wails. Then the deafening sound of an explosion followed. Boom. The shockwave traveled in a straight line, flattening everything for hundreds of meters behind it. The border of Konoha was violently breached, the protective barrier shattered into pieces. From above, it appeared as though someone had wielded a knife across a three-dimensional map, playfully obliterating everything in its wake. The explosion swept through, culminating in a brilliant white light that erupted, stretching hundreds of meters until it reached a river, which finally began to calm. The disrupted waters surged back through the breach with a thunderous roar. Don't waste any of it. Saint-Me maneuvered Susanoo, aiming at the distant Hokage rock, adorned with the faces of the Hokage. The blue flame soared through the air, striking the Hokage rock, the resounding boom startling the birds in the forest. Under the horrified gazes of everyone in Konoha, the Hokage rock crumbled, debris falling like rain, dust cloaking the moonlight. When the dust settled, the faces of the 4 Hokage were utterly obliterated, reduced to fine powder. Konoha was enveloped in chaotic shadows, the tremors from the collapse of the Hokage rock shaking the ground. Thick smoke obscured the moonlight, and the alarm bells rang piercingly throughout the night sky. On the streets, civilians fled in panic, while ninjas leaped through the chaos, attempting to restore order, some rushing towards the battlefield. In the Hokage's office, flames soared outside, and the violent explosions shattered the glass, scattering shards across the floor. Shimura Danzo stood with Nara Shikaku and Mito Gatika, their gazes fixed intently on the scene in the distance. The black giant, clad in a bone-like armor, its arms as dark as ink, emanated a terrifying brilliance in the night, as if a deity had descended. Nara Shikaku trembled slightly, disbelief lacing his voice. "Is that Susanoo?" Danzo's eyes glimmered with intensity as he replied softly, "Indeed, it is the technique once wielded by that man." Shikaku and Mito exchanged glances, shivering involuntarily. They were of the previous generation, having witnessed firsthand the man revered as a god, Uchiha Madara, the sole individual capable of contending with the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama. Although Madara ultimately fell to Hashirama's hand, the dread of the Uchiha name lingered, and the very mention of Susanoo sent chills down their spines. Mito clenched his fists. Shouting in anger, he is clearly not an Uchiha. How can he possess the Sharingan? In his words, there lay an unspoken depth. Danzo glanced at him. His expression piercingly direct. It may very well be as you suspect. Mito froze, disbelief etched across his face. Shikaku, trembling with rage, could only mutter, Hyuga sent me. Hyuga sent me. Yet he could not form a complete sentence, his eyes reflecting a mix of fury and fear. Only Danzo sneered. I truly underestimated him. I never imagined that after 2 years, he would have acquired such power. Mito gritted his teeth and asked, what do we do now? Should we recall the frontline ninjas? Konoha may face annihilation. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the two, his sneer deepening. Fear not. Trust in Hiruzen. As Hokage, he will fulfill his duty. With that, he leaned on his staff and slowly made his way to the door. Shikaku and Mito exclaimed in unison, where are you going? Danzo did not look back. To meet with the daimyo, Lord Minamoto must be eager to know the current state of Konoha. His figure disappeared down the corridor, leaving the two in silent exchange. Their eyes met, a horrifying possibility surfacing in their minds. Danzo's calmness seemed almost excessive. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Located on the outskirts of Konoha, fearing collateral damage, most clan members had already evacuated. Only a small group remained in the clearing, their gazes fixed on the distance. As the night breeze swept through, it illuminated the astonished expressions of the gathered crowd. Uchiha Itachi cradled his young brother Sasuke, beside him a girl with a strikingly clear face, a blend of cuteness and spirit, Uchiha Izumi, whom Saint Mi had rescued 2 years prior. Uchiha Shisui stood protectively in front of them, murmuring, it's the Mangeki Sharingan. Itachi looked up at Shisui. Mangeki Sharingan? What is that? Uchiha Fugaku, standing prominently at the front, wore a complex expression as he answered somberly, it is the strongest power our Uchiha clan can wield, the legendary divine power. His tone carried a hint of anxiety, his gaze lingering on Susanoo. Izumi, however, was transfixed by the distant black giant, her expression not one of fear like the others, but she exclaimed, it feels so warm. Her soft voice startled those around her, as if awakening them from a trance, and they turned to look. Izumi smiled unconsciously, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable calm. Just by looking at that Susanoo, I feel so warm. Is that so? Fugaku murmured, glancing at the others. Shisui hastily averted his gaze. Fugaku, undeterred, continued to gaze at Susanoo, half jokingly yet half seriously stating, perhaps the future of the Uchiha rests with him. The crowd murmured among themselves, and after a moment, someone replied, Lord Fugaku, that joke is rather unamusing. Is it? Then consider me merely jesting. Chapter 52, Southeast Shrine as the dust settled. It seemed that the colossal black figure, which had obscured the sky, had vanished without a trace. Only the battered Saratobi Hiruzen remained, kneeling amidst the ruins. His complexion was ashen, his eyelids trembled involuntarily, yet he was nearly devoid of consciousness. The anguish of his body was eclipsed by a far deeper mental burden. Following this battle, Konoha's remaining combat strength would inevitably wane further, a burden increasingly difficult to bear for the village. Since the Nine Tails incident, the Wagakure had already launched a significant incursion, reigniting border skirmishes. Now, with Konoha suffering yet another calamity, the blow to its reputation was nothing short of devastating. With trembling hands, Hiruzen raised his gaze to the figure clad in white, strolling leisurely towards him. His voice rasped, why, do you not kill me? Simi approached gently, his voice resonating in Hiruzen's ears with unwavering clarity. Of course, it is because you still hold value. Do not fret, I shall not take your life. Please continue to serve as Hokage. Hiruzen's lips parted, yet he found himself at a loss for words in response to such a statement. Simi revealed a chilling smile, one that struck fear into Hiruzen's heart, and continued, among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha is undoubtedly the foremost, yet it lacks commensurate strength. It is time to relinquish some of the meat you so dearly hold. However, I also require someone to uphold Konoha, preventing its complete collapse. After much contemplation, it appears that there is truly no one else but you, the esteemed Hokage. Rest assured, everyone requires a common adversary, and Konoha serves as the ideal target. When we next meet, I shall claim what I truly desire. Until then, farewell. Hiruzen watched helplessly as Simi departed, his throat constricting, rendering him speechless. The night air was laden with sorrow, and the moonlight appeared to shine even more brightly. In the distance, the alarm bells of Konoha resonated through the heavens. The river surged back upon the marshes behind him, creating a thunderous cacophony, amidst the remnants of ninja tools that floated by. Uchiha clan grounds. The clan members had long since been evacuated, leaving only the cold wind to sweep through the desolate paths, rustling the fallen leaves. Deep within the grounds, the Southie Shrine stood resolutely in the moonlight, the ancient stone lantern casting long shadows, with the wooden doors firmly shut. Not far away, Simi descended quietly. Having distanced himself from the battlefield and ensured the surroundings were secure, he finally had the opportunity to reflect upon his own transformations. First, he assessed the depletion of his chakra. A mere fleeting sensation brought a smile to his face. The loss of chakra was indeed minimal. Simi held considerable confidence in his chakra reserves. Any bloodline limit acquired by him could be reversed into chakra absorption. Over the past 2 years, aside from the explosive release, numerous other bloodline limits had been transformed into chakra, leaving only a few commonly used ninjutsu bloodline limits. This was also the reason Simi willingly bided his time in Kirigakure. He needed to solidify his foundation, continuously honing his skills. A vast reservoir of chakra formed the base upon which he added ocular techniques, physical prowess, bloodline limits, and various ninjutsu. Much like stacking building blocks, he crafted a complete human form, which had unconsciously expanded to an unimaginable scale. With merely a single Manjiki Sharingan, he could maintain the complete second form of Susanoo for an extended duration, yet he had not yet reached his limit. Thanks to the perfect fusion of bloodline limits, his ocular power had scarcely diminished. This outcome was already satisfactory to Simi. Previously, he could never have emerged from such a conflict unscathed. As his gaze swept across the shrine and Appo's entrance, just as he was about to step forward, Simi suddenly halted, turning to the side shadows, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come forth. A figure emerged from the darkness, cautiously wielding a ninja blade, their gaze scrutinizing. Simi regarded the newcomer with a smile. The individual appeared to be of similar age, perhaps slightly older, with black, curly hair and a lithe physique. Hyuga Simi, he stated, voicing the other's name, Uchiha Shursui. Although our encounters have been few, I have long admired the title of Shunshin Shursui. I did not expect you to await me here. Shursui stepped forward. His expression calm as he inquired, I merely sensed something amiss. If it were merely for show, there would be no need to summon Susanoo. Why are you here at this moment? Simi gestured toward the distance. Flames and thick smoke still churned in the night sky. That was my doing. Indeed, it is you. Shursui's expression shifted slightly, though he showed little surprise, before coldly remarking, you were quite unabashed, lingering in Konoha after committing such acts. Simi replied. It is said that the basement of the South Shrine harbors a stone tablet inscribed with the secrets of the Sharingan. Naturally, I wish to see it before departing. If you would kindly step aside, I would be most grateful. Shursui nodded. As a non-Uchiha, your mastery of the Sharingan is unparalleled. However, I cannot retreat and allow a traitor to enter the South Shrine. What difference is there between the Uchiha and a betrayal of Konoha? Simi chuckled lightly. Lest you be unaware, I have just come from the Hyuga clan grounds. They are far more compliant than you. Thus, the Hyuga have become the first clan to negotiate with me, a traitor, while the Uchiha remain steadfastly loyal to Konoha. Yet, why do the Hyuga still reside in the heart of Konoha, while your clan has been ordered to relocate? Shursui's expression stiffened. What exactly are you implying? Simi continued. Your entanglement with me here serves no purpose. It would be wise to step aside. Do not overestimate your abilities. You are not my match. A flash of anger ignited in Shursui's eyes. Without a hint of movement, his figure transformed into a blur, vanishing in an instant and reappearing behind Simi. The ninja blade sliced through the air, aimed at Simi's neck. In Shursui's astonished gaze, Simi too became a fleeting shadow, the blade merely cutting through empty space. The true Simi materialized beside Shursui, his right palm slowly extending. The clash of the ninja blade against Simi's arm produced a shower of sparks, accompanied by a sharp metallic sound. Shursui, realizing his strike had failed, swiftly retreated to gain distance. Simi dusted off his hands, chuckling, indeed. The title of Shunshin Shursui is well earned. I nearly failed to react. However, attempting to take my life will not be so simple. Let us cease our mutual probing and bring forth your Susanoo. Chapter 53. Fishing. The expression on Shursui's face changed dramatically, and he asked in shock, how did you? I have my ways of knowing that you two have awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Seiya replied, as if anticipating Shursui's question. Not only do I know this, but I am also aware that the Uchiha clan will not remain in Konoha for long. Upon hearing this, Shursui swung his kunai, prepared to attack once more, but was interrupted by a sharp command. Shursui. Both turned their heads to see Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed, having appeared at the entrance where Seiya had just arrived. Lord Fugaku? Shursui exclaimed. Fugaku's expression was stoic as he spoke in a low voice. Let him in. You have seen nothing tonight. Shursui's eyes flashed with anger. No. Fugaku's gaze bore into Shursui, his voice turning icy. Do you wish to doom our clan tonight? At this, Shursui's body trembled, stunned into silence. His eyes wide with disbelief. Fugaku subtly nodded at Seiya. Seiya responded with a casual smile, his tone light. It settled then. He stepped past Shursui and walked toward the shrine. Shursui gripped his kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white as his gaze flickered between Seiya and Fugaku, ultimately bowing his head in defeat. As Seiya reached the entrance of the shrine, he paused and asked, Are you curious? Why I returned instead of leaving? Shursui hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. Seiya wore an exaggerated expression, chuckling lightly. I returned because I cannot help but worry about the Hyuga clan. After all, the clan is the foundation of our existence, and I must occasionally check in to reassure some. For reasons unknown, even while speaking of the Hyuga, his gaze was fixed intently on Shursui, tinged with mockery, as if deliberately taunting him. This response left Shursui feeling surreal. Was he under a genjutsu? How could such words come from a rogue ninja? Seiya had once killed an elder from his clan before defecting, and now he spoke of concern for his kin? Was this a jest? As he gazed at Seiya and Appo's smile, a chill coursed through Shursui, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, freezing his very blood. He understood that the words were false, yet they struck a chord deep within him, compelling him to ponder. Seiya exuded an aura reminiscent of Orochimaru, a long, serpentine presence. Calm yet terrifying. No. Shursui swallowed hard. Compared to Orochimaru, Seiya was even more formidable. Whereas Orochimaru, confident in his strength, sometimes revealed his true nature. Seiya maintained a facade of gentleness that, upon closer inspection, sent shivers down one's spine. It was impossible to discern which of his words were genuine and which were deceitful. Shursui felt that Seiya did not care whether others believed him. Sometimes, inciting suspicion seemed to be his intention, or perhaps he had no purpose at all. He was like a puppeteer, watching his marionettes dance before him, unthreatened by their movements. He could effortlessly topple the stage if he wished and start anew. What exactly do you want to say? Shursui finally controlled the chill within him and asked in a low voice. Seiya softly replied, "Are you Konoha Shursui or Uchiha Shursui?" Shursui's pupils constricted violently. And before he could respond, Seiya politely nodded to Fugaku, turned, and entered the shrine. Seeing this, Shursui abruptly turned to Fugaku, only to find him walking away without a backward glance. "Lord Fugaku," Shursui called out, but Fugaku seemed not to hear, his pace quickening as he vanished into the night, leaving Shursui standing alone. The basement of the Nanha shrine was cold and damp, with patches of moss adorning the stone walls. The flickering light of torches cast dancing shadows on the rough stone steps. Seiya descended slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing crisply. At the depths of the basement, a small stone chamber came into view. Seiya easily located what he sought. In the center stood an ancient stone tablet, covered in densely packed inscriptions. Upon seeing it, a smile crept across Seiya and Appo's face, and he instantly shifted into a different state of mind. In his perception, not far above him, a figure cloaked in pure white lurked, Kagaya's child, Black Zetsu. Yet, Seiya had no intention of revealing or driving away his presence. The stage was set. The actors must take their places. Without an audience, for whom would he perform? Seiya halted before the tablet, activating his Sharingan, transforming it into its kaleidoscope form. In his vision, the inscriptions began to shift and change. Seiya stared at the tablet for a long time, before finally chuckling softly to himself, feeling utterly reassured. The content of the tablet was precisely as he had anticipated. Many of the details were even secrets that could only be unveiled with the Rinnegan. Unsurprisingly, he had drawn attention. In the absence of others, Seiya feigned mild astonishment, exclaiming, "So that is it." The tablet recorded not only the legendary battle between the Sage of Six Paths' two sons, Indra and Ashura, but also the union of the Uchiha and Senju clans, which could unlock even greater ocular powers. It detailed the one true method of salvation, infinite Tsukuyomi. By combining the chakras of Indra and Ashura, one could ultimately initiate infinite Tsukuyomi, which was the means to create a better world. Infinite Tsukuyomi was true peace. At this revelation, Seiya's smile was genuine. Conjuring the image of a pitch-black figure in his mind, the third child born from Kagaya, who had been sealed away by his two sons, and who had tirelessly sought to resurrect his mother for millennia, Black Zetsu. Currently, he masqueraded as the will crafted by Uchiha Madara, shadowing Obito. He was the root of all turmoil. Seiya stared at the tablet for a prolonged moment, and his expression transformed, revealing a newfound confidence unlike his usual demeanor. Infinite Tsukuyomi. How fortuitous. To obtain the Rinnegan, I must resurrect the chakras of Indra and Ashura. Orochimaru, in the end, I must rely on you. With that, Seiya turned and departed without hesitation. He was certain that Black Zetsu, hidden nearby, was witnessing his dramatic entrance, the chaos in Konoha, and his visit to the Nanha shrine. As long as Black Zetsu was not foolish, he would be monitoring Seiya and Appo's movements, just as he had for the past 2 years, with his own talents. Seiya was confident that he had already attracted the other's interest. Over the past 2 years, each time he seized a bloodline limit, plotted in secrecy, or expressed his thoughts, he had not shied away from the other and Appo's gaze. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the moment when the other would reveal himself. Chapter 54. The deity of the heavens. As Shursui exited the shrine, he found himself face to face with Simi, who stood at the entrance, his expression oscillating between shadows and light under the moon's glow. Simi, taken aback, noted the absence of any dark forces or ambushes. Had he grown overly confident? After a moment of hesitation, Shursui approached and quietly inquired, "What agreement have you reached with Lord Fugaku?" Simi's gaze swept over Shursui, and he carelessly remarked, "Consider the wide eye he bestowed upon you. Ultimately, to whom did you relinquish it?" Instantly, Shursui froze, as if struck by lightning, the sinister visage of Danzo surfacing in his mind. He never anticipated that Simi would be aware of the wide eye Fugaku had once entrusted to him. More astonishingly, Simi knew precisely that he had handed it over to Danzo. A chill coursed through Shurzui's entire being. What else could Simi possibly know? Amused by Shurzui's terror, Simi replied softly, "You are clever, yet foolish. Your astuteness lies in recognizing the limitations of your power, understanding that one cannot alter the will of many alone. Hence your search for external assistance, even at the cost of concealing your clan. Alas, you chose the wrong side. Danzo cannot safeguard the Uchiha. You believe that by aligning with him, you can maintain the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha, but this bond has been worthless from the very beginning. As long as the Uchiha endure, conflict is inevitable. Neither Danzo nor Sarutobi can protect you. No one can shield the Uchiha. This has been a lingering issue since the death of the first Hokage, and it has long since devolved into chaos. The Konoha you cherish is fundamentally decayed. Shurzue clenched his fists instinctively. What right do you have to speak such words? Simi countered, is it not true? Since the death of the first Hokage, the Uchiha status has plummeted, and by the time of the third Hokage, it had morphed into a different visage altogether. The so-called will of fire has long been discarded. Merely a ruse to deceive fools like you. Sarutobi seeks to utilize the Uchiha while simultaneously keeping you in check, charming you into a dizzying dance. Do you truly believe that Sarutobi remains oblivious to the Uchiha and Appo's plight? He feigns ignorance, waiting for the Uchiha to reach their breaking point, so they can pounce and devour the clan whole. Shurzue instinctively retorted, the conflicts between the Uchiha and Konoha can always be reconciled. Simi chuckled softly, indeed. They can be reconciled. Once the Uchiha are no more, the discord will cease to exist. Shurzue was struck at his core. His expression darkened as he questioned. How does the Hyuga fare any better than the Uchiha? Simi erupted in laughter, slowing his tone as he elaborated. They fare better in that the Byakugan cannot control the Nine Tails. Silence. Shurzue and Appo's face paled. Gazing at Simi, he felt as though he were staring into an unfathomable abyss. A profound aura sweeping toward him. If ensnared, escape would be impossible. Alarm bells rang in Shurzue's mind. Ignoring this individual could spell disaster for both the Uchiha and Konoha. With that thought, Shurzue resolved to confront this potential threat to the Uchiha clan. Simi's speed matched his own. Victory could not be claimed through mere speed. Yet, perhaps due to his confidence in possessing the Sharingan, Simi showed no intention of evading Shurzue's gaze during their conversation. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. Shurzue's left eye narrowed suddenly, his demeanor freezing momentarily. The Sharingan within his left eye whirled wildly, transforming into a pinwheel pattern. Empowered by his ocular prowess, he perceived a shift in Simi's expression, but it was too late to avert his gaze. Success. Kodo Amatsukami, the most potent Jinjutsu etched into his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, silently altering another's will. In Shurzue's vision, the world slowed, a vast reservoir of chakra surged into his eye, manifesting as invisible potential, erupting forth. Simi's gaze grew vacant, devoid of its spark. An overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over Shurzue, compelling him to stagger back, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Blood tears streaming from his left eye in excruciating pain. Yet, a faint smile graced his lips. All right, come with me to see the Hokage. Before he could finish, he watched in disbelief as Simi began to petrify, ultimately dissolving into dust carried by the wind. This was impossible. Shurzue's heart raced violently. Cold sweat drenched his back. The gates of the Nanha shrine swung open once more, and the true Simi emerged, a hint of white shadow gracing his eyes. His entire demeanor transformed. The previously gentle and casual Simi now exuded a subtle, chilling aura, as if a droplet of water from a deep abyss had merged with the air. Had he not been vigilant, one might hardly sense his presence. This sensation left Shurzue feeling exposed, as though the very air around him had been siphoned away. Having come prepared, how could I not guard against your trick? Simi's voice floated softly to Shurzue's ears. Before Shurzue could respond, a dark skeletal structure suddenly materialized from within Simi. Massive bone claws lunged forth with blinding speed, ensnaring him tightly. His expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, he found Simi closing in, gently probing forward. A sharp pain pierced his right eye, plunging him into darkness. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. Simi dispelled his sage mode, and the Susanoo dissipated, casually releasing Shurzue. He examined the crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his hand and remarked coolly, I leave you with one eye, so you may see the world as it truly is. With Shurzue's constitution, having just employed Kodo Amatsukami, he would require at least a decade before being able to cast that technique again. As it stood, Shurzue posed no threat. Kneeling on the ground, blood tears continued to flow from his eyes, his pain groans echoing. His voice trembled with agony. Why? I distinctly confirmed you were not a clone. This is a sage technique, Earth clone. If it could be easily seen through by you, I might as well drown myself in a bowl of ramen. Simi replied with a light chuckle. Out of caution, I dare not employ even a shadow clone, as your abilities are far too perilous. How could you possibly know? Shurzue gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Simi did not respond directly. Instead, gazing toward the distant Konoha, the world believes itself to be the hunter, which is only natural, yet, unbeknownst to them, they are no different from prey in the eyes of others. He turned back to Shurzue, a gentle smile forming. You cannot deceive even me. Yet you presume to outwit the Uchiha clan in Konoha? How navi? Shurzue's body trembled violently, blood tears dripping from his cheeks onto the ground. I am curious. You truly dared to employ that technique against me. If you succeeded, with only one opportunity remaining, which side do you intend to sway within Konoha and your clan? The night breeze rustled Simi and Appo's robes as his voice gradually receded into the distance. In light of our shared past, I shall spare your life. I am aware of how well you have cared for her these past 2 years. When you come to terms with it, seek me out to reclaim your Sharingan. Alone. Shurzue knelt before the shrine, blood pooling beneath him. In the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, but Simi's figure had long vanished into the night. Chapter 55, the Hokage it was night, and Konoha was under siege. This news spread like wildfire throughout the 5 great nations via various channels. Since its establishment, Konoha had never faced such a catastrophic loss on its own soil. The hospital was overflowing with patients as many rushed about, while neighboring countries stirred restlessly. In the Hokage's office, the glass shattered by the recent explosion had been replaced, reflecting the harsh sunlight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, his bandaged hand tightly gripping a stack of reports. News from the front indicated that the Cloud Village had mobilized a significant force, stationed at the border of the Land of Lightning, led by the newly appointed 4th Raikage. Hiruzen cursed inwardly. It felt as though fate conspired against him. Just a few years after ending a devastating war, he had strained every resource, even sending children to the battlefield, to barely preserve the village. No one understood better than he did that Konoha could not endure another full-scale war. He contemplated summoning Jiraiya and Tsunade, gathering support from various clans, uniting their strengths, and mending ties with the Uchiha clan. A series of orders were dispatched, and the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, sprang into action once more. As the Hokage with the longest tenure to date, Hiruzen quickly recognized the cause of Konoha's predicament. Ultimately, it stemmed from the absence of formidable shinobi, leading to a collapse from the top down. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had openly defected, becoming yet another S-rank rogue ninja marked by Konoha. His impact on the village was even greater than that of the previous Saint Mia. Orochimaru had once been Hiruzen's disciple and a contender for the position of 4th Hokage, renowned in his own right. With Orochimaru's departure, Hiruzen could no longer personally confront enemies in battle. Reflecting on this, a deeper shadow loomed over Hiruzen's heart. He felt as though he and Konoha had fallen into an immense net from which any attempt to escape would be futile. A common enemy loomed over Konoha. Bang! The office door was violently pushed open, startling Hiruzen from his reverie. Danzo, leaning on his cane, strode in with purpose. "You're here," Hiruzen remarked, closing his eyes indifferently. When he reopened them, a different demeanor enveloped him. "Hiruzen, you need to take a break." Danzo's voice was cold and penetrating, getting straight to the point. Unmoved, Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Danzo, asking, "What do you mean?" "Literally," Danzo replied, looking down at his old friend. "Your current state of health no longer suits the role of Hokage. You can hardly stand, can you?" As Hiruzen opened his mouth to respond, a violent cough erupted, blood splattering across the documents on his desk. Danzo observed silently as Hiruzen wiped the blood away, his expression growing even colder, devoid of any hint of emotion. Regaining his composure, Hiruzen spoke thoughtfully, "I am the light of Konoha, and you are its shadow. That will never change." "Not necessarily," Danzo sneered, producing a beautifully decorated letter from his robe and placing it before Hiruzen. "This is from the daimyo. If you cannot handle the situation with the Hyuga clan, then step down from your position as Hokage." The Hyuga. Hiruzen was taken aback, hastily accepting the letter and tearing it open. Upon reading just a line, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The daimyo rarely contacted Konoha in such a manner unless it was to issue a reprimand. The words within were nearly harsh, more akin to a scolding than a correspondence. It was only due to the Hyuga clan's status that the reprimand was not more direct. Danzo continued with a chilling smile. "The Hyuga clan has sealed their compound. Anyone who approaches is met with a response indicating they have internal matters to address." Initially, Hiruzen's expression had been calm, but now shock crept over his features. "Could it be?" he murmured. Danzo pressed on. Before meeting with Orochimaru, Saint Mia had entered the Hyuga compound, and no news has come from the Hyuga clan since. "Do you need me to remind you what that implies?" Hiruzen's face darkened further. "So that's it," he whispered. "No wonder not a single Hyuga clan member was seen during the battle that night. I have dispatched Root and Umbu ninjas to surround the Hyuga compound." Awaiting an explanation from Hyuga Hayashi, Danzo's expression was grim. "No," Hiruzen instinctively retorted. "Withdraw your people. We are not at the point of severing ties with the Hyuga." Danzo replied sternly, "Then when do you propose we act?" "When they follow Saint Mia in defection?" Words caught in Hiruzen's throat, unable to escape. Danzo scoffed, speaking rapidly. "By controlling the main family, we can control the entire Hyuga clan. Their actions indicate that Hyuga Hayashi is behind this, with both the Cloud and Rock villages mobilizing forces. The Hyuga's decision to sever external communications equated to treachery." Danzo slammed his hand on the table, leaning closer to Hiruzen, enunciating each word. "Face reality, Hiruzen. Hayashi's heart has already wavered. He believes Konoha cannot handle the Ninetales or Saint Mia. Saint Mia is merely a pawn he sent to test us. Who else but the head of the main family could release the cage bird?" Hiruzen shook his head. "No, it cannot be. The Hyuga would never betray Konoha. The name Hyuga is indelibly linked with Konoha. Where could they possibly go if they left?" Since the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, established Konoha, various nations had emulated this model, gathering shinobi and forming ninja villages. While there were instances of entire clans defecting, these were limited to small nations surviving in the cracks between the 5 great nations. There had never been a precedent for an entire clan defecting from within the 5 great nations. Danzo uttered a single word: Cloud. Cloud. Hiruzen was taken aback. Danzo continued, "Upon learning of Cloud's mobilization, I reached out to their delegation residing in the village, only to find they had already departed. Clearly, they were prepared and not here for peace talks." My subordinates have uncovered news that Hyuga Hinata, the main family's heiress, was kidnapped and later rescued by none other than Cloud's ninjas. Cloud has refused to negotiate, amassing troops at the border, which is why the Hyuga have sealed their compound. Hiruzen murmured, "This is a coercion tactic?" His thoughts were a whirlwind until he finally regained his composure. At least Konoha still had the Uchiha. The Uchiha? Danzo scoffed, as if expecting this. He retrieved a container from his robes and slammed it onto the table. Inside, a pure white eye floated silently. From Uchiha Shursui. Danzo's voice dripped with mockery. The other Sharingan lost 2 years ago has now returned to its rightful owner. The office fell into a heavy silence. Hiruzen's hands trembled uncontrollably, and he closed his eyes in anguish, remaining silent for an extended period. The Uchiha were in league with the Hyuga. Danzo continued to apply pressure, military funds, supplies, reinforcements, think not of them. Konoha must rely solely on itself now. To withdraw voluntarily is different from being ordered to retreat by the daimyo. Your time in this position has come to an end, Hiruzen. Hiruzen showed no reaction. Danzo, visibly impatient, said, "I will say it once more. You are too slow to comprehend." Enough. Hiruzen's eyes snapped open. A fierce determination causing Danzo to instinctively take a step back. Do not forget, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Without my orders, no one is permitted to lay a hand on the Hyuga. Upon uttering these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body seemed to deflate, as he waved his hand dismissively at Danzo. Beyond that, proceed as you see fit. Danzo's expression darkened, a stormy countenance filled with suppressed fury. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, he huffed heavily before sweeping his sleeve and turning away. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Relieved, Hiruzen sank heavily into his chair, gasping for breath. Blood seeped continuously from the bandages, spreading a dark crimson stain across his Hokage robe, yet he remained indifferent, compared to merely days ago. When he had donned battle armor and wielded his staff with righteous fury against his once proud disciple, he now resembled a frail elder, slowly succumbing to decay. He acutely felt that everything he once cherished seemed to be gradually slipping away from him. Hiruzen absently reached for his side, sensing a dull ache in his muscles, which had lost their former tautness. Unbeknownst to him, the pale, sinister visage of Orochimaru flickered before his eyes, alongside the ghostly figure of Saint Mi. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting a self-deprecating chuckle at his own reaction. So that is why I lost. The momentary pang of dread faded. And in the next instant, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he grit his teeth and sat up with determination. Now was not the time to embrace death calmly. He was the Hokage, and he always would be. Danzo, I hope you do not go too far. Chapter 56. The Summons at Konoha Hospital. The corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, and the pallid fluorescent lights cast a stark glow against the walls. Inside the ward, Kakashi lay in quiet contemplation, staring at the ceiling, lost in his thoughts. Beside him, Guy was propped up with his leg elevated and encased in a heavy cast, suspended in midair. As the first to arrive for support, they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Saint of Healing, just before the battle concluded. Yet, neither of their conditions could be deemed favorable. Guy had recklessly opened the 8 gates despite his broken leg, exacerbating his injuries, while Kakashi was in an even worse state. Adjacent to them lay another figure, Asuma, ensconced in the innermost bed, his arms swaddled in bandages, lying in a state of unconsciousness since his arrival. With a creaking sound, the ward door swung open. Tsukuyumi Shippu and Nara Shikamaru entered, greeting with a wave. The group, of similar ages, shared an intimate camaraderie as contemporaries. How are things? Kakashi inquired, casting a glance in their direction. Leaning against the wall, Shikamaru, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, replied, "Another deployment. Shippu and I are preparing to head to the front lines." "Rock hidden?" Guy exclaimed, astonished. Their response is remarkably swift. "Cloud hidden," Shikamaru said darkly. "By the way, Ibiki and the Dragonfly are dead. That night, they were just behind the Hokage. Is that so?" Kakashi responded calmly. "What terrible luck." In the night sky, the blue flames unleashed by Susanoo were visible throughout the village. No one could survive such an attack. Had it not been for the timely rescue by their comrades, Kakashi and his companions would have met the same fate as Ibiki. Bang! Tsukuyumi Shippa slammed his fist against the wall, seething. That bastard. What grievance does the village hold against him? Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, remaining silent. Shippu, incredulous, widened his eyes. "Don't tell me you actually understand him?" "Understanding is a stretch," Kakashi replied mildly. "We are merely adversaries, much like any other opponents encountered on the battlefield." Shikamaru frowned. "That doesn't sound like you, Kakashi." Kakashi sighed. "Compared to you, I have indeed had more encounters with him." He paused. "Are you familiar with the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan?" The trio's gazes sharpened in unison. "What is that?" Guy asked. Kakashi provided a succinct explanation, and the remaining 3 exchanged silent glances, enveloped in a profound stillness that descended upon the ward. The division between the main family and the branch family, a mere thought could claim lives. Tsukuyumi Shippu's eyes widened, his naturally frail appearance accentuated by the dark circles beneath his eyes. "So that is how it is." After a long pause, Shikamaru finally murmured, "Are others of the Hyuga clan subjected to the same fate?" Kakashi nodded solemnly. "All branch members must bear the caged bird seal, without exception. In that individual's eyes, perhaps the entire Hyuga clan, Indeed, all of Konoha is marked with original sin. Tsukuyumi Shippa muttered. No wonder, what is it? Kakashi pressed. The Hyuga clan has recently confined themselves within their compound. Shikamaru shrugged. The gates are tightly shut. They ignored the village's summons. I've tried reaching out to Tekka and Hayashi, but there has been no response. Guy gasped in shock. What? Without the Hyuga's strength, the front lines will indeed. Shikamaru grimaced. This is going to be tough, but there is nothing we can do about the affairs of the higher-ups. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then asked. If the Hyuga remain secluded, what about the Uchiha? The two visitors halted, taken aback by Kakashi's sudden mention of the Uchiha. Shikamaru replied. I've heard that the Uchiha requested to engage with the Hokage but were denied. The Hokage likely fears another assault from the Hyuga clan's saint. The village needs someone to guard it during this time. Kakashi nodded gently, withholding further comment, though he knew the reality was far more complex than it appeared. The formidable strength of the Uchiha, unutilized in the immediate crisis, was an egregious misallocation of resources. He recalled the events of 2 years prior, the Night of the Nine Tails. On that fateful evening, he had witnessed the Hyuga saint accompanied by 2 young Uchiha children. Was it intentional, or merely coincidental? Tsukuyumi Shippu's expression darkened as he turned towards the door, unwilling to linger any longer. Time is of the essence. We must assemble. Seeing this, Shikamaru could only shake his head in resignation and followed suit. Wait, Kakashi suddenly called out. What about Red? How is she? She is still unconscious, Shikamaru replied. Cigarette still clenched in his mouth, not bothering to look back. The medical team claims her body is stable, but she hasn't awakened. I must go. Is that so? Kakashi and Guy shared a knowing glance towards Asuma. Asuma lay peacefully on the hospital bed, his breathing steady, ignoring his empty arms. One might think he was merely indulging in a sweet slumber. His familiar chakra blades rested by his bedside. With a shared sigh, Kakashi and Guy redirected their gazes, unable to bear the sight any longer. In an unnoticed corner, Asuma's shoulder trembled slightly, struggling to contain his inner turmoil, as silent tears cascaded down his cheeks, leaving a trail of dampness behind. Chapter 57. Now, we are one Hinata clan grounds. Hizashi held Niji and Appos, as they walked along the stone path toward the main gate. Behind them trailed several clan members whom Hizashi had dismissed. The morning dew dampened their shoes, creating a soft sound with each step. As they approached the heavily shut gates of the clan grounds, several figures descended from the sky, blocking the father and son's path. Lord Hizashi, please turn back. The leading Hyuga ninja bowed respectfully, his tone firm yet courteous. Hizashi's lips curled into a cold smile. Is my elder brother still unwilling to let go? The other party remained silent, while a few more Hyuga ninjas, having noticed the situation, silently approached from a distance. Niji looked up, his voice almost pleading. Father, let us return. Hizashi took a deep breath, turning with Niji, but instead of heading home, they went back to a secluded courtyard beside the main family residence. Inside, several elite Hyuga ninjas rose upon their return. What news? One inquired. Their foreheads were smooth and free of the curse marks that had once bound them. Hizashi silently shook his head, and the group sat back down in disappointment. Apart from Niji, all present had faced the formidable Saint Mi during the encounter 2 years prior. After the incident, they had all been invited to this courtyard. Though termed as an invitation, it was understood that such treatment was akin to surveillance. Since Saint Mi had lifted the curse marks before all the clan members, the atmosphere within the Hyuga clan had shifted into an exceedingly delicate state. The Hyuga clan's unique system was not isolated from the world. As ninjas of the Hyuga family, they understood the reality beyond their gates. Outside, there were no curse marks, nor distinctions between the main and branch families. The village of Konoha had long been established, with common ninjas continuously emerging. It was no longer the era when only family ninjas could excel. The humble origins of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, exemplified that one could rise to the rank of Hokage without reliance on lineage. Amidst this convergence, various thoughts inevitably permeated the Hyuga household. There were indeed those who contemplated breaking free from the chains of the curse marks. Yet, prior to Saint Mi, no one had ever succeeded. The curse marks could not control one's thoughts, but they could dictate one's actions. To openly express hatred toward the main family within the Hyuga clan was unforgivable. Even the hardest of souls would yield under the will of the curse marks. The proudest heads would bow low. As for those who remained unrepentant until the end, they ultimately faced death. This rebellious sentiment within the Hyuga clan gradually quieted down once the harsh reality set in, realizing that their will could not alter their fate. All those emotions eventually coalesced into a single sentiment, an inability to harbor hatred. However, now Saint Mi had personally demonstrated that escaping the curse marks was not impossible. This psychological upheaval left even those at the eye of the storm, such as Hizashi and a few elite ninjas, as well as several clan elders, at a loss for words. The prospect of not being bound by the main family, with freedom so tantalizingly close, was a temptation few could resist. In the courtyard, a Jainin named Hayashi broke the silence. Since Lord Hayashi has yet to awaken, perhaps we should wait a little longer. How could he not be awake? Hizashi scoffed. I know my brother best. Raised to be the clan leader from a young age, he is upright and tolerant, but unfortunately narrow-minded and lacking in strategy. He is not weak. He is merely terrified of the name Hyuga, just as I am. Lord Hizashi, another Jainin, Takuma, exclaimed angrily. Lord Hayashi is your brother and the leader of our clan. Such slander is intolerable. Hizashi glanced at him dismissively. Did I say something incorrect? You were present that night. If Saint Mi truly intended to kill him, not even 10 Hayashis would have survived. He simply does not know how to handle us. Takuma, infuriated, retorted with a laugh. If Lord Hayashi had already awakened, why has he not reimposed the curse marks upon us? Your words are utterly absurd. How do you know they haven't tried? Hizashi replied coldly. The main family is not comprised solely of my brother. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The ninjas exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Indeed, if it were possible, the main family would have reimposed the curse marks at the first opportunity. But why had there been no movement until now? Lady Hinata, please do not come any closer. Suddenly, a guard's panicked voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Hearing this, Niji jumped up and hurried outside. Niji. Hizashi followed closely behind. Outside the gate, young Hinata clutched a food box, halted at the entrance. With Hinata Natsu standing behind her, it seemed that if it were not for the guards blocking her, she would have rushed in. Upon seeing Hizashi, the guards appeared somewhat flustered. Lord Hayashi had not issued a command to prevent them from leaving. He had merely sealed the clan grounds and instructed strict surveillance over Hizashi and his group. Strictly speaking, Hizashi still retained his previous status. We shall not leave. We are merely here to exchange a few words. Hizashi's voice rang out, causing the guards to exhale in relief and step aside. Brother Niji. Upon seeing Niji, Hinata shyly smiled, then extended the food box in her hands. This is a snack for you. Niji, somewhat bewildered, accepted the food box, his fingertips brushing against Hinata's icy hand, unsure of how to respond. Children raised in separate branches were invariably perceptive. Niji sensed that the world around him had changed. Yet he could not comprehend it, nor could he discern the root of the problem. Hinata Natsu gently nodded at Hizashi, explaining, Lady Hinata was worried after learning that you had been relocated here. Upon awakening, she insisted on coming with me. Hizashi silently observed this scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Hinata had grown up under his watchful eye. His concern for her during her abduction by Saint Mi was genuine. He cared for this child deeply. Yet, all of it turned to naught after Lord Hayashi's inexplicable question, is what you say true? And everything faded into insignificance. Much like his previous life. Natsu, are you alright? Hizashi glanced over, lacking the courage to look at Hinata, and could only inquire of Hinata Natsu. Hinata Natsu forced a smile, responding, Lord Hayashi knows I was under Genjutsu. He did not hold it against me. Genjutsu, is it? Such a familiar excuse. Hizashi recalled the scene he had personally experienced 2 years ago, his emotions complex, choosing not to confront Hinata Natsu directly. And Tetsu? Hizashi asked again. That night. Apart from Hinata Natsu and Hinata, 2 others in the Hyuga clan were injured, Lord Hayashi and Hinata Tetsu, who had attempted to intervene against Saint Mi. The atmosphere was unpleasant, and Hizashi treated it as casual conversation, asking without much thought. Hinata Natsu politely replied, he has not yet awakened. According to the clan elders, all his chakra has been sealed, continuing as a ninja may prove challenging. Is that so? Hizashi was inwardly astonished. Just a single blow had rendered Hinata Tetsu in such a state. How formidable had Saint Mi's gentle fist technique become? Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed. Hinata Natsu and Hizashi then noticed that the 2 children had developed distinct expressions. Niji's tears fell onto the food box he clutched tightly, blurring the surface. The youth, lost in his thoughts, lifted his head, and in that moment, a torrent of suppressed emotions surged forth, unstoppable. A delicate hand unexpectedly brushed against Ninji's smooth forehead. He trembled slightly, meeting Hinata's clear gaze. Ninji and I. Hinata withdrew her hand, her voice barely audible, and with a hint of shyness, she smiled and said, now. We are the same. Chapter 58. The eyes of Konoha within the residence of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi knelt in the main seat, his complexion pale and occasionally interrupted by a cough. Several elders from the clan sat on either side. The atmosphere so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. What should the Hyuga clan do now? Hizashi's voice was hoarse. It was impossible to forever keep the gates of the clan closed and refrain from communicating with the outside world. Do any of you elders possess a solution that balances both sides? One elder spoke up, suggesting, perhaps we should allow Hinata and the others to leave. Absurd. Hizashi slammed his palm on the table, the teacup rattling loudly. Without the curse seal to control the Byakugan, what if another incident occurs that tarnishes the reputation of the Hyuga clan? His fingers dug deep into his palm, swallowing the latter half of his thought. What if they defect to the Hyuga Simi? Another elder tentatively inquired, is it truly impossible to reapply the cursed seal? Hizashi shook his head dejectedly. After the incident, Hinata and his group had been restrained by the clan. He had already attempted to inscribe the caged bird seal on them again, but no matter how hard he tried, it simply did not take effect. He said softly, I suppose I have yet to recover. Perhaps I will try again in a few days. The elders nodded in agreement. They could see that Hizashi was not being entirely truthful with them. However, regarding the matter of the cursed seal, as branch family members, they had no authority to speak up. Saying too much could bring trouble upon themselves. Hizashi's expression was equally grim. He understood the true reason behind his predicament. It was not merely due to his physical injuries. His wounds were superficial and had not compromised his core abilities. The reason he could not reapply the cursed seal was simply that he was incapable of doing so. The Hyuga clan had its own established methods for transferring leadership. When the previous clan head stepped down, they would erase their chakra imprint from the caged bird seal, allowing the next generation to take over. The chakra imprint was inscribed in the nerve points of the head, a location only the Byakugan wielders of the Hyuga clan could locate. After that, the former clan head could no longer manipulate the seal and Appo's outcomes. This method of succession ensured that there could only be one current clan head who held the means to lift the seal, thus minimizing the risk of internal strife. When Hizashi's father handed over the position of clan head to him, he had undergone the same process. That was why Hizashi was so flustered. The one who could lift the cursed seal was Simi, and he found himself unable to reapply it to Hinata and the others. This could only imply that within the caged bird seal, Simi's abilities and status were far superior to his own. This revelation left Hizashi in shock. He dared not share this discovery with anyone. Nor did he wish to dwell on it further. Over time, would it not mean that he would no longer be able to control the clan? Someone else suggested. Should we temporarily open the gates of the clan? I have heard that a Wagakure has already made a move. If the Hokage issues a command, the Hyuga cannot refuse the call. Under no circumstances can we open the gates until we resolve the issue with Hinata. Hizashi interrupted sharply. That is my order. Just then, a booming voice rang from outside. How will you respond to the Hokage then? Everyone looked up in shock to see an elderly man who bore a striking resemblance to Hizashi striding in. His forehead was similarly smooth, devoid of any trace of the caged bird seal. Upon seeing him, the color drained from the faces of those in the residence. Father, Hizashi hurriedly knelt. How did you return from the daimyo? Hyuga Soken walked directly to Hizashi, looking down at him with a grim expression. If I had not returned, the Hyuga would have been on the verge of a mass defection. How could that be? Hizashi exclaimed, raising his head abruptly. Smack. In the next moment, a resounding slap landed on Hizashi and Appo's face, startling everyone and leaving Hizashi in a daze. He stared blankly at his father, finally confirming that the buzzing in his head was indeed real as he incredulously covered his face with his hand. Hyuga Soken, exasperated, exclaimed, the front lines are in crisis. Yet the Hyuga remain shut in. Is this what the proud Hyuga have been reduced to under your leadership? What does that say about us? An elder quickly interjected. Hizashi is also considering the family. The immediate priority is to preserve the Byakugan. Foolish. Hyuga Soken glared. Hizashi, you do not understand the gravity of the situation. And neither do you see it clearly. Open the clan gates immediately. The word foolish struck Hizashi like a nail, turning his thoughts upside down. Drawing upon an unknown well of courage, he straightened himself and, no longer exhibiting the same level of deference, declared, Father, you must not. The Hyuga clan must absolutely not produce any more traitorous ninjas. Smack. In a fit of rage, Hyuga Soken turned and, with almost all his strength, delivered another slap to Hizashi's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow caused Soken to stumble sideways, but several elders rushed to support him, preventing him from falling. Furious, Hyuga Soken began to cough violently, one hand clutching his chest while the other trembled as he pointed at Hizashi. Father, there is no need for violence. Please take care of your health. Hizashi, lying on the ground with reddened eyes, gasped for breath as he retorted. I just don't understand what I did wrong in trying to protect the Hyuga. Finally regaining composure, Soken glared at his son, filled with disappointment. You fool. The Hyuga clan's position in Konoha has never merely relied on the Byakugan. The Byakugan is not the eyes of the Hyuga, it is the eyes of Konoha. Without the trust of the Hokage and the daimyo, even if you manage to cling to these few pairs of Byakugan, what difference will it make? A mere handful of Byakugan cannot shake the foundation of the Hyuga. Rather, your actions are pushing the entire clan toward a dead end. These words struck Hizashi like a thunderclap, rendering his face pale as he stared blankly at his father. Hyuga Soken took a deep breath and continued. Do you know who called me back? It was the third Hokage. Consider yourself fortunate. The third Hokage's command was to summon me back to the village, not to let the ninjas outside launch a full-scale attack. If it truly comes to that, how will our clan survive? Chapter 59 Goodbye. Obito Hyuga Sejinki gazed at Hinata Hayashi, who was covering his face, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke. You need not worry about the matter concerning Hyuga Simi. The Hokage has other plans for him. An elder beside him interjected eagerly. Does the Hokage mean that the Hyuga clan need not deal with the traitor? Have no fear. Sejinki replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This time, it is Jiraiya who is responsible for the pursuit. The very mention of this name caused the air in the room to thicken. The elders exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces. If it is Lord Jiraiya taking action, then there is no cause for concern. Sejinki turned towards the main seat, summoned Hayashi and the others. My return signifies that there is still hope for the Hyuga. The elder who had previously spoken hesitated, but Hinata Hayashi has already attempted it. Reapplying the curse mark will likely take time. Sejinki cast a cold glance at Hayashi. This matter has nothing to do with the curse mark. He slowly seated himself on the tatami mat. I have 2 sons. If one cannot suffice, then I shall appoint the other as clan leader. The elders were immediately thrown into an uproar. How could this be? It is unreasonable to change the clan leader in the midst of battle. Though Hayashi has erred, it is not to this extent. Hayashi sat slumped on the ground, his face as pale as paper, stunned into silence since being struck down. Sujinki chuckled coldly. Esteemed elders, you worry too much. My decision has been made with careful consideration. Allowing division within the clan, compromising with the traitors, and isolating the clan. Each of these proves his unfit nature as clan leader. Rather than expecting him to amend his ways, it would be wiser to try Hayashi. After all, with the curse mark removed, he is now akin to the main family. And appointing him would demonstrate that the Hyuga bear no ill will towards anyone, while also soothing the hearts of the people. Sujinki continued. Does Hyuga see me think he can fracture the Hyuga in this manner? If he believes our lineage to be so fragile, he is gravely mistaken. The leader of the Hyuga need not be a weakling nor one who does not comprehend the weight of our surname. The elders fell silent, exchanging glances. None daring to counter his words. After a long pause, one elder finally stammered. I shall go summon them. Sujinki fixed his gaze on the dazed Hayashi, disappointment evident in his eyes. After a long moment, he waved his hand, saying, return to your home and await the clan's decision. Hayashi then quietly asked, Father, you grew up with Elder Soke, did you not? Sujinki paused, replying without raising his head, indeed, just as you have with Hayashi. This answer struck Hinata Hayashi like a heavy blow, his pupils losing focus. Momentarily unsure where to direct his gaze. The most crucial aspect of the Hinata family has never been the Byakugan. Sujinki and Soke grew up together. Soke betrayed the Hyuga clan, yet upon returning, was still entrusted with important duties, responsible for secretly guarding the vault. Before his father. The erstwhile heir to the clan leadership was originally Hyuga Sojin, who died on the battlefield without leaving any heirs. It was only after Sojin's death that the position of clan leader passed to his father, Sujinki. He could not suppress the sudden thoughts that surged within him. Akin to serpents winding up his body, constricting him tightly, leaving him breathless. Various events began to interconnect at this moment. Resembling a dark chasm opening its gaping maw behind him, drawing closer and closer. Hinata Hayashi had initially thought he had distanced himself from it all, only to realize upon looking back that he had not only failed to escape but was instead nearing the mouth of the abyss. As if it were about to engulf him. The darkness of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi remained in a daze for a while, feeling a chill enveloping him. Trembling, he staggered to his feet and returned to his room, at the border of the land of water. The rippling sea surface faintly shimmered with fragmented golden light. Unfortunately, thick fog lingered over the ocean, persistent and unyielding. This diminished the beauty of the scene, adding an air of coldness and mystery. Simi walked upon the water, arriving at the heavily guarded border checkpoint, immediately attracting attention. Who goes there? This checkpoint was one of the few avenues of external contact for the land of water. The nation had closed itself off, severing official diplomatic and trade relations, yet was not entirely isolated from the world. In response to the inquiry, Simi casually tossed out a token. Lord White, the guarding ninja, upon recognizing the token, immediately knelt. All evident in his voice. Welcome back. Simi nodded slightly and passed through the checkpoint with poise. Behind him, whispers among the ninja could be heard. When did Lord White leave? Silence. Do you wish to perish? Another ninja reprimanded sharply. Dare to inquire about Lord White's whereabouts? The first ninja recalled Simi's identity within the umbu and immediately shivered. As they watched the white figure disappear into the distance, one of the ninja, appearing to be the leader, murmured, he is a harbinger of death. What a pity. What a pity about what? A young ninja curiously pressed. The leader shook his head meaningfully. That is not for you to question. Continue your duties. It seems we may have many guests soon. Not long after Simi exited the checkpoint, he suddenly halted by the lakeside. He turned to glance at the dense forest to his right, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before stepping into the mist. As the fog dissipated, two figures emerged. Obito, adorned with a whirlpool mask, stood beside a figure that resembled a carnivorous plant, White Zetsu, both clad in identical black robes adorned with red clouds. Long time no see. Simi-kun White Zetsu waved cheerfully at him. Is your memory universal? Simi teased. This White Zetsu was not the one he had previously eliminated, as a unique living weapon. The number of White Zetsus was numerous, with only Obito and Black Zetsu aware of their exact count. Remarkably, each White Zetsu possessed a hint of a comical disposition. How could you say that? I'm simply an optimistic fellow, White Zetsu replied bashfully, scratching his head with a smile. Simi nodded slightly. What brings you here? Obito silently scrutinized Simi, and after a prolonged examination, suddenly inquired, have you visited the South Shrine? Yes, Simi responded succinctly. Then you are aware that by gathering the power of the tailed beasts, a new world can be created. Indeed. Obito paused momentarily before asking, what are your thoughts on this plan? Simi pondered for a moment, bluntly stating, somewhat flawed, at least at this stage, it lacks feasibility. To be honest, before witnessing the steel with my own eyes, I never imagined the Uchiha clan could be so deeply entrenched, nor did I foresee your madness. At this remark, Obito's tone suddenly turned icy. So you intend to hinder me? Simi, however, chuckled. Look at you, so hasty. Fear not, our objectives align. Do you recall what I said 2 years ago? I have long grown weary of this decaying ninja world. That is good. Obito nodded at White Zetsu. White Zetsu immediately excitedly produced a black robe with red clouds from behind, dancing with glee. We have a new mission. Simi, we are going to be partners.